Chapter 717. Xiaoheng never expected that there would be another person here. He thought about how his cool and arrogant actions from beginning to end might have been watched by this woman who was eating watermelon. His handsome face flushed red in an instant. Like a paper tiger that had been punctured, he deflated with a whoosh and could no longer act pretentious. Usually, in this kind of situation, the person who caught the act and the person who caught the act would be equally embarrassed. However, the woman was not embarrassed. Gu Jiao was also not that embarrassed. She had always adhered to the principle that if she was not embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Thus, in the end, Xiaoheng bore everything by himself. His face was red all the way to his ears. Even his slender neck was suffused with a thin layer of rouge. Xiaoheng experienced a large-scale social death scene and wished that he could lose his memory on the spot. However, compared to his embarrassment, he had more important things to worry about. What he said to Gu Jiao just now, about assassinating the brocade guards from the Crown Prince's residence and luring Nangong Li to death, he wondered if this person heard it. These were not small secrets, and they could bring about a fatal disaster. "I think our situation is not good," Xiaoheng whispered to Gu Jiao. "Indeed." Gu Jiao's expression turned serious. "Su Fengxian is coming." "Xiaoheng, are you sure this is the main point?" There were a total of 3 pots of gold. Gu Jiao had one in her left hand, one in her right hand, and one on her head. Just as she was about to leave the crime scene with the stolen goods, Yuan Shao came out to find her. Before he arrived, his voice arrived first. "Luling, Luling, where are you?" Gu Jiao swore that she walked very steadily. However, the moment her name was called, she slipped and fell flat on her face. The 3 pots of gold rolled out and landed right at Su Fengxian's feet. Su Fengxian looked at Gu Jiao with a dark expression. She gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Xiao." "Gu Jiao, Liulong's name is poisonous." Gu Jiao's plan to steal money ended in failure. A life without gold is an incomplete life. Gu Jiao went upstairs soullessly. Su Fengxian was so angry that she wanted to bite Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, she was no match for her. Although Gu Jiao could beat Su Fengxian in a fight, she couldn't openly snatch it from her. After all, the 2 of them were considered half-partners now. Xiaoheng also planned to go upstairs. Xiaoheng had been to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion before, and he was still Long Yi. He was Gu Qingfeng's friend, so Su Fengxian treated him with some courtesy. Su Fengxian didn't stop him from going anywhere. However, the woman holding the watermelon also silently followed behind Xiaoheng. "Stop right there," Su Fengxian shouted. She couldn't afford to offend those 2 little ancestors, but how could she not handle a woman she picked up from the roadside? She rolled up her sleeves and angrily said, "You're awake, right? If you're awake, then work for me." The woman holding the watermelon moved to Xiaoheng's side to hide. Xiaoheng frowned and looked at her. He didn't know if she heard what he said just now. He decided to take her away first and let her go after figuring things out. "She's coming with me," Xiaoheng said to Su Fengxian. The woman bit the spoon and stopped eating. Stars flashed in her eyes as she looked at Xiaoheng. Su Fengxian had one hand on her waist and the other holding a handkerchief pointed at Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao, who had already gone upstairs. "Don't go too far. It's fine if you steal the gold, but what? You still want to kidnap her?" Xiaoheng calmly said, "She's not from Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. No one from Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion would dress like this." Su Fengxian choked. Then, Xiaoheng calmly said, "Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has many guests today. I heard that people from the Crown Prince's residence are also here. The Crown Prince is the best at upholding justice. If he finds out that you forced a woman into prostitution, can your Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion continue to operate?" As soon as he finished speaking, the woman cooperatively raised her chin. Humph. Su Fengxian was speechless. The woman was brought upstairs by Xiaoheng. Su Fengxian was annoyed. The gold was saved, but the beauty in his hands had flown away. This beauty's beauty was already unparalleled in the world when she fainted. When she woke up, she was even more beautiful than the 9 celestial goddesses. What a pity! What a pity! Gu Jiao didn't find it strange that Xiao Heng brought the woman over. After all, she had heard the secret just now. He had to make sure that she wouldn't leak the information before letting her go. After the woman entered the room, she didn't show any guilt or uneasiness. The play in the main hall began. The location of Gu Qingfeng's room was special. There was a medium-sized balcony. Sitting on the balcony, one could overlook the entire stage. The angle was quite good. The woman carried the watermelon to a stool on the balcony and sat down. Gu Jiao realized that the watermelon in her hand was no longer the same half as before. It was a brand new half. It was red, and there were even ice shards on it. It looked especially sweet and delicious. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng. When did she take another half of the watermelon? Xiao Heng indicated that he didn't know either. He walked in front and she followed behind. He didn't notice that she had left. However, just now, there were 2 servant girls who each carried 2 large trays covered with cloth and brushed past them. Could it be that she had stolen it from him at that time? Not only did she steal it, but she also put the half of the watermelon that she had eaten into the cloth. She really didn't know which unlucky person would eat that empty half of the watermelon. The unlucky person was Prince Ming. She sat on the balcony and dug into the watermelon. Her back was facing Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. The 2 of them couldn't see her expression. But she didn't do anything. The way she focused on eating the watermelon was inexplicably reassuring. They felt that she wouldn't tell anyone what she had just heard. Maybe she didn't hear it at all. Xiao Heng sat at the square table and said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat next to Xiao Heng. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at her back thoughtfully. Normal people wouldn't be so calm after hearing such a big secret. At least, they would be worried that they would be killed. Not everyone knew that Nan Gongli was a big bastard. Everyone in Chengdu thought that Nan Gongli was a good person. Then, they would naturally become evil if they killed a good person. It was normal for evil people to kill people to silence them. Since she dared to follow, it meant that she wasn't afraid. She didn't think that they were evil people. Gu Jiao said, maybe. It didn't matter whether she heard it or not. What was important was that Gu Jiao also felt that she wouldn't reveal it. This was her intuition. On the stage, the sound of the arrow and the singing started. The voices of the entire Tianxiang pavilion were drowned out. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were still some distance away from the balcony. In addition to the singing, she couldn't hear their conversation. Xiao Heng took off his mask and asked about Gu Jiao's disappearance. Gu Qingfeng said that she was fine, but he didn't believe it. She was someone who had braved the snowstorm to cross thousands of mountains and thousands of mountains to go home. If nothing happened to her, it was impossible for her to stay outside for 7 days. She's fine now, Gu Jiao said. Where are you hurt? Let me take a look. Xiao Heng said. Gu Jiao showed him the wound on her arm that had already healed. Xiao Heng understood that the injury on her body wasn't this small. He held her hand in his and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did you have to chase after the people from the Crown Prince's residence?" "I have a question in my heart that I want to ask the Crown Princess." So, she couldn't let the Crown Princess be killed by them. She said, "But I still haven't seen the Crown Princess." Xiao Heng didn't need to ask to know that the question was related to him. He felt very uncomfortable. Don't do such a dangerous thing in the future. Gu Jiao stared at him. Do you also have that question in your heart? The 2 of them didn't say what question they had. Xiao Heng was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes. The reason I came here today is to search for that answer. As the 2 of them talked, they didn't notice that the woman had stopped digging the watermelon. Suddenly, a group of Imperial guards rushed in from downstairs and stopped the performance on the stage. Xiao Heng came to the balcony, looked down and said with a frown, "It's the people from the governor's residence." After saying this, he turned around to pick up the mask on the table. The woman reached out her hand, as if she wanted to grab his sleeve. But in the end, she didn't use her strength, and the wide and cool cloth slipped through her fingertips. Xiao Heng put the mask back on his face. Strange, why did the people from the governor's residence come? Gu Jiao looked and said, looking at their appearance, "It seems that they are looking for someone." Did someone important go missing in Chengdu? The person who could make the governor's residence come out to look for was not an ordinary important person. Gu Jiao said, "I'll go down and take a look. You wait for me here." Her identity was relatively open and above board. Xiao Heng's Long Yi was an unregistered person, so it was best not to face the Shangguan family. Gu Jiao went downstairs. Xiao Heng came to the balcony again, put down the curtain on his head, and looked at the movement in the hall through the gap of the curtain. Beside him, the woman was still sitting on the stool, but her aura had become a little different. She seemed unhappy. Xiao Heng glanced at her, looked away, and continued to look at Gu Jiao and the officials. Suddenly, he felt someone tug at his sleeve. He looked down at her. "What's the matter?" The woman held the dug watermelon to him. Only then did he notice that the woman sat on the balcony and dug for a long time, but didn't eat a single bite. She was using a new small golden spoon, which should have been stolen just now. The small watermelon balls she dug out were round and very beautiful. "For me?" he asked. The woman nodded, looking at him with innocent and heavy eyes, with a trace of helplessness, like a child afraid of being rejected. Xiao Heng's heart surged with an indescribable feeling. It was as if his heart was being pulled by something. Chapter 718. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found on the internet can be found here. The arrival of the governor interrupted the drama that had reached its climax. The guests complained one by one. However, the governor came with an official document, and the reason was open and above board. Even someone like Commandery Prince Ming did not dare to openly ask them to leave. Prince Ming sat in one of the rooms on the first floor. He was displeased. What's going on? Why are people from the imperial government here? Could it be that they sensed this prince's movements? His trusted guard said, "I don't think so. We have been very careful. Moreover, we did not do anything wrong. It is not the imperial government's turn to intervene." "That's right. I am just waiting for someone. The timing was not right. Who would believe that he came to the opera house to do something when such a big thing happened to the Han family? They would probably think that he was here to flirt with women." Prince Ming was distressed. Will the person that father mentioned really appear? Why is there still no news after waiting for so long? His trusted guard said, "Why don't I escort you out first and come back after the imperial government's people leave?" Prince Ming frowned. What if that person comes? His trusted guard said, "Don't be afraid even if he comes. The imperial government is investigating people in Tianxiang Pavilion. He can't enter. I will keep an eye on the opposite side. If I see someone suspicious, I will go and talk to him." Prince Ming was a little tempted. However, he hesitated and shook his head. "Father has reminded me that the person is a rare expert. He wants me to bring him back to the Crown Prince's residence, personally. I can't let him fall into the hands of other forces. Forget it. I won't go far. If he comes, inform me." "Yes." His trusted bodyguard opened the door and was alert to the movements outside. At this moment, the people from the capital office were inspecting every guest. They should be making sure that they did not have any traces of disguise. They checked both men and women. Strange. Prince Ming did not have much experience in anti-reconnaissance. He did not know that he should wear a mask and a bamboo hat. He could only try to reduce his presence and leave through the back door. However, when he reached the backyard, a group of soldiers rushed in from the back door. Prince Ming's expression changed. He quickly ran back to a tea room in the main hall. What the hell? Why are people from the rearguard commandery here? Prince Ming secretly clenched his fists. The rearguard commandery was a military yamen that directly took orders from the monarch. It had the right to command the army of the Great Yan Kingdom. The transfer of its official position did not need to go through the cabinet. It was directly appointed by the monarch. In the previous dynasty, there was no rearguard commandery. It was a yamen established by the current monarch of Great Yan in order to enhance his absolute status in the imperial court. The commandant was Wang Xian's younger brother, Wang Ren. The one who came today was Wang Ren's son, Wang Su. He held the position of Commandant Guan in the rearguard commandery and was mainly in charge of personnel entering and leaving Xingdu. Wang Su rode on his horse and commanded the two groups of soldiers beside him. "You guys, guard the door. Don't even let a fly out." You guys, come with me. Looking for her again? Who was he looking for? When the governor came, Commandery Prince Ming was not sure who was behind this. However, since the rearguard commandery had been dispatched, it must be his grandfather, who was looking for someone. Commandery Prince Ming also remembered that Wang Su was ordered to guard the imperial mausoleum a few years ago. It was said that he even taught the emperor's grandson martial arts in the imperial mausoleum. However, the emperor's grandson was a cripple and could not learn anything. Commandery Prince, there's a cellar here. His confidant found a secret cellar in the tea room. Commandery Prince Ming's eyes lit up. He quickly hid in the cellar with his confidant. Gu Jiao went downstairs and went to the cubicle in Tianqiong Academy. Yuan Shao hurriedly said, Lu Lang, where did you go? You've been gone for so long. I couldn't find you anywhere. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, Oh, I went to the toilet. Zhao Wei asked, Did you go to the toilet? The opera was already halfway through. Lu Ling. Gu Shaoshun pulled out a chair and gestured for Gu Jiao to sit. He knew that Gu Jiao had gone to look for Gu Qingfeng. However, he did not know why his sister was gone for so long while Gu Qingfeng was performing on stage. Gu Jiao sat down next to Gu Shaoshun. She took out a coquettish peacock mask and put it on. Everyone was almost blinded by her actions. What are you doing? Yuan Shao looked at her as if she was an idiot. Gu Jiao said seriously, I'm worried that they will be blinded by our beauty. Yuan Shao. Everyone. Gu Shaoshun moved closer to Gu Jiao's ear and asked in a volume that only the two of them could hear, Sister, who are they looking for? Are they looking for Gu Qingfeng? Gu Jiao looked at the group of officials who came in from the front and then at the other group of officials who came in from the back door. She did not know much about the uniforms of the Yan Kingdom and did not know that the second group of officials came from the rearguard commandery. However, judging from their aura and behavior, their status was not inferior to the capital magistrates. I don't think so, she said in a small voice. Gu Qingfeng was just an escaped slave from the Han family's mine. If they want to catch him, it would be the mine's private soldiers. There was no need to mobilize two groups of powerful forces. Soon, the officials from the capital magistrate's office found the cubicle in Tianqiong Academy. Gu Shaoshun was the first to be checked. There was actually a female official in this group of people. She did not look like a real official. Instead, she looked like an ordinary woman who had put on official's uniform. The female official pinched Gu Xiaoshun's face as if to check if he was wearing a human skin mask. Then, she pressed Gu Xiaoshun's chest. Gu Xiaoshun was dumbfounded. What are you doing? The female official shook her head at the rest of the people from the capital magistrate's office. Gu Jiao understood. The person they were looking for was a woman. Gu Jiao had put on the mask to show Xiaoheng, so that Xiaoheng would know the intensity of this group of people search. However, she had never expected that they would search the murder department. It seemed that the person who was at risk of being exposed was not Xiaoheng, but herself. The people from the capital magistrate's office searched the main hall while the people from the rearguard commandery went to the second floor. Wang Su had seen the imperial grandson before. In fact, both Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao were at risk of being exposed. The people from Tianqiong Academy were checked one by one. Everyone unanimously put Gu Jiao last. They did not know why. They did not know that Gu Jiao was a woman. They just subconsciously felt that they should be at the front. Zhou Tong was the second from the bottom. Their inspection is a little rough, but they don't have any bad intentions. Don't worry, don't be angry. Zhou Tong turned around and said to Gu Jiao. He was afraid that Gu Jiao would stand up for her companions and beat up the officers. Gu Jiao wondered whether it was better to be caught or to beat up the officers and run away. On the other side, Wang Su came to the room next to Gu Qingfeng's. After checking the guests in the room, he politely excused himself and left the room. Sir, this is the last room, the accompanying guard said. The door was ajar. People who were skilled in martial arts could identify people by listening. There were two people in the room. Wang Su raised his hand and slowly pushed the door open. At the same time, the rest of the people from Tianqiong Academy were also checked. Only Gu Jiao was left. The female officer took off Gu Jiao's mask and pinched Gu Jiao's face. To be honest, the traces of the human skin mask were obvious enough. Just in case, they still had to check her body. How cunning was this woman to be able to force the officials to do this? Gu Jiao clenched the silver needle in her hand. Should she be exposed or not? Creak. The door to Gu Qingfeng's room was pushed open. Wang Su stepped into the room. All of a sudden, a foot kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. He flew over the railing on the second floor and fell heavily into the lobby on the first floor. Fortunately, his martial arts were good. He flipped in the air and stabilized himself when he landed. However, it still caused quite a commotion. Everyone raised their heads in unison. Even the female official who was about to check on Gu Jiao paused. The woman came to the railing and looked down at everyone. Then, she ran away. The female officer hurriedly said, "To quickly chase after her. It's her." Everyone went to catch her. Gu Jiao thought, that was close. I was almost exposed. The woman ran down the stairs in one breath. The front and back doors were blocked. She was doomed to be unable to escape. Prince Ming sat quietly on the floor of the cellar, waiting for the search to end. His trusted guard said, "Prince Ming, listen. They seem to have found her. They are shouting, 'It's her, quickly chase after her.'" Prince Ming was relieved. "That's great. They should leave now." Sure enough, they didn't come for me. Everything will be fine after they leave. I was not discovered. I was not discovered. I didn't mess up the task my father asked me to do. Before he finished speaking, the cellar door was opened. A small figure rushed down. Prince Ming didn't have time to kick the person out. The small figure was squatting in front of him. Then, the two of them stared at each other. Shangguan Yan raised her hand to greet him and said with a smile, "Nephew, long time no see. Let's go home together. Aunt will fly with you." Prince Ming. Chapter 719. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Shangguan Yan was taken away by the people of Rearguard Commandery along with Commandery Prince Ming. The people of the Imperial Governor were furious. They came here first, but in the end, all the credit was taken by the people of Rearguard Commandery. On the carriage back to the palace, Commandery Prince Ming felt very bitter. If he had known this would happen, he would have just sat in the room. At most, he would have a reputation of being idle. But why was he hiding in the cellar? It was obvious that something was wrong. "Commandery Prince, please come back to the palace with us to see His Majesty." Wang Su, who was escorting the carriage, said. What was the rear guard commandery? They were the eyes and ears of the emperor. If they found Commandery Prince Ming sneaking in the cellar, how could they not catch him? Others didn't dare to catch him, but the rearguard commandery wasn't. Commandery Prince Ming deeply felt that he had been tricked by Shangguan Yan. She must have done it on purpose. She knew that she couldn't escape, so she dragged him down. This aunt, she tricked his father last time, and now she tricked him again. Commandery Prince Ming and Shangguan Yan haven't seen each other for many years. Commandery Prince Ming didn't know Shangguan Yan. How did Shangguan Yan recognize him? What about the amnesia? No, he had to complain to his grandfather. He had to say that Shangguan Yan pretended to have amnesia. Shangguan Yan was deceiving the emperor. After the people of Rearguard Commandery and Imperial Governor left, Su Fengxian greeted the guests with a smile. Let's continue. Continue. Girls. Sing. Tianxiang Pavilion was restored to its previous grandeur. Gu Jiao also found an excuse to leave the cubicle and go upstairs. They didn't find you, right? Gu Jiao asked Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng stood by the window facing the street, looking in the direction where Wang Su and the others left. He said with a complicated expression, "Those are the people of Rearguard Commandery." Gu Jiao murmured, "Rearguard Commandery?" There was no Rearguard Commandery in Zhao country. This was the unique military authority of the Yan Kingdom. She had heard about it from Muchuan on the day she entered the palace. It was located outside the palace. On the right was the Supreme Court and the 6 ministries, while on the left was the Imperial Clan Court and the 4 commanderies. However, Gu Jiao wasn't sure what the Rearguard Commandery did. The Imperial Court official on the right side of the carriage is Commandant Wang Su. He works for the monarch. Xiaoheng had investigated all the officials of Great Yan, and it happened that Wang Su was one of them. Wang Su was the legitimate son of Wang clan and the nephew of consort Wang Xian. Wang Xianfei did not have a son, only 2 princesses. The Wang family did not participate in the fight for the throne and was loyal to the king. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "So it's the monarch who is capturing people, and the woman just now is related to the monarch? Then why are you dressed so shabbily?" However, when he carefully thought about her appearance, she was indeed worthy of being called an immortal. And her eyes. It seemed to be a pair of standard phoenix eyes, but they were covered by messy hair, so Gu Jiao was not completely sure. "You?" Gu Jiao found that Xiaoheng was staring at the carriage that was getting farther and farther away. "What are you thinking about?" Xiaoheng handed the watermelon in his arms to her. She dug it and said, "It's for me." When he said this, he felt a little depressed. He thought of her eyes that were afraid of being rejected, and he also thought of the hurt that flashed through her eyes when he didn't reach out to take it. Finally, the people of the rearguard commandery came, and she directly stuffed the watermelon into his arms. The watermelon was cold, but he felt it was hot in his hand. "And this," Xiaoheng said, and handed a golden thing to Gu Jiao. It was the piece of gold that Gu Jiao broke off and shared with Shang Wanyan. "She gave it to me and asked me to pursue my wife." Gu Jiao. She saw that I was a woman dressed as a man? When I talked to her, I clearly used a young man's voice. Even when I entered the room, I didn't change back to my own voice when I talked to Xiaoheng. Even if she suspected that I had an improper relationship with Xiaoheng, she should think that I'm gay. Of course, it may also be that I'm pursuing a man's wife. Oh, do I look like the one below? I went astray. Who was that woman? Why does she seem to know Xiaoheng? The Imperial Palace. The Emperor already knew that the evil creature was caught by the rearguard commandery and was on his way back to the palace to be punished. He had gathered all his firepower and was ready to attack Shangguanyan, but who would have thought that the rearguard commandery Prince Ming would come back? Commandery Prince Ming sneakily appeared in the place where Shangguanyan was hiding. At this critical moment, his behavior was too suspicious. Commandery Prince Ming going to Tianxiang Pavilion had nothing to do with Shangguanyan. But sometimes the truth didn't matter. What the Emperor thought was important. However, Commandery Prince Ming couldn't tell others that he went to pick up a master on behalf of the Crown Prince. The Emperor looked at Commandery Prince Ming with eyes that almost asked, "Did you go to assassinate your aunt?" Commandery Prince Ming was about to cry. "You didn't announce to the public that my aunt was missing." "How could I know?" The Emperor nodded. "Yes, I didn't announce it to the public, so you must have placed a spy around me." Commandery Prince Ming. "I didn't." Shangguanyan added oil to the fire. "You did, I saw it." "What did you see?" "You saw it. How could you lie through your teeth like this?" Commandery Prince Ming gritted his teeth. "My aunt remembered me. She called me nephew. She pretended to lose her memory." The monarch snorted and said, "Shangguanyan will call you nephew? Then she really lost her memory. She never paid attention to you." Commandery Prince Ming. How could this be a trap? The Emperor ordered Commandery Prince Ming to go back to the Crown Prince's residence and grounded him for 3 months. He also ordered Zhang Dequan to call the Crown Prince into the palace and scolded him. No matter what Commandery Prince Ming did in the opera house, it was his fault as a father for not teaching him well. The Crown Prince thought, "Then isn't it your fault that I'm like this?" It's good to think about it. If he really said it, the Emperor would kill him. With Commandery Prince Ming sharing the Emperor's anger, Shangguanyan's punishment was not so heavy. At least, the Emperor didn't really kill her. However, she was also grounded. After all, it was impossible for the king to forget the fact that he had made the king bald. "Where is Qing? If you tell me, I'll be lenient with you." Shangguanyan didn't say anything. The Emperor coldly said, "Shangguanyan, I didn't keep you in the palace to protect you. It's just that I haven't found out the truth about the destruction of the Imperial Mausoleum. Once the truth is out, you immediately go back to the Imperial Mausoleum." Suddenly, someone came to report, "Your Majesty, there's a clue about the Imperial Mausoleum." The Emperor almost choked on his breath. Shangguan Yen was also not much better. She couldn't go back to the imperial mausoleum yet. The emperor was waiting for her to beg for mercy. She didn't beg for mercy. The atmosphere was awkward. Zhang Dequan silently retreated and negotiated with the officials of the Ministry of Justice. When he came back, he reported with a smile, "It's a mistake. It's not about the imperial mausoleum."
Oh, humph.
The emperor and Shangguan Yen turned their faces in different directions at the same time. Shangguan Yen returned to Xiaoyang Palace and was grounded. The emperor called Wang Su from the rearguard commandery and asked him to find Shangguan Qing's whereabouts.
Yes.
Wang Su took the order. The emperor leaned back in his chair tiredly. The weather was hot, and there was sweat constantly flowing from his head. Zhang Dequan asked the palace maids and eunuchs to retreat, then looked at the emperor's head and said, "Your Majesty, take this off." The emperor faintly hummed. Zhang Dequan walked over and took off his wig. The emperor was sure that Shangguan Yen let him out to save Shangguan Qing. Of course, he didn't expect that the other party would cut him bald. But it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. The emperor coldly said, "Can't she just tell me that someone is going to harm Qing? Do you think I don't care about Qing Er's life and death?" Zhang Dequan said in his heart, "You destroyed her maternal family, expelled her from the royal family, and demoted her to a commoner. Do you expect her to trust you as a father and daughter or as a monarch and people? Everyone knows the truth, but they just can't accept it." Zhang Dequan poured a cup of herbal tea for the emperor. "Please calm down." It was impossible to calm down. The emperor took a sip of tea and thought of the young commandery princess. He asked, "The young commandery princess hasn't come back yet?" Zhang Dequan hurriedly said, "You are worried that she can't keep up with the prodigy class, so you asked me to find a teacher from the academy to make up for her."
There's such a thing.
The emperor remembered and no longer urged. But he couldn't approve the booklet. He paused for a moment, then said to Zhang Dequan, "Bring me my thrush bird." The emperor had two hobbies in his life. One was shooting bows and the other was raising birds. A few days ago, he asked someone to buy a 5-colored thrush bird from Jean State. He loved it very much and would go to see it every day. Zhang Dequan went to the door to instruct the young eunuch. Not long after, the young eunuch rushed in and said in fear, "The thrush bird is gone." Who went to the birdhouse? Other than the bird trainer, there is only the young commandery princess. The young commandery princess promised to compete with little Jing Kong yesterday. She was an elder who kept her promise, so she put the bird into her pocket and took it out of the palace. I just want to borrow it. I told Uncle His Majesty, and he didn't object." The young commandery princess climbed into the dragon bed in the middle of the night and said this to the emperor, who was sleeping soundly. The young commandery princess took the bird out and put it into her school bag. She didn't take it out until she went to make up for her lessons. Little Jing Kong whistled with his fingers, there was no sound, and called Little Nine, all by roaring. The two children didn't reach a consensus on the rules of the bird competition. Little Jing Kong thought that the bird competition should be based on size, while the young commandery princess thought that the bird competition should be based on beauty and ugliness. Both of them were full of confidence in their birds. Then when the two birds met, they were dumbfounded. They saw Little Nine didn't say a word, but flew over and swallowed the 5-colored thrush bird in the young commandery princess's hand, leaving nothing behind. Little Jing Kong, the young commandery princess, Tianxiang Pavilion. Gu Qingfeng finished tonight's scene. He went backstage to take off his costume and makeup, changed into his light blue gown, and went to the second floor. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao were in the room. Xiao Heng was still standing on the balcony, looking in the direction where the carriage left. Gu Jiao didn't disturb him. She just quietly accompanied him, eating the watermelon that Shangguan Yen had dug. It was cold, sweet, and refreshing. What Xiao Heng needed at this time was companionship, not enlightenment or heart-to-heart talk. "I'm sorry I neglected you." Xiao Heng came back to his senses and said to Gu Jiao with guilt. Gu Jiao shook her head with her cheeks puffed up. That woman not only dug the watermelon into a beautiful ball, but also removed the seeds. She ate it happily. She would be happy when she was with her husband. When two people were together, they didn't need to talk much. Silent companionship was also a kind of tacit understanding. There were only two left. Gu Jiao thought for a while, then scooped one and fed it to him. Xiaoheng ate it. Is it sweet? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. He nodded. It's very sweet. Gu Jiao fed him the last watermelon. Then she held the watermelon, raised her head, and drank the watermelon juice. She drank until her face was covered with juice, as if she had a small red beard. Xiaoheng was amused by her, and the faint melancholy in his heart dissipated a lot in an instant. He took out a clean handkerchief and carefully wiped her face. His movements were gentle, and his eyes were gentle. Gu Jiao didn't move. She raised her face and let him wipe it. She was very obedient. When Gu Qingfeng came to the door, he saw this scene. He curled his lips and muttered sourly, "Stinky girl, you're so obedient when you're with this kid. But when you're with me, you're like a little devil." Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door without any trace of politeness. Xiaoheng just finished wiping. When he heard the sound, he took back the handkerchief in his hand. Gu Jiao glared at Gu Qingfeng with hidden bitterness. "You're itching for a beating again." Gu Qingfeng received Gu Jiao's death stare. He gritted his teeth. "Stinky girl." He walked into the room and sat down at the square table. He poured himself a cup of tea and snorted indifferently. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. The inner city gates will be closed in less than an hour." Xiaoheng gently squeezed Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao also squeezed his hand. Gu Qingfeng was unprepared for this public display of affection. He was so full that he wanted to slam the table. "Don't you two go overboard. This is my room. You want to whisper sweet nothings to me? No, you two are not allowed to whisper sweet nothings to me. Let's get down to business," Gu Qingfeng said seriously. "I found out why Royal Prince Ming came here today." Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao left the balcony and walked over. The two of them sat down opposite him and looked at him, indicating for him to continue. Gu Qingfeng did not keep them in suspense and told them what he had overheard. The Crown Prince asked him to come here and wait for someone. It's said that it's an extremely skilled martial artist. However, as you can see, he has already left. I didn't see any skilled martial artists appear either. His information might be wrong. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not have any evidence on this point, so it was hard for them to jump to conclusions. "That's all?" Gu Jiao asked. "That's all," Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao said, "Who is the girl who was taken away today?" Gu Qingfeng sighed. The officials who came were all very tight-lipped. "We haven't found anything yet." Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng was silent. Xiaoheng rushed back to the inner city before the city gates closed. Gu Jiao took Gu Xiaoshan back to Willow Lane. Zhong Ding, Zhou Tong, and the others stayed at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. They had already paid the money and called the girls. They did not know that Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan had left. After Xiaoheng came out of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, he felt strange. He kept feeling that there was an invisible connection. "Young master, young master, young master?" The coachman called him 3 times. Xiaoheng came back to his senses and asked, "What's wrong?" The coachman whispered, "We're about to reach Lingbo Academy." In other words, it was time for him to change his clothes. Xiaoheng changed back into Kanglin Academy's uniform, put on a veil, and went to Lingbo Academy to pick up little Jing Kong from Teacher Cheng's place. Little Jing Kong got into trouble today. He rubbed his little hands and did not dare to say anything. In the past, Xiaoheng could see through him at a glance. However, he was a little uneasy today and did not notice little Jing Kong's strange behavior. Little Jing Kong had already eaten. After returning to Linglong Pavilion, Xiaoheng directly fetched water for him to take a bath. He did not say anything unnecessary during the whole process. Although he had always been a man of few words, little Jing Kong still felt that his bad brother-in-law was different. He looked at his bad brother-in-law in confusion. "Did you get the last place again today?" No matter how many times Xiaoheng got the first place, little Jing Kong could not get rid of the fact that he got the last place. "No," Xiaoheng said. He took dry clothes and put them on little Jing Kong. "Go to sleep."
Oh.
Little Jing Kong did not cause trouble. He climbed into bed, turned over a few times, and fell asleep. The moon was dark and the wind was strong.
It was hot and dry.
The cicadas on the trees kept chirping, and frogs croaked in the lotus pond. The whole academy fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoheng tossed and turned on the bed. The assassination last night, Zhang Dequan's call, and the woman he met today kept flashing through his mind. The woman holding the watermelon and being afraid that he would reject her became clearer and clearer in his mind. The feeling of being pulled in his heart became stronger and stronger. He covered his chest and breathed slightly faster. He did not know how long it had been before he fell into a deep sleep with his thoughts running wild. Midnight. The sky flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Xiaoheng's heart palpitated. He opened his eyes and sat up. The window lattice was blown open by the strong wind. The plain curtains swayed in the lightning and thunder. He got out of bed and went to close the window lattice again. However, he accidentally knocked over the teacup on the table. The teacup was smashed into pieces. He took a step back to avoid it, but he still stepped on a piece of debris. Blood flowed from his white and thin feet to the corner of the wall. The next day, Xiaoheng sent little Jing Kong to school at Lingbo Academy. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the academy, he heard two students of Lingbo Academy say, "Did you hear? Something happened to the dethroned crown princess." What could happen to her? She seemed to want to escape from the palace last night. However, there was a sudden thunder. She was so scared that she lost her footing and fell down from the back of the mountain. It was a serious fall. She even broke her waist. She won't make it. Really? Of course it's true. There's an imperial doctor living next door. He was called into the palace last night to save the dethroned crown princess. He hasn't returned yet. Now, people are saying that the dethroned crown princess is immoral. Even God can't stand it anymore and sent down lightning to punish her. Xiaoheng suddenly felt out of breath. He did not know how he left. When the carriage stopped, he was already at the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion. The carriage driver looked at him worriedly. "Young master, we've arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Where's Jing Kong?" Xiaoheng asked. The carriage driver was surprised and replied, "You sent him to the academy. You personally handed him over to Master Lu. Master Lu also asked Master Qing to pass on a message. If you can't come at noon, I'll have to trouble Master Qing to take care of him." "That's good." Xiaoheng got off the carriage. The carriage driver was confused. Did the young master suffer a blow? His entire being seemed to have lost his soul. But even so, the young master still made arrangements for Jing Kong. Xiaoheng never wore the Kanglin Women's Academy uniform to Tianxiang Pavilion.
Today was the first time. Gu Jiao was also there.
She had also heard about the crown princess from Muchuan. She came to Tianxiang Pavilion to ask Gu Qingfeng about the situation. In fact, with Muchuan's status, it was unlikely that he was lying. Gu Qingfeng closed the door, and the two of them sat down. He himself also came to the table and sat down. He said solemnly, "I have two things here. First, it is true that the deposed crown princess is seriously injured and her life and death are uncertain. The people in the Imperial Preceptor's hall were also alerted. The Imperial Preceptor entered the palace that night and is still trying to save her this morning." "How did she get injured?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's said that she lost her footing and fell down a hill." Gu Qingfeng said.
Second.
Gu Qingfeng paused and then said, "The woman who was taken away by the commandant yesterday is the deposed crown princess." Xiaoheng's fingers clenched tightly. Imperial Palace, Jiaoyang Hall. This palace, which had been abandoned for many years, had lost its former splendor and became deserted. However, since the middle of the night last night, it was once again crowded with people. More than 10 imperial physicians and more than 20 medical attendants were summoned to Jiaoyang Hall one after another. The imperial guards surrounded Jiaoyang Hall. Wang Su of the rearguard commandery also led his capable soldiers to guard outside Jiaoyang Hall. The monarch stood in the corridor and watched as basins of bloody water were brought out. His expression was extremely ugly. Zhang Dequan invited the imperial preceptor over. The Imperial Preceptor entered the room to check Shangguan Yan's injuries. After coming out, he shook his head slightly. The king's veins were bulging as he said, "Is she faking it again? I knew it. What else can she do besides pretending?" The Imperial Preceptor did not speak. The monarch said coldly, "Why don't you say it?" The Imperial Preceptor met the monarch's sharp gaze. "I'm afraid it can't be, as your majesty wishes. She's really injured, seriously injured." If the Imperial Preceptor said it was serious, then it was not a serious problem. It was something that couldn't be saved. The monarch clenched his fists. "Imperial Preceptor, heal her." The Imperial Preceptor said, "I can't do it." The monarch shouted, "You are the Imperial Preceptor. You are the most skilled doctor in the great Yen country." The Imperial Preceptor calmly said, "I don't have the medicine she needs. Even if I do, the hope of curing her is very slim." The monarch said in a deep voice, "Where is the medicine?" "It's not there, it's a person." The Imperial Preceptor said, "Tianqiong Academy, Xiao Luling." Chapter 720. More the monarch was silent for a moment when he heard the name. "Xiao Lulings?" he murmured. Zhang Dequan understood and explained. He exchanged the reward with Canaan Academy. "One of the students from Tianqiong Academy came to see you." The monarch frowned and asked, "Is he the witness before Nangong Li died?" Zhang Dequan said, "Yes, he is." The monarch remembered the boy who claimed that Nangong Li was killed by someone else. He just wanted to save Nangong Li, but didn't make it in time. With the monarch's temper, no matter whether the boy's words were credible or not, he would be sent to the prison for torture. However, he was taken away by Shangguan Shui, who came out of nowhere. Shangguan Shui said that the boy was her equestrian teacher. How did the boy become the young commandery princess equestrian teacher? Did you find out? The monarch remembered that he had asked Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan respectfully replied, "This servant has inquired. He is Mu Qingchen's deskmate, and the two of them are in the same boxing team. He once tamed a powerful horse king, and Mu Qingchen praised his horsemanship. In addition, he knows the art of Qi Huang, and the young princess has asthma, so Mu Qingchen recommended him to the young princess after considering her condition. But it was the young commandery princess' idea to keep him. You know, the young commandery princess is very picky about her teachers." The monarch said lightly, "So, he does no medical skills?" Zhang Dequan said, "Mu Qingchen won't hurt the young commandery princess." The Grand Tutor's expression remained calm as he listened to their conversation. At his level, there were very few things in the mortal world that could make his emotions fluctuate. The monarch looked at him and asked, "Are you sure he has the medicine?" The state preceptor said, "I'm sure." The monarch said seriously, "Then send someone to get the medicine." The state preceptor said, "I'm afraid he is to come here in person. He will know what medicine to give to the patient after seeing her. In addition, I suggest that the crown princess be sent to the Imperial Preceptor Hall for treatment." The monarch pointed at the room and said sternly, "The crown princess is in such a state. Can she still be moved?" The state preceptor thought for a moment and said, "Then let's wait for Xiao Luling to come." In Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Gu Qingfeng's room fell into silence. Yesterday's melon-eating woman turned out to be the former crown princess. This news shocked all three of them. Su Fengxian was also shocked. She had already fainted 7 or 8 times in her own room. She forced a good girl into prostitution and forced the former crown princess to do so. Heaven really wanted her dead. The former crown princess seems to know you. The crown prince wants to kill you. Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Heng beside her. She felt that the answer she wanted to verify in her heart was about to surface. However, now is not the time to seek answers. How did something happen to the former crown princess? This was very suspicious. She didn't believe that the former crown princess was seriously injured by herself. The fact that the former crown princess was able to knock down 4 powerful maidservants showed that she had some skills. She couldn't have fallen like that unless someone increased the force of her fall. For example, someone lifted her up high and threw her down heavily. Thinking of this cruel scene, Gu Jiao's eyes grew cold. Of course, This was only Gu Jiao's guess. She had to go to the scene to find out the truth. However, if her injury was caused by someone, then the murderer might have cleaned up the scene. It would be very difficult to investigate. However, it also depended on who was investigating. If it was Xiaoheng, he would definitely be able to find some clues. Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng and then at Gu Jiao, asking, "Is there something I don't know?" Yes, the former crown princess dug watermelons for Xiaoheng and gave him gold to pursue his wife. Luling. Luling. Gu Xiaoshuan's anxious voice came from downstairs. Gu Jiao asked for leave in the morning. At this time, Gu Xiaoshun should be in class. Gu Xiaoshun rushed upstairs and broke the door in breathlessly. She held her thighs with both hands and bowed. She said breathlessly, "Sister, the people from the Imperial Preceptor's palace went to the academy and asked you to go to the palace to treat the former crown princess. She was worried that she wouldn't have a chance to enter the palace. I've brought you this small medicine box." Gu Xiaoshun took down the small basket on her back. If you go to the city gate. I'll ask the people from the Imperial Preceptor's palace to wait there if you don't go. I'll go and tell them." Gu Xiaoshun was very thoughtful. She didn't reveal Gu Jiao's whereabouts and also took into account whether Gu Jiao would go or not. At this moment, everyone was shocked to find that Gu Xiaoshun had grown up. She was no longer the village bully who bullied her brother-in-law with a group of bad friends. Gu Xiaoshun took in the expressions of the three people. She was confused and panted, "Why are you looking at me like this? Did I do something wrong? Should I reject them directly?" Gu Jiao walked over and gently held Gu Xiaoshuan's shoulder. "No, you did well." Gu Jiao took the small basket. Xiaoheng stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes wide and said, "Hey, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being recognized if you two go together?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay, you can be my medicine boy." Gu Qingfeng, you two were really helping each other when the other was doing something bad. You never stopped them. Gu Qingfeng couldn't stop them. Xiaoheng had someone go to a ready-made clothing store to buy a set of men's clothes. She tried to make herself look like a medicine boy. Medicine boys couldn't wear masks when they entered the palace, so they could only disguise themselves. Gu Qingfeng said, "In such a hot day, the human skin mask won't stick. It'll fall off." Gu Jiao said, "I'll let you see what the head-changing technique is." A moment later, when Xiaoheng appeared in front of Gu Qingfeng again, Gu Qingfeng couldn't recognize her. Most of Xiaoheng's beauty was hidden. She looked like an ordinary face. Even the most iconic pair of phoenix eyes were covered by Gu Jiao. "You have this ability?" Gu Qingfeng was stunned. He wanted to learn. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng left Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Xiaoheng's carriage and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's carriage couldn't be used. The two of them went to a nearby carriage shop to hire a carriage. Although the street where Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was located was very lively, it was actually very remote. After all, it was a special business. The further it was from the central district, the better. They needed to pass through a ridge of fields and walk through a small forest path to reach the official road in the outer district. In the carriage, Gu Jiao held Xiaoheng's cold hand and silently comforted her. When the carriage was halfway through the forest path, Gu Jiao's ears suddenly twitched. She stood up with a swoosh, reached out a hand, and grabbed the coachman of the carriage company. With a whoosh, an arrow whizzed past the place where the driver had just been sitting and nailed heavily into an old locust tree. The tail of the arrow swayed, and the arrow's feathers swayed so much that they left behind after images. It was clear to see just how powerful it was. Gu Jiao wanted to rush over, but a row of spear traps suddenly appeared in front of her. The horse was frightened, but it was too late to slow down. Gu Jiao grabbed the reins and forcefully changed the direction of the horse. The sudden sharp turn caused the carriage to deviate. The horse stopped, and the carriage flipped to the ground. The moment they fell to the ground, Xiaoheng used his hands to protect Gu Jiao's waist and head. Gu Jiao also reached out to support his head. The two of them didn't care about each other, but they protected each other. The carriage driver's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The carriage fell behind a large tree. Gu Jiao pulled Xiaoheng's hand out of the carriage and used the large tree to block their figures. Xiaoheng looked at the spear traps not far away and then raised his head to look at the large net that had not been set. He immediately understood that this was a premeditated assassination. Someone didn't want them to treat the crown princess. "Come out, Xiao Lulang. You can't hide." A man's indifferent voice came from the other end of the small path. Perhaps Xiao Lulang didn't recognize this voice, but Gu Jiao was not unfamiliar with it. Gu Jiao used her eyes to indicate to Xiaoheng to stand there and not move. She calmly walked out from behind the large tree and looked at Han Shizi, who was riding a tall horse and holding a red-tasseled spear. She indifferently said, "So it's you?" Hanyi looked down at Gu Jiao and said, "Are you very surprised, Xiao Lulang?" "No, you're not the real Xiao Lulang. That beauty from the Azure Water Women's Academy is." "Just who are you?" Gu Jiao said, "Who am I? Why don't you go to the underworld and ask Nangong Li?" Xiaoheng secretly observed Han Yi. He was stalling for time. The crown princess was about to die. Han Yi mockingly said, "Such a big tone. You don't really think that killing a crippled Nangong Li makes you so capable, do you? You're simply not this Shizi's match. This Shizi will give you a chance to live. If you're willing to rely on the Han family, the grudges between you and the Han family will be written off. If you're stubborn, then this Shizi will have no choice but to take care of the Han family's trusted aide here." Gu Jiao said without hesitation, "All right, I promise you. From now on, I'll be your Han family's advisor." As she spoke, she walked in front of the horse and reached out her hand to Han Yi. "Shizi Han, I'm looking forward to working with you." Han Yi choked. What the fuck? Han Yi was simply dumbfounded. He couldn't even comprehend his emotions. He raised his arm in a daze and shook Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao smiled. Alarm bells rang in Han Yi's heart. He wanted to dodge, but Gu Jiao had already grabbed his hand and pulled him down from the horse. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Gu Jiao raised her foot and fiercely stomped on his chest. Chapter 7:21. Gu Jiao didn't underestimate her enemy. She used almost all her strength to kick him. Han Yi grew up in the military camp and had been to many battlefields, but he had never seen such a decisive and ruthless person. That murderous aura made him, the Han family's legitimate son, shudder. However, Han Yi was not an ordinary master. He quickly reacted. He grabbed the spear in his hand and held it tightly with both hands, blocking Gu Jiao's foot. With a crack, his left arm was dislocated. Unexpectedly, such great strength. Even if he didn't have time to use enough internal force, this boy was definitely the first person who could dislocate his arm on the spot. Han Yi used the strength of his right arm to push the spear, causing Gu Jiao to retreat a few steps. He himself flipped over like a carp. He inserted the spear into the ground and raised his hand to connect his dislocated arm. This kind of injury may require rest for a normal person, but he could forget the pain and quickly enter the next battle. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. He was indeed the #1 young master in Xingdu. The first time she put a sack on him, he was careless and underestimated her. Plus, she used a lot of tricks to help him succeed. It didn't mean that his strength was weak. The second time they fought was at home in Willow Lane. At that time, he didn't even use half of his strength. Halfway through, the Black Wind King appeared, and the two sides stopped fighting. Today was the day that they would truly fight one-on-one. Han Yi was much stronger than any of the men of sacrifice and the genie guards she met in the Yen Kingdom. But now, she was facing more dangers than just Han Yi. Just in the direction where Han Yi was riding his horse, two other masters arrived in time. Han Yi pointed his spear at the tree where Xiaoheng was and ordered, "Kill that man too, that man." This meant that Han Yi had no idea that Xiaoheng was behind the tree. He simply wanted to silence him. In fact, Gu Jiao had some doubts in her heart. The Han family had just met with an accident, and before the second Master Han's bones were cold, Han Yi had assassinated the doctor that the monarch had found for the former crown princess. Was Han Yi really not afraid of death? Or was it that Han Yi had absolute confidence that he could silence them without leaving any traces behind?
Han Yi was not Han Che.
He would not ignore the consequences. He was meticulous and powerful. Gu Jiao believed that he had the confidence to kill her. But more than that, Gu Jiao guessed that Han Yi had no way out. Or rather, the Crown Prince had no way out. The former Crown Princess's injury was strange. They couldn't let the Crown Princess wake up. Was it because once the Crown Princess woke up, they would be able to identify the murder? If that was the case, then Han Ye's actions today could be justified. Two experts rushed toward Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao threw out two Blackfire pearls.
Dodge.
Han Yi shouted. The experts dodged perfectly. It seemed that Han Yi had come prepared. He was very clear about her methods. One Han Yi was already very difficult to deal with. Now there were two more. She was a bit overwhelmed. The two experts continued to rush toward Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao went forward to block them. Han Yi stabbed with his spear. Gu Jiao tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. She took a few steps on the tree, turned in the air, and somersaulted. She landed on one knee on the other side of Han Yi. She shot out two Tang Hua needles from her fingertips. The two experts thought that they were Blackfire pearls and hurriedly dodged again. Gu Jiao came in front of Xiaoheng. She took down the small basket and handed it to Xiaoheng. Her eyes were like torches as she looked around. You go first. Bring the medicine box to the state preceptor. Can he open it? Xiaoheng asked. Xiaoheng knew a little about the secret of the medicine box. For example, other than Gu Jiao, ordinary people couldn't open it. Gu Jiao said, if you can't open it, you can try. Didn't you knock it open once? That was a long time ago. When they were still in the countryside of Zhao country, Gu Jiao was whipped by Marquis Gu. He went to apply medicine for Gu Jiao and accidentally knocked over the medicine box. It was at that time that he found that the medicine box was very portable. He didn't mention it to Gu Jiao. He just mentioned it not long ago. Did you not close the lid properly? Xiaoheng asked. I closed it properly. Gu Jiao said, if you can't open it, you can kick it with your feet. Xiaoheng. The medicine box. Xiaoheng had disguised himself. Naturally, Han Yi didn't recognize him. But how could he leave him alive? Han Yi sneered. He can't leave. You should give up. Gu Jiao pressed down on the dagger at her waist. She didn't expect to fight when she went out, so she didn't bring a weapon. She could only use this for now. A dagger really didn't have an advantage against a long spear. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, there was the sound of something breaking through the air from the forest behind her.
Catch.
Gu Jiao grabbed it with her hand. A long spear fell into her hand. Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to descend from the sky. Without waiting for him to land, Gu Jiao promptly said to him, take him away. Gu Qingfeng nodded solemnly. He turned around and grabbed Xiaoheng's arm. Taking Xiaoheng with him, he jumped over the heads of the two masters. One of the masters flew up and wanted to grab Gu Jiao, but he was shot down by Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng wanted to be the one who stayed, but he knew that this was the most suitable arrangement.
Chase.
Han Yi said to the two masters. The injured master clutched his chest and chased after Gu Qingfeng and Xiaoheng with his companion. Han Yi looked at the four people, then looked at Gu Jiao and snorted, I don't care who you are, and I don't care how many masters you have gathered around you. Today, none of you will leave this forest alive. Is that so? Gu Jiao gripped the long spear in her hand. Her eyes flashed, and she took up her stance. Very good. Let me experience your spear skills. Han Yi smiled coldly, or I'll give you another chance. Who taught you your spear skills? Beautiful monk, but that's none of your business. You don't deserve to know. You people from the Han family don't deserve to know. Gu Jiao stabbed out with her spear. Han Yi felt an incomparably cold, murderous aura. This clearly wasn't a regular spear, but why did it emit a boundless spear intent in this brat's hand? That's right. This was the silver spear that Gu Qingfeng used in operas. It was lighter than a regular spear, and much lighter than Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear. Even so, Han Ye's arm was still slightly numb when he blocked the spear. This brat. What terrifying strength. I must kill him today, or else he will become a great threat to the Han family in the future. Han Yi didn't waste any more time, nor did he show any mercy. I brought my spear here to experience your spear skills, but I probably didn't tell you that I'm best at swordsmanship. After he finished speaking, he stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground and pulled out the treasured sword on his saddle. The light of the sword flashed past Gu Jiao's eyes. In a flash, the assassination attempt on Xiao Heng flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. At that time, the assassin used a long sword. A guess appeared in her mind. That night, the person was you. Second Master Han was just a scapegoat. The real murder was Han Yi. Han Yi was stunned for a moment before he realized that Gu Jiao was probably referring to the assassination attempt on Xiao Luling in the middle of the night 2 days ago. Han Yi didn't deny it, only saying, "You and Xiao Luling are indeed related. That's all the more reason to kill you." He couldn't let the crown princess get such a powerful master. The two sides started to compete again. Rumors liked to exaggerate. If a person only had 1% of strength, they would often be praised as 90%. However, Han Yi was different. He had 10% of strength, but the world only knew 30% of it. Gu Jiao had only recovered 40% of her strength from her previous life, so she wasn't Han Yi's opponent. Gu Jiao's body was gradually covered with wounds. She used her spear to support her gradually weakened body and raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. The #1 master of the younger generation in Chengdu was indeed worthy of her reputation. Han Yi looked at Gu Jiao proudly. "What other skills do you have? Show me all of them. I have a lot of skills. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to live until the end." Shameless boasting.
Die.
Han Yi swung his sword at Gu Jiao to stab her. Gu Jiao's spear touched the ground, and she jumped up. Her toes hooked on a tree branch above her head, and she used the momentum to fly above Han Yi's head. Then, like a dragon soaring into the sea, she chopped down with her spear. Han Yi cut her spear in half with one move. Her body continued to fall, and Han Yi's sword went straight for her heart. She didn't dodge. In a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, she could only hurt herself to kill the enemy. Her previous attack was all a feint. She actually wanted to use her body to catch Han Yi's sword. When the sword entered his body, the distance between them shortened, and the dagger hidden in her left hand could cut his throat. Han Yi realized what Gu Jiao wanted to do, and his eyebrows jumped.
Madman.
This youth from Zhao country was a madman. In order to kill him, he didn't even want his own life. Gu Jiao only had this one chance, but Han Yi didn't. His realm was higher than Gu Jiao's, so he didn't need to take this risk. He planned to stop. Gu Jiao reached out her hand, wanting to grab his sword with her bare hands. This boy wanted to cut off his hand. Han Yi's heart flashed with a chill. This boy's tenacity was really amazing. He had seen ruthless people, but he had never seen someone this ruthless. His sword could cut iron like mud. He dared to guarantee that all 4 of his fingers would be cut off. Just as Gu Jiao was about to die together with Han Yi, a strong sword energy came from the forest, fiercely shaking Han Yi's sword away from Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao grabbed empty air. She fell down, but she didn't fall on Han Yi's body, and she didn't fall on the messy grass. She fell into a familiar embrace.
Oh.
She raised her eyes and dazedly looked at the young handsome face that suddenly appeared in front of her. The little Ahog on the top of her head stood up. He carried her in a princess carry and lightly landed on the ground, gently placing her under a large tree. He took off his cloak and placed it on the ground, letting her sit on his cloak. His cloak was clean and carried a refreshing fragrance. On the other hand, she had already been covered in dust from the fight. Her little face was dirty, and she looked like a stray cat. She looked at him with a confused expression and, "Why are you here?" He didn't rush to answer, but raised his hand to pick the grass and fallen leaves from her hair. He looked at her with a gentle gaze and gently rubbed her head, saying, "Wait for me here." After saying this, he acted like a parent worried that his child wouldn't be able to sit still. He took off the brocade pouch from his waist and handed it to Gu Jiao. There's food inside. Gu Jiao. Han Yi was badly shaken by the sword aura just now. Half of his arm was numb, and it took him a while to regain his senses. He looked warily at the young man who appeared out of nowhere, his gaze cold as he said, "Who are you? What sect do you belong to?" The man stood up and turned to look at Han Yi. The gentleness and doting in his eyes disappeared, and in its place was a murderous aura. He stood with his sword and said word by word in the language of the Yen Kingdom, underground martial arts arena, Gu Chongqing. Chapter 722. Underground Martial Arts Arena, the secret organization that specializes in collecting masters from various countries? Han Yi had seen the masters there before. Many of his sparring partners came from there, but most of those masters were not his opponents at all. This person looked younger than him. Han Yi did not believe that there was someone of the same age who could beat him in martial arts. Han Yi thought for a moment and said coldly, "Are you also the reinforcements invited by the dethroned crown princess?" I really underestimated her. In these years of imprisonment in the imperial mausoleum, she really did have a lot of secret plans. Were you also the one who assassinated the brocade guard in the crown prince's residence? Assassinate the brocade guard in the crown prince's residence? Gu Chongqing glanced behind him and a trace of danger flashed in his eyes. Gu Jiao blinked and pointed at her fingers. "If I don't admit it, it's not me." Gu Chongqing had been in the Yen Kingdom for a long time and could speak Yen Kingdom's language fluently. However, he did not have the talent for languages and could still hear some slight differences in the accent. "Which country are you from?" Han Yi asked. Han Yi wanted to recruit masters for his own use. He did not know that Gu Chongqing was Gu Jiao's elder brother. He only thought that they were allies who worked for the dethroned crown princess. This kind of relationship was often the easiest to break. Gu Chongqing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He hurt his sister like this. He wanted to cut him back sword by sword and knife by knife. Gu Chongqing did what he thought. Where Gu Jiao was hurt, Gu Chongqing made Han Yi suffer 3 times the injury. After dozens of moves, each of his moves saw blood. Han Yi was being suppressed very badly. He was being beaten up by Gu Chongqing. Gu Jiao opened Gu Chongqing's silk pouch. There was a packet of dried meat, Gu Jiao's favorite, a small packet of crab cakes, Gu Jiao's favorite, and a small box of dried plums, Gu Jiao's favorite. Gu Jiao took out the dried meat and ate it while watching the duel. She could clearly see that Gu Chongqing's martial arts had greatly improved compared to when he was in Zhao country. It seemed that he had been dueling a lot in the underground martial arts arena these days. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. All the rewards must have been obtained after going through untold hardships and difficulties. "You're not qualified to bully my sisters," Gu Chongqing said coldly and kicked Han Yi in the chest, sending him flying. Han Yi didn't understand the words spoken in the language of the state of Zhao. He only felt that this person's martial arts were unbelievably strong. Ever since he was young, he had never met a worthy opponent among his peers. The young man in front of him was the first. As if reading Han Yi's thoughts, Gu Chongqing said coldly, "You're wrong. You're the second. If it wasn't for my sister's strength being suppressed by the protective talisman, you little brat would have been a pile of mud." Han Yi wanted to retreat, but Gu Chongqing didn't give him a chance to retreat. He cut his back with a sword. He fell forward and rolled a few times on the ground. He only managed to stabilize himself when he hit a tree stump. His blood flowed all over the ground. Gu Jiao gnawed on a piece of dried meat. Oh, it was good to eat. The difference in strength between Gu Chongqing and Han Yi wasn't so big that Han Yi would be defeated like this. The reason why Han Yi was being beaten was because he had hurt Gu Jiao and touched Gu Chongqing's reverse scale. When people were angry, they could always stimulate their potential and battle strength. Han Yi was lying on the ground with serious injuries. He tried to grab his sword, but Gu Chongqing flicked it away. Gu Chongqing raised his sword and chopped down at Han Yi's head. Han Yi closed his eyes. At this critical moment, 3 hidden weapons were shot from the side with a whooshing sound. Gu Jiao's eyebrows twitched. She waved her hand and shot out Tanghua needles. Two of the hidden weapons were blocked. The other one was blocked by Gu Chongqing's sword. The moment Gu Chongqing blocked the hidden weapon, a man in silver robes used his qinggong to pick up Han Yi from the ground and take him away. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao under the tree and resisted the urge to chase after them. But it was impossible for him to let Han Yi go so easily. He slashed out a ray of sword energy in the air. The other party didn't expect him to have this move and didn't have time to take Han Yi away. With a scream, Han Ye's hamstring was cut off by the sword energy. It's Qi Xian, Gu Jiao said. Qi Xian of the Tang sect. Gu Chongqing frowned. That's him. Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Chongqing said, I've heard of this person in the underground martial arts arena. Qi Xian also came to Xingdu of the Yan Kingdom through the underground martial arts arena. He was ranked 7th on the expert list of the underground martial arts arena of the Yan Kingdom. Gu Chongqing was now ranked 11th. But it took Qi Xian 2 years to reach 7th place. Gu Chongqing had only been here for 2 months. In these 2 months, Gu Chongqing had been fighting almost day and night, just to get to Xingdu as soon as possible. Gu Chongqing put away his long sword and came to Gu Jiao. He knelt down on one knee and asked her, Does it hurt?
What?
Oh, it's hurt. It doesn't hurt. Gu Jiao shook her head lightly. Gu Jiao's injuries were mainly on her arms and front shoulders. It could be seen how hard she fought with Han Yi. Gu Chongqing didn't have any medicine on him. I'll take you to the clinic, Gu Chongqing said. He put Gu Jiao on his back. Gu Jiao said, I can walk. Gu Chongqing didn't want to put her down. You sprained your ankle. Did I? Gu Jiao lay on Gu Chongqing's back and silently turned her right foot. The other one, Gu Chongqing said without looking back. Gu Jiao turned her left foot again. It seemed that she really sprained it. She couldn't turn it anymore. Her ankle should be swollen. She didn't even notice it. Gu Chongqing knew it was like this. She never cared about her own safety, as if getting hurt was a common thing. But if the person she cared about lost a hair, she would let the murderer peel off a layer of skin. The carriage was already broken, and the horse was frightened and ran away. There was only a fainted coachman lying on the ground. When Gu Chongqing walked towards him, he woke up in a daze. Whose coachman? Gu Chongqing asked Gu Jiao. Mine, Gu Jiao said. She switched back to her teenage voice. Gu Chongqing's murderous aura faded, and he said to the coachman, Follow me. The coachman didn't understand what had happened. But when he saw the tragic scene of a fight, he shrank his neck and quickly followed Gu Chongqing. The coachman was from the Yan Kingdom. The brother and sister spoke the language of the Zhao Kingdom, so they didn't have to avoid him. Gu Chongqing's figure was tall. Gu Jiao was lying on his back. She was small. The little ahog on top of her head swayed in the breeze. Gu Chongqing looked at the shadow on the ground and couldn't help laughing. How did you know I was here? Gu Jiao asked. With the coachman here, she spoke in her teenage voice. It was obviously more realistic than when she was fighting at the border. Gu Chongqing said softly, I don't know. I was passing by and saw 2 horses rush out, so I came to take a look. His words were half true. In the Zhao Kingdom, he was a subject. He ate the monarch's salary and carried the monarch's worries. It was his duty to punish evil. But this was not the Zhao Kingdom. He came to the Yan Kingdom to find a way to treat Gu Jiao's loss of control. Everything else had nothing to do with him. But for some reason, he still came here. It was as if there was an invisible force in the dark. Did you suffer a lot of injuries? Gu Jiao saw the inch-long scar on the back of Gu Chongqing's neck. It was obvious that it was newly healed. There must be more on his body. No, I'm not injured. Gu Chongqing didn't know that she saw it and denied it. Gu Jiao didn't ask again. But why did you come to the Yan Kingdom? Gu Chongqing asked. When Gu Chongqing left the Zhao Kingdom, Gu Yan was still alive. Gu Jiao didn't reveal any plans to go to the Yan Kingdom. Gu Jiao told him that Gu Yan was injured by Nangong Li. Yan must have an operation in half a year. I heard that the Yan Kingdom may have an operation room that I want. I wanted to go with you, but you're already on your way. Gu Yan's situation at that time was not suitable for him to travel. Fortunately, he had the admission papers sent by his master in Little Jing Kong. Gu Chongqing didn't expect so many things to happen in the capital after he left. He was not a person who would regret, but at this moment, he couldn't help but think that if he left a few days later, would he be able to come to the Yen Kingdom with them? But on second thought, it might be a good thing that he didn't come with them. It was better not to let his younger siblings see his dark days in the underground martial arts arena.
How's Yen?
He asked. The operation was very successful,
Gu Jiao said.
Gu Chongqing was slightly stunned. The operation has been done? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, I did the operation myself.
Gu Chongqing was relieved.
He couldn't help but ask, will it relapse in the future? Gu Jiao said seriously, recover well. The probability of relapse is not high. Gu Chongqing's lips slightly curved into a gentle arc. Jiao Jiao is really amazing. Gu Jiao seriously agreed. Yes, I think I'm amazing too. Gu Chongqing laughed out loud. He carried Gu Jiao to the side of a wild lotus pond. He bent down and plucked a large lotus leaf. He handed it to the coachman beside him and said in the language of the Yen Kingdom, "Beat my brother well." He almost called her sister. The coachman suddenly understood. So they were brothers. No, you spoil your brothers so much. Do you have to? Let him down. Let him hold the umbrella himself. You can't spoil him. The coachman obediently held the lotus leaf umbrella for Gu Jiao. The top of his head suddenly became cool. Gu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 723. The novel will be updated more quickly. With Gu Qingfeng's lightness skill, it was not a problem for him to get rid of the two masters of Hanyi. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng and Xiaoheng should have already met up with the people of the State Preceptor Hall with a small medicine box. Gu Chongqing continued to carry Gu Jiao forward. My carriage is just ahead. After passing through this forest, we will arrive. There are also a few people from the martial arts arena accompanying me. He explained the situation to Gu Jiao in advance so that they would not find strangers there when they arrived. If Gu Jiao did not want to see the people from the martial arts arena, he would let her wait nearby while he drove the carriage over. Okay. Gu Jiao did not mind. Thinking of something, Gu Chongqing asked, by the way, the two people just now, one is Qi Xian. Who is the other? Gu Jiao said, the heir of the Han family, Han Yi. Gu Chongqing muttered, the crown prince's mother's family? Gu Jiao grunted, hugged his neck, and looked at him curiously. You know about this? Gu Chongqing tilted his head slightly at her, with a bit of intimacy, and said in a lighter tone, I asked about some news of Xingdu at the martial arts arena. After a pause, he asked, why did he want to kill you? Gu Jiao said, the former crown princess was injured. The monarch asked me to save the former crown princess, but he did not want me to go. In addition, I have some other grievances with the Han family. Gu Chongqing frowned. Other grievances? It's a long story. Gu Jiao was a person who could use her hands but not her mouth, so her words were very concise and comprehensive, and every sentence hit the nail on the head. Gu Chongqing was silent after hearing this. He never expected that Gu Qingfeng would also come, and in such a way. Even when he was fighting at the border, he had already noticed the growth of his second brother, but he had never thought that it would be such a great growth. Actually, he didn't need Gu Qingfeng to be so tenacious. It wasn't just him. In fact, his grandfather didn't put too much pressure on Gu Qingfeng either. As for his second son, it was enough for him to be a carefree and happy young master of an aristocratic family for the rest of his life. In a situation where there was no external force to force him, he carried the burden on his own shoulders. They were all constantly growing in order to protect the people they cared about. There were too many shocking things. Other than Gu Qingfeng's experience as a slave in the Han family, there were also the grudges between Gu Jiao and Han Che and Han Shizi, as well as the entanglement between Xiaoheng and the Yen royal family. It looked like this trip to Great Yen was not going to be a peaceful one. While the siblings were talking, the carriage was already in front of them. There were a total of 3 carriages. The last carriage was the most ordinary one used to transport luggage. The middle carriage, the most spacious one, belonged to Gu Chongqing. The leading carriage, which was ordinary, belonged to the manager of the underground martial arts arena, Pang Hai. He was the one who recommended Gu Chongqing to Xing City. The fact that Gu Chongqing could bring Gu Jiao to see him proved that this person was trustworthy. Pang Hai was a man in his 30s, but he looked like he was in his 40s due to his anxious appearance. From afar, he saw Gu Chongqing carrying a person on his back and bringing another person with him, walking towards them with steady steps. Pang Hai suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. This king of hell went into the forest and actually brought 2 people back, and he even carried one of them on his back. Anyone who dared to come within 3 feet of the king of hell would be beaten up like a dog. Otherwise, how did the title of king of hell come about? And because the coachman wanted to hold the lotus leaf umbrella for Gu Jiao, he would bump into Gu Chongqing from time to time, but Gu Chongqing didn't show any anger in his eyes. Pang Hai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Pang Hai got off the carriage and walked towards Gu Chongqing, asking, "Chongqing, what's going on?" Gu Chongqing calmly explained, "Someone was robbed in the forest. After asking, I found out that she was a fellow villager from Zhao country. She was injured." Coachman. And now she's not a younger brother? The coachman was a nobody, so he naturally wouldn't care about the private affairs of these nobles. Working in Xing City, one should mind their own business. Gu Chongqing carefully weighed the information he got from Gu Jiao before deciding to temporarily hide his relationship with Gu Jiao and the others. Pang Hai, like hell I'll believe you. Your aura is different. Gu Chongqing didn't care whether Pang Hai believed him or not. Even if he didn't believe him, Pang Hai had no evidence. He came to Xing City with Pang Hai, and Pang Hai was his guarantor. If something happened to him, Pang Hai would be implicated. So it could be said that he and Pang Hai were in the same boat. Pang Hai smiled and said to Gu Jiao, "My surname is Pang, and my first name is Hai. I see that you're quite young, so you can call me Brother Hai or Big C." Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Fatty Big C's? How could someone have such a strange name? Pang Hai was speechless. "Can I trouble you to lend me some medicine?" Gu Chongqing said to Pang Hai. He paused and said, "I want to send my fellow villager back. Can I trouble you to send this coachman back? I'll meet you at the inn later." "Do you know which inn?" Pang Hai asked. "The Floating Cloud Inn," Gu Chongqing said. Seeing that he remembered correctly, Pang Hai turned around and went to his carriage to get the medicine. He took the bottle with the best effect. By the time he came to deliver the medicine to Gu Chongqing had already carried Gu Jiao into the carriage. Gu Jiao's left ankle was swollen badly. Even her instep was swollen, and her shoe was about to burst open. Gu Chongqing sat down beside Gu Jiao, picked up her foot, and gently placed it on his lap. "Let me take a look. Bear with it." When Pang Hai came to deliver the medicine to Gu Chongqing, he caught a glimpse of Gu Chongqing taking off her shoe and holding her white, tender, chubby foot with his broad palm. Pang Hai was stunned. Was it that shocking? You. Don't tell me you're interested in her? No wonder you're not interested in women. It turns out you're interested in men. Moreover, she's so much smaller than me. Do you have any shame? No wonder Pang Hai misunderstood. Gu Chongqing was too difficult to get along with. Once, the most famous courtesan took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but he thought she was an assassin and knocked her down. That courtesan had broken 3 of her ribs and was still lying on the bed. Public morals were deteriorating day by day. Pang Hai handed the medicine through the window and put it on the table. Then he left without looking back. Imperial Palace, Yaoyang Hall. Shang Guanyan's breath was gradually weakening. The Imperial Preceptor gave her a life-prolonging pill, but it didn't have much effect. The Emperor didn't go to the morning court. He wandered around the room, looking at the door from time to time. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He was a tyrant, a madman. No one knew what terrible things he would do in anger. All the palace servants were silent. He impatiently shouted, "Still not coming? Is the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall dead?" The Imperial Preceptor Hall had an outstanding status. The Emperor of Great Yen rarely used such heavy words to reprimand the Imperial Preceptor Hall. Zhang Dequan hurriedly trotted out and said to the eunuch at the door, "Go and see if the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall has come back." The Emperor looked at the Imperial Preceptor and angrily said, "I already said to let Wang Su bring people to kidnap him. You said to let the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall invite him here." The Imperial Preceptor said, "I'm afraid Wang Su can't kidnap that kid." Humph. The Emperor coldly flicked his sleeve. "He's coming. He's coming." Zhang Dequan suddenly rushed into the room and said excitedly, "The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall brought him here." The Emperor frowned and said, "Quickly let them in." "Yes." Zhang Dequan shouted outside, "Hurry up, all of you, hurry up." They were in a hurry. The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall and Xiaoheng almost rushed to Zhaoyang Hall at full speed. Although Gu Jiao had entered the palace, she did not have an audience with the emperor. Therefore, the emperor did not know Xiao Luling. His gaze fell on the ordinary-looking young man and said, "You are Xiao Luling?" Xiaoheng looked at the screen in front of the bed and said, "I am Xiao Luling's medicine boy. We were chased on the way, and she was stopped by the assassins. This is her medicine box." As he spoke, he took down the small basket on his back and handed it to Zhang Dequan, who was beside him. He knew to hand it to the eunuch in charge. This was not a rule that an ordinary medicine boy could understand. However, at this critical juncture, no one would care about this small detail. The emperor wanted to invite a doctor for the former crown princess. In the end, the doctor was assassinated on the way here. No one would believe that this was a coincidence. The emperor was furious. "Call Wang Su here." Zhang Dequan hurriedly said, "Yes." The Imperial Preceptor Hall gave Xiaoheng a deep look. Xiaoheng also glanced at the Imperial Preceptor Hall. This person was very similar to the Imperial Preceptor that Gu Jiao had described. He appeared beside the emperor without any flattery or fear. He should be the Imperial Preceptor Hall. The Imperial Preceptor Hall knew that Gu Jiao did not have a medicine boy by her side. Otherwise, she would have brought him along when she went to perform the surgery on Gu Yan last time. Of course, he could also say that he was new. He just did not know if the Imperial Preceptor Hall would believe him. "Give me the medicine box," the Imperial Preceptor Hall said to Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan took out the small medicine box and handed it to the Imperial Preceptor Hall. The Imperial Preceptor Hall picked up the small medicine box and walked behind the screen. Xiaoheng's gaze was fixed on the screen. It was only a few steps away, but he could not cross it. "That medicine boy, come and help," the Imperial Preceptor Hall said lightly. Xiaoheng's eyes moved. He did not care if the emperor agreed or not, and walked over. The Imperial Preceptor Hall put the small medicine box on the stool beside the bed and said to Xiaoheng, "Open it." "You didn't even try, and directly asked me to open it. Are you too lazy to do it yourself, or do you know that only I can open it in this room?" Xiaoheng's heart flashed with doubts. But to be honest, he was not sure whether he could open it or not. If he couldn't open it, would he really have to kick it in front of the Imperial Preceptor? Fortunately, Xiaoheng gently touched it, and it automatically popped open. It was very easy to open. The Imperial Preceptor Hall's face did not change at all. He took out hemostatic medicine and several medicines that Xiaoheng had never seen before from the medicine box. Then he began to deal with Shangguan Yan's injuries. Shangguan Yan was bruised all over. The minor injuries had been dealt with by the Imperial Preceptor Hall. The next thing to deal with was the serious injury on her waist. Shangguan Yan's situation was not good. Even with the emergency medicine, she could only be temporarily stabilized. The Imperial Preceptor Hall said, "She needs surgery." The Emperor said from behind the screen, "Then give her the surgeries." The Imperial Preceptor Hall said, "I can't do this surgery. Only Xiao Luling can do it. Moreover, she doesn't have much time. If she can't be operated on within half an hour, she will lose the last chance to be treated." Half an hour, Xiaoheng clenched his fingers. The Emperor sent Wang Su and the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall to pick up Xiao Luling. If they didn't bring him back, they would be beheaded. Xiao Luling was being hunted down. No one could guarantee that he was still alive. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, it would take more than half an hour to get from the Imperial Palace to the place where the incident happened. Even if the Han family's Black Wind cavalry were used, it would be impossible to bring him back in time. A suffocating atmosphere filled the entire Zhaoyang Hall. Shangguan Yan's life was fading away. Xiao Heng's heart was aching. He suddenly couldn't breathe. Was he worried about Zhao Jiao? Or... The Imperial Preceptor pinched Shangguan Yan's wrist. Not good. Her pulse is gone. Xiao Heng's eyes trembled. Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Coming. Coming.
Outside the door, Zhang Dequan's excited voice sounded. It was Wang Su, who led the people into the palace. As soon as he arrived at the palace gate, he met Gu Jiao, who was coming down from the carriage. Get out. Gu Jiao strode into the room. The Emperor. Gu Jiao, you also get out. The Emperor. The Emperor was thrown out. In the room, except for Xiao Heng and the Imperial Preceptor, everyone was cleared out by Gu Jiao. Xiao Heng waited outside the screen. The scene was a bit bloody. Gu Jiao didn't want him to see it. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and disinfected her hands with disinfectant. The Imperial Preceptor described Shangguan Yan's situation. Gu Jiao quickly came to a conclusion. There are 2 fractures in the waist, with many soft tissue contusions and more potential injuries. This place is not suitable for surgery. Prepare a stretcher. The Imperial Preceptor glanced at her and reminded her. She has no pulse. Gu Jiao raised a pair of gloved hands and came to the bed. Looking at the bloodless Shangguan Yan, she calmly and quickly said, I know. Save her first. 1 milligram of epinephrine. Ready to inject. Chapter 724. The novel is updated faster. After using 4 bottles of epinephrine, Shangguan Yan's blood pressure and pulse were restored. Blood pressure is normal. Pulse is normal. The State Preceptor said. Stretcher. Gu Jiao said. She put away the sphygmomanometer. The State Preceptor went to the door and ordered a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall to take his junior brothers to carry the stretcher. The king frowned and said, Where are we going to carry her? The State Preceptor said, The State Preceptor Hall. She can't be treated here. The king didn't ask why they couldn't treat her. He just frowned and said to Zhang Dequan, You go too? Yes. Zhang Dequan and the disciples of the State Preceptor Hall carried the stretcher, mainly the disciples of the State Preceptor Hall. Xiao Heng looked deeply at Shangguan Yan, who was covered in blood, being carried out on a stretcher. His heart tightened for no reason. This feeling was too strange. Gu Jiao had already taken off her gloves. When she brushed past him, she secretly pinched his fingers. This seemingly inadvertent small action had a silent comfort. Then she went out of the door and said, Medicine boy, keep up. The king's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's young and immature face, and his eyes flashed with suspicion. Obviously, Gu Jiao was too young. It was hard to believe that her medical skills were persuasive. But the king heard the whole process of Gu Jiao's rescue. Indeed, Gu Jiao was the one who took the lead. Her voice was young and inexperienced, but her tone revealed calmness that was inconsistent with her young age. The king said to Gu Jiao in a deep voice, If you can't cure her, bring me your heads. Gu Jiao glanced at the king and said, If she's cured, won't you bring me your head to thank me? The king angrily said, Youth. Zhang Dequan risked his life to stop the king and said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Saving people is more important. Saving people is more important. Boy, you're really bold. You even dared to talk back to the king. And to such an extent that they were left speechless. The State Preceptor nodded slightly at the monarch. We'll leave first. After the operation, I'll immediately send someone to the palace to inform His Majesty of the results. A storm was brewing in the monarch's eyes. Zhang Dequan coughed softly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Thank you for your trouble, State Preceptor and young Master Xiao. The State Preceptor, Gu Jiao, and Xiao Heng took Shangguan Yan to the carriage of the State Preceptor Palace. The roads in the Yan Kingdom were well built. There were no bumps along the way. With the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall leading the way, The pedestrians made way for them. They were almost unimpeded.
Gu Jiao sighed.
This is an ancient ambulance. The carriage stopped outside the Qilin Hall. 2 disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Palace quickly and steadily carried the stretcher down. The group went straight to the empty room guarded by 2 men of sacrifice at the end of the right corridor. Xiaoheng waited in the ward where Gu Yanwen stayed. If Shengguan Yan's operation was successful, she would also be sent to this ward to recuperate. They are all trustworthy people, the state preceptor said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao understood. She stepped into the room, put the small medicine box in the groove on the wall, and entered the operating room with the state preceptor and the 2 disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Palace who were carrying the stretcher. When the 2 saw such a scene, they didn't say a word. They silently carried the patient to the operating table. After placing the patient in the prone position as required, they left under the state preceptor's signal. Gu Jiao looked around and said, "The equipment is different from the last time. Are we entering a different operating room every time?" The state preceptor came to the sink, carefully washed his hands, opened the cabinet door, and took out 2 sets of surgical gowns. There are indeed several operating rooms in this dimension according to the needs of the patient. Why is it the same as the small medicine box? Gu Jiao muttered. The state preceptor lightly said, "Are you curious now? Let's make you think about it last time." Gu Jiao also cleaned up and changed into the surgical gown. She looked around the operating room with advanced equipment and said, "This is the first time I've seen these equipment, but I seem to know how to use them." The state preceptor looked at her meaningfully.
So?
Gu Jiao thought seriously and suddenly realized, "I'm really a genius." The state preceptor was speechless. The state preceptor saw Gu Jiao take out a box of powder from the cabinet. He asked, "Are you going to use bone cement?" Gu Jiao said, "No, she's still young. She can't use bone cement casually. I'm looking for pedicle screws." Bone cement was a solidified liquid that could be injected into the repair site through puncture. After it hardened, it would become a part of the human bone. However, it was a foreign body after all. Although the short-term effect was good, there might be long-term complications. After a long time, it might require a second infusion. The state preceptor asked, "Haven't you considered conservative treatment?" Gu Jiao opened another cabinet. "Let her lie down for 3 months? With her temper, I'm afraid she can't lie down." "Ah, found it." The state preceptor looked at Shengguan Yan and then looked at Gu Jiao. He didn't ask how Gu Jiao knew about Shengguan Yan's temperament. But to be honest, considering all of Shengguan Yan's injuries, she was indeed not suitable for conservative treatment. Everything was ready. Gu Jiao and the state preceptor came to the 2 sides of the operating table. Gu Jiao, the patient's condition. The state preceptor, the anesthesia is complete. Her heart rate and blood pressure are normal. Gu Jiao, the operation begins. Xiaoheng stood quietly in the side room and waited. Zhang Dequan also came over. He didn't know if he volunteered or the emperor asked him to come. There were many side rooms here, but he didn't stay in the side room. Instead, he walked back and forth in the corridor. He was worried that he would make too much noise and affect Shengguan Yan's treatment, so he walked very quietly. He tiptoed like a thief. Xiaoheng seemed calmer than him, but his heart was in turmoil. After experiencing life and death, there were few things in the world that could make him feel uneasy. Gu Jiao had successfully escaped from danger. His uneasiness at this moment came from another woman. But it was strange, wasn't it? He tried to calm himself down. Worrying was useless. What he needed to do now was to figure out the whole story and find out the initiator of the incident, as well as the executioners who helped the tyrant. Eunuch Zhang. He stopped Zhang Dequan in the corridor. He remembered that the little eunuch in Zhaoyang Hall called him that. Zhang Dequan stopped and looked at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng had changed his appearance. At this time, he had an ordinary face. Even his phoenix eyes had turned red phoenix eyes. Zhang Dequan didn't recognize him. "You are Xiao Yulong's medicine boy?" Zhang Dequan asked.
"Yes,"
Xiaoheng said.
"Ah."
Zhang Dequan saw that Xiaoheng obviously had something to say. He looked at the operating room guarded by death soldiers and silently walked to Xiaoheng's room. What's the matter? Xiaoheng was about to speak when a little eunuch in the palace walked over. Eunuch Zhang, people from the rearguard commandery are here. They want to take Xiao Liulong's medicine boy to the rearguard commandery for interrogation. They were going to investigate the assassination. Xiaoheng was in disguise. He would be exposed after entering the rearguard commandery. There was a high chance that he would be tortured a little if he testified that the Han family's heir was the murderer. Zhang Dequan didn't interfere with the rearguard commandery's arrest. After all, the rearguard commandery was His Majesty's trusted yamen. At this moment, a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall came over. It was the eldest disciple of the State Preceptor Hall, Yi Qing. Yi Qing said to the little eunuch, "This is the State Preceptor Hall. If there's anything, wait until the State Preceptor comes out." The little eunuch opened his mouth. But the rearguard commandery, Yi Qing flicked his long sleeves and said with a strong aura, "The rearguard commandery is not qualified to arrest people in the State Preceptor Hall." The little eunuch was so scared that he trembled. "Yes, I'll pass on the message now." After the little eunuch left quickly, Yi Qing greeted Zhang Dequan and then looked at Xiaoheng. His tone and expression were much more polite than before. "You're young Master Zhao's medicine boy, right? My name is Yi Qing, and I'm the eldest disciple of the State Preceptor Hall. The State Preceptor has prepared some medicinal herbs for young Master Xiao. Come with me to get them." Xiaoheng nodded and walked out of the Qilin Hall with Yi Qing. Yi Qing said, "The little brothers have put the medicinal herbs in the library. It's right in front." Xiaoheng said, "Thank you." The two of them walked toward the library together. Yi Qing suddenly sighed and said, "Such a big thing has happened to the former crown princess. The entire palace is in an uproar. Although the former crown princess has been demoted to a commoner, the concubines have watched her grow up. Before dawn, the concubines asked for a decree to go to the imperial ancestral temple to worship the ancestors and pray for the former crown princess. As the deputy commander of the imperial guards, Heir Han is also in the ranks of the entourage." Xiaoheng's eyes moved and looked at Yi Qing. "Heir Han has been in the imperial ancestral temple all this time?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "Yes, the imperial ancestral temple is in the outer court, which is what the people call the front palace. If the concubines want to go out of the harem, they naturally have the imperial guards to escort them." The concubines prayed until noon. Heir Han's imperial guards escorted the concubines back to the harem before leaving. They were clearly assassinated at 9 in the morning. He had already entered the palace at midnight. If Han Yi had been in the imperial ancestral temple all this time, then Han Yi had a perfect alibi. If he had been taken away by the people of the rearguard commandery and accused Han Yi in front of all the officials, he would definitely be judged as framing. Gu Jiao and Han Yi fought, and the Han Yi in the forest was the real one. The Han Yi in the imperial ancestral temple was a substitute, and he used the same disguise technique as him. No wonder Han Yi dared to personally assassinate the doctor invited by the monarch.
If he succeeded, it would be best.
If they couldn't succeed, they would be jumping into the pit they had dug by testifying against Han Yi. The result would not only be unable to bring down the Han family, but also make the crown princess's injury a trick to frame the Han family and the crown prince. Good calculation. Really good calculation. But why did Yi Qing tell him this? Was it unintentional or intentional? "We're here," Yi Qing said to Xiaoheng. "Let's go in." Xiaoheng and Yi Qing entered the library together. The library was very quiet, which complemented Yi Qing's peaceful temperament. Yi Qing looked like an easy-to-get-along-with young man, but with a kind of polite alienation, which didn't let people get too close. The disciples saluted him one by one. "Eldest senior brother." Yi Qing nodded politely. Yi Qing took Xiaoheng through rows of bookshelves and came to his desk. He looked at the medicine basket on the table and said, "Ah, it's here. I'll do it," Xiaoheng said. Xiaoheng stepped forward and picked up the heavy medicine basket, but he didn't know if he was too strong, but he accidentally knocked over a painting scroll on the side. Xiaoheng bowed and picked up the painting scroll.
Sorry.
Yiqing took it, spread it out, and smiled. It's okay, this is the portrait of the imperial grandson, painted 3 years ago. The imperial grandson. Xiaoheng's heart flashed a trace of subtlety, and he subconsciously looked at the portrait. When he saw the young man in the portrait, and the familiar mole under the young man's right eye, he was stunned. Chapter 725. In the study of Zhonghe Palace, the monarch was reading through a mountain of memorials. The monarch was a tyrant and a madman, but he was not slacking off on the road of ruling the country diligently. Zhang Dequan was not around as he had gone to the Grand Preceptor Palace. The one serving him was Zhang Dequan's godson, also surnamed Zhang. The people in the palace called him Little Zhang. Little Zhang imitated his godfather's usual way of serving the monarch. He fanned when he should and poured tea when he should. He did not say much. However, when Little Zhang was fanning halfway, the monarch suddenly said in a deep voice, "Stand down." Little Zhang trembled in fright. What happened to His Majesty? Was he not serving the monarch well enough? The monarch said coldly, "Call Zhang Dequan here?" "Yes." "Wait. Your Majesty." "Forget it. Forget it? Who is it?" "Forget it. Forget it. You go, or forget it. You don't have to go." Serving His Majesty was indeed not a job that an ordinary person could do. If his godfather was here, he would definitely understand His Majesty's meaning, but he did not. His Majesty had already beaten countless annoying eunuchs to death. Would he also end up without a corpse left behind? If he had known, he would not have curried favor with his godfather and asked for this job. "Your Majesty, Commandant Guan requests an audience." A eunuch reported outside the door. "Come in," the monarch said, and frowned at Little Zhang. "Fan him."
Little Zhang was relieved.
He grabbed the fan and continued fanning the monarch. Commandant Guan Wang Su was here to report to the monarch about the investigation. Wang Su cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I went to the forest where they encountered the assassin and did not find any useful clues. The people from the commandant's manor wanted to capture the medicine boy for questioning, but they were stopped by the people from the Grand Preceptor Palace." The monarch snorted. "You went to the Grand Preceptor Palace to capture someone. You are very bold." Wang Su lowered his head. This subordinate knows his mistake. Although the rearguard commandery was His Majesty's trusted aide, its status in the imperial court was still inferior to the imperial preceptor hall. There was nothing wrong with capturing a medicine boy for interrogation. The only mistake was that he wanted to do it in the state preceptor's hall. How could the imperial preceptor hall face this? In fact, if the former crown princess was not waiting for the operation, Xiao Luling would have been called to the rearguard commandery to cooperate with the investigation. "Continue investigating," the monarch said. "Yes." Wang Su cupped his fists. This subject will take his leave. He had come here to test His Majesty's attitude and see if he would allow him to take someone from the Grand Preceptor Hall. It seemed that the Imperial Preceptor Hall still held an unshakable position in His Majesty's heart. After Wang Su left, the monarch continued to force himself to calm down and read the memorials. All of a sudden, a little being was peeking out from outside the door. He seemed to want to come in but was a little hesitant. The moment the monarch looked over, she retracted her little head. The monarch said calmly, "I've seen you.
Come in."
Okay. The young Canton princess climbed up the high threshold and jumped in. She did not walk around the desk to the king's side, as usual. Instead, she politely stood in front of the desk, wishing that she could be thousands of miles away from the king. The distance between her and the king would never be able to touch her little butt. "Don't you have class today?" the monarch asked. "School is over," the young Canton princess said. "What's the matter?" the monarch asked. The young Canton princess twiddled her little fingers and rolled her eyes. "I want to go outside the palace." The young Canton princess didn't know about Shangguan Yan's matter. No one would talk about this kind of thing with a child, and no one dared to gossip in front of her. Therefore, she didn't know that the monarch had something on his mind. The monarch's face was as bad as ever, but even if he didn't have anything on his mind, the young Canton princess was already used to it. The monarch. Where do you want to go? The young Canton princess, the state preceptor hall. The monarch. Why do you want to go to the state preceptor hall? The young Canton princess said with a guilty conscience, just for fun. She lost her uncle's thrush bird. She heard that the state preceptor was omnipotent, so she wanted to ask him to help her make an identical thrush bird so that she didn't have to lie and say that she lent the thrush bird to her classmate. The young Canton princess said in a childish voice, "Your Majesty, take me there." The monarch picked up a booklet and said, "I'm very busy." The young Canton princess said wittily, "Let Eunuch Zhang take me there." Eunuch Zhang was stunned. The monarch said, "Zhang de Quan is not here." The young Canton princess opened her mouth. The monarch blocked her way in a second and said, "No one else can." The young Canton princess closed her mouth. The monarch thought that the little bean would use her invincible crying attack, but who would have thought that she didn't? The young Canton princess hung her little head in arms and walked away sadly. The monarch. "Don't you want to struggle?" State Preceptor Hall. Zhang de Quan paced back and forth in the corridor so many times that he felt that the soles of his shoes were worn out. He looked at the iron door that was guarded by 2 men of sacrifice and said anxiously, "It's been more than 2 hours. Why hasn't she come out yet? Is the treatment not going well?" He patted his palm with the back of his hand and said, "What should we do? What should we do?" In the operating room, the operation was coming to an end. The pedicle screws had been inserted into the spine, and the next step was to fix these screws with a metal connecting rod. Traditional surgery used a large incision to completely expose the wound, and the connecting rod could be directly inserted into the pedicle screw slots. However, Gu Jiao was doing percutaneous minimally invasive surgery, so she had to use a special rod inserter to insert the rod from the tail of the pedicle screws and then cross the slots of each nail. This was a subcutaneous puncture, and the slots were only so big. Gu Jiao's hand couldn't shake at all, otherwise it wouldn't be able to go in. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. Fortunately, Gu Jiao's hand was very steady. "Seal the cap,"
Gu Jiao said.
The state preceptor handed the cap to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao first tightened the cap on the side without the rod inserter, then took out the rod inserter on the other side, and lifted the cap on the other side. Finally, she removed the tail rod and sutured the wound. Gu Jiao took out the protein thread and did an intradermal suture for Shangguan Yan. This way, she didn't need to remove the suture, and it would look more beautiful after recovery. The only problem was that it was more difficult than an extradermal suture. "You are very attentive to her," the state preceptor said. "Not bad,"
Gu Jiao said.
The state preceptor and Gu Jiao packed up the medical supplies and asked, "How is your brother's recovery?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "Not bad." Gu Jiao introduced her as a friend to the state preceptor, but during the operation, Gu Yan called her sister, so Gu Jiao didn't hide it. Anyway, he knew too much, so he didn't lack this information. After the operation was completed, the state preceptor called an experienced disciple to come over and used the state preceptor's special stretcher to send Shangguan Yan to the side room. Gu Jiao, oh, he also knows how to make a stretcher. The state preceptor is not bad. When Zhang de Quan saw Shangguan Yan being pushed out, he rushed forward and asked, "Is the former crown princess okay?" The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Thanks to Dr. Xiao, the operation was very successful."
Ah.
Zhang de Quan looked at Gu Jiao in amazement. He really didn't expect this young man's medical skills to be so brilliant. He didn't understand the difficulty of the operation. Xiao Luolang was the first person to be called a doctor by the state preceptor. "Thank you, Dr. Xiao." Zhang de Quan also changed his words. "I will report your contribution to the emperor." Gu Jiao directly handed him a list. Zhang de Quan was stunned. "This is Gu Jiao. The consultation fee, medicine fee. Let your emperor pay, no credit." Zhang de Quan. The state preceptor still had some affairs to deal with in the hall, so he left first. Before leaving, he asked someone to call Yu He. Gu Jiao entered the room with a small medicine box. The other two disciples put Shangguan Yen on the bed and then retreated. Gu Jiao's operation directly went from noon to the afternoon. The weather was a bit hot, but fortunately, the room was ventilated enough. The breeze blew the fragrance of bamboo in the courtyard, making people not so dry. Shangguan Yan's operation was done with general anesthesia. At this time, the anesthetic effect had not yet worn off, so she was sleeping soundly. Her small basket was on the table, but Xiaoheng was not there.
Huh?
Where's husband? Gu Jiao also put the small medicine box on the table. As soon as her voice fell, Xiaoheng came in with a medicine basket. His expression was somewhat complicated. Seeing Gu Jiao, he was stunned at first, then looked at Shangguan Yen on the bed. How are you? Not Shangguan Yen, but how are you? Not only the one who was more seriously injured. Gu Jiao lightly said, I'm fine. She's also fine. The operation was very successful. Will the stitches be removed in a few days? Xiaoheng's impression was that the stitches were removed during the operation. Generally, after removing the stitches, the patient would recover. No need to remove the stitches. Gu Jiao shook her head, but the nails will be removed in half a year to a year. The specific situation depends on her recovery. Nails? Xiaoheng's pupils shrank. Gu Jiao said, there are 8 screws in her spine. Xiaoheng's eyes were cold, his big hands tightly clenched into fists. His mind flashed the back of her seriously digging the watermelon, and the fear of being rejected by him when she handed the watermelon to him, and the hurt and loneliness that flashed in her eyes when he didn't reach out to take it. He didn't know that she would become like this. He didn't know. Gu Jiao gently pulled Xiaoheng's cold fingers. She will get better. Xiaoheng grabbed Gu Jiao's hand, like grasping the last trace of light and reason in the darkness. His mood gradually calmed down. Well, she will get better. He put the medicine basket on the table. The two people's hands didn't separate. They looked at each other and opened their mouths at the same time. Your feet, one sprained, and the other was scratched. It wasn't too obvious at first, but after standing for a long time, the two people's feet were swollen high, almost bursting their shoes. Let me see. Let me see. The two people spoke in unison again. Gu Jiao curved her lips and said, It's okay, I've applied medicine. I've also applied it. Xiaoheng said. Even so, the two still insisted on looking at each other's wounds. Gu Jiao's feet were frighteningly swollen, but it wasn't serious. Xiaoheng's wound was deeper, so Gu Jiao reapplied medicine and bandaged it. Gu Jiao put away the gauze and scissors. Xiaoheng looked at her busy little figure and asked, How did you get rid of Han Yi? Gu Jiao told him about Gu Chongqing's appearance. Unfortunately, Qi Xian suddenly appeared and rescued Han Yi. Otherwise, he would have definitely died under Gu Chongqing's sword. Of course, Han Yi shouldn't be happy too early. Gu Chongqing cut off 2 of his hamstrings. Even if he didn't die, he would be half a cripple. Gu Jiao sat down on the stool next to Xiaoheng and pointed at the medicine basket on the table. Right? What's this? Xiaoheng said. State Teacher Palace's eldest disciple, Yi Qing, just came over. He said that state teacher prepared medicine for you. And? I didn't ask him for any medicine. Gu Jiao put the medicine basket on her lap and casually flipped through it. I don't really need it, so I don't need it. It seemed that Yi Qing's medicine was fake, but the message was real. Was it his own idea, or was it state teacher's order? If it was state teacher's order, why would state teacher do this? He even let him see the portrait of the imperial grandson. If he was really just an ordinary medicine boy, state teacher wouldn't do this. But he clearly changed his appearance, so how did state teacher recognize him? Could it be that the rumors were true, that the state teacher of Great Yen knew everything from astronomy to geography, could divination, and could predict fate? Knock, knock, knock. There was knocking on the door. I'm State Teacher Palace's disciple, Yuhi. Is young Master Xiao here? I had the kitchen make some food and bring it to you. Gu Jiao yawned. Come in. Yuhi stepped in and put the food box on the table. I'll be next door. If young Master Xiao needs anything, feel free to call me. Okay.
Gu Jiao said.
Yuhi looked at the two men tightly holding hands. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out. Although they were men, but they were quite compatible. Xiaoheng didn't have any appetite. But then he remembered that Gu Jiao also hadn't eaten anything all day, so he asked, "Are you hungry?" Gu Jiao yawned again and, "I'm okay." Xiaoheng asked softly, "Are you tired?" Gu Jiao sat up straight, her eyes as big as copper bells. "I'm not tired," Xiaoheng said. "Then eat something before you sleep." Gu Jiao, "Okay." In the next second, Xiaoheng's shoulders sank. Gu Jiao's small head leaned down and fell asleep. Xiaoheng felt a burst of heartache and sadness. He put down the lid of the food box, held Gu Jiao's head with his hand, and slowly stood up. His arms went around her back and knees, and gently carried her to the small bed. Her energy was as exuberant as little Jing Kong. She rarely got tired like this. She said it lightly, but the fight with Han Yi was definitely not that simple. Xiaoheng gently rolled up her sleeves and saw the hideous wound. 1, 2, 3. She stood on the operating table with her swollen feet and raised the scalpel with her scarred arms. Xiaoheng's eyes were slightly hot, and his chest was swollen. Perhaps only at such a time did he dare to show undisguised emotions in his eyes. He didn't want to stand behind and watch the people around him get hurt one by one. Since he couldn't stay out of the whirlpool, he would let the Han family, the Crown Prince, and all the people who wanted to trample on them get involved. How old is the Crown Prince? 19. Do you know his exact birthday? It seems to be in the 12th lunar month. What a coincidence. My birthday is also in the 12th lunar month. It's New Year's Eve. Xiaoheng sat quietly by the table, looking at the portrait he brought from the library. Then, he ground the ink, picked up the brush, and dipped it in a drop of ink. Your Majesty. A carriage stopped at the gate of the State Preceptor Hall. The disciples of the State Preceptor Hall hurriedly came forward to salute. The king led the 4-year-old princess out of the carriage. Zhang Dequan followed beside them. The king pointed at the towering gate in front of them and said, "This is the State Preceptor Hall that you wanted to come to." The princess, "Wow." The king snorted. "What's there to wow about? It's not as big as the palace." "Then I still have to wow." She was a child with a sense of ceremony. After the king got out of the carriage, he let go of the princess's hand and let her walk on her own. His strides were bigger than usual, and it was difficult for the princess to keep up. The king went straight to the Qilin Hall. Just as he reached the gate, he ran into the crown prince and his entourage. The entourage was the crown prince, the crown prince's guards, and a few servants carrying brocade boxes. Prince Ming didn't come because he was grounded by the king. When the crown prince saw the king, he bowed respectfully. "Father." The princess politely greeted, "Cousin Crown Prince." The crown prince smiled pleasantly. "Light Shui is here too?" The princess nodded. "Yes, I'm here to play." "What are you doing here?" the king asked the crown prince. The crown prince said, "Father, I'm here to visit third sister." The king's face darkened and said to the crown prince, "Who told you that she's your sister?" The crown prince hurriedly bowed. "Father, please calm down. I've misspoken. Please forgive me." "Humph." The king coldly entered the hall of the Qilin Hall and walked to the corridor on the right. The crown prince respectfully followed the king, slightly half a step behind. As he walked, he said casually, "I've just received the news, Han Yi, he had an accident." The king said lightly, "What can happen to him?" "He was still in the palace this morning." The crown prince said calmly, "It happened after he left the palace. On the way back, he was plotted against, and his legs were seriously injured." The whereabouts of the assassin is still unknown. Before he finished, the king pushed open the door to the room where Shang Guanyan was resting. They saw a tall and handsome figure sitting by the bed. He was wearing a plain white gown, and his hair was as black as ink. His hair was tied behind his head with a white ribbon. A light breeze blew by, causing his hair tie and black hair to flutter, and it slowly emitted a scholarly temperament that was like an ink painting, yet it also faintly revealed a trace of the nobility of the imperial family. "Who are you?" the crown prince frowned and asked. The other party stood up and turned around unhurriedly. The crown prince suddenly had an ominous premonition. I can't let him turn around. I can't. No, unfortunately, it was too late. Not only did he turn around, but he also revealed a face that was almost the same as the young man in the portrait. Auspicious phoenix eyes with a mole. A 19-year-old handsome face with a trace of clean youth. The crown prince's face suddenly changed. The king looked at Xiao Heng in a daze and walked toward him step by step. Chapter 726. Xiao Heng's clothes were not made of very expensive fabric, but when he wore a plain shirt, he still looked handsome and magnificent. The room was very quiet. No one knew if it was because they were mesmerized by him, or because of the king's reaction. Everyone didn't dare to breathe. Or maybe both. The crown prince summoned his courage and called out, "Father, father?" The king didn't hear him, or maybe he heard and ignored him. From the door to the bed, the king took a long time to walk the short distance of more than 10 steps. He was already past the age where he would be excited about something. His myriad of emotions were hidden in his weather-beaten eyes. He came to the front of the child. The last time the two met face to face, the imperial grandson was only a 5-year-old child. He was less than 2 years old when he returned to Chengdu with Shangguan Yan. When he was 3 years old, the Xianyuan family rebelled. When he was 4 years old, the Xianyuan family was destroyed. When he was 5 years old, he was imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum with the crown princess. Since then, the king could only see him from afar in the state preceptor's palace almost every 2 years. But every time, the king would ask the state preceptor to draw his portrait, so he recognized this child, no matter how far he was. The king stopped and stared at Xiao Heng. Qing-er. Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Your Majesty? Everyone was stunned. The king was stunned. Do you still remember me? Xiao Heng. Wait, shouldn't I remember you? I come back to Chengdu every 2 years. Don't you two see each other? This kind of small situation was naturally not difficult for Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng glanced at the crown prince, who still hadn't recovered from the shock, and said without changing his expression, "That person called you father. I think, except for His Majesty, no one in the Yen Kingdom can afford this title." The king came back to his senses. So, you just recognized me. No wonder you left so quickly in the carriage last time. Xiao Heng paused for a moment before he realized what carriage. What last time? No way. Are you that bald old man over there? This happened the night he was chased by Han Yi. The men of sacrifice who came to save him threw him into a carriage. The carriage was split open, and he only recognized Zhang Dequan. The monarch asked, "Since you've come to Chengdu, why don't you show up? Why didn't you return to the palace to find me?" Xiao Heng lowered his eyes and said with a sad face, "Because someone is trying to kill me. My mother told me to hide and not come out. But when I heard that my mother was injured, I really can't continue to hide." The monarch's face darkened. The crown prince was a little surprised. First of all, he didn't recognize Xiao Heng. When he first saw him, he really thought that Shangguan Qing had returned. It wasn't until he heard the word kill that he snapped out of his daze. He didn't send anyone to kill Xiao Lulang. From the beginning to the end, he only dealt with Xiao Lulang. That boy's original name was Xiao Heng. His father was Xiao Ji, Marquis Xianping of Zhao Country. When he was 14 years old, he sent someone to assassinate Xiao Heng, who knew that Xiao Heng faked his death and escaped and survived as Xiao Lulang. Sometimes, the crown prince habitually called him Xiao Lulang, but it didn't make sense. Hadn't the mole under Xiao Heng's right eye been removed? So, was this Shangguan Qing or Xiao Heng? He felt that it was more likely to be Xiao Heng. After all, Xiao Heng was in Chengdu. On the contrary, there had been no news of Shangguan Qing for a long time. But Xiao Heng didn't know his background, did he? How could he come to pretend to be Shangguan Qing? The crown prince's mind was in a mess. There was no way for him to sort out his thoughts on this occasion. On the other hand, the young commandery princess at the side skipped in. The monarch introduced, "Light Shui, this is Shangguan Qing." According to seniority, you should call her little aunt. The young commandery princess went to Lingbo Academy for a long time and always interacted with little Jing Kong, who was her age. She almost forgot that she was a junior. She quickly straightened her back and looked up at Xiao Heng with a serious face. She said, I am Shengguan Shui. This person was so good-looking. She really wanted to grab her face and scream. The young commandery princess had actually met Xiao Heng on the first day of class at Lingbo Academy. However, at that time, Xiao Heng was wearing the uniform of Kanglin Women's Academy. His face was covered with a veil, so no one could see his appearance. Xiao Heng pretended that it was the first time he met the young commandery princess. He knelt down on one knee and looked at the little girl at the same level. He smiled and said, Hello, Aunt Light Shui. Countless pink bubbles appeared on the young commandery princess's head. This nephew was so cute. Unlike Ming Junwang, that annoying fellow. From today onwards, she would protect him. The young commandery princess's eyes were so bright that they could sparkle like stars. However, she tried to be reserved and calm on the surface. She said, Well, hello, little nephew. Shengguan Qing followed his mother's surname, which was somewhat similar to the child of a woman's son-in-law. Therefore, he was not the emperor's grandson. He should not call the emperor grandfather, but imperial grandfather. However, Xiao Heng would not easily call him imperial grandfather. Based on the emperor's attitude towards him, Xiao Heng had a preliminary judgment of the emperor's grandson's position in the emperor's mind. The emperor cared about this grandson to a higher degree than he had imagined. Xiao Heng's decision was actually very risky. If the emperor did not like Shengguan Qing, then he would have exposed himself in vain. There were two people lying on the two beds in the room. One was Shengguan Yan, who had just finished an operation and was still in a coma. The other was Gu Jiao, who was so tired that she fell asleep. The emperor's eyes swept over the two people and finally fell on Shengguan Yan's body. He asked, Did the doctor say, How is your mother's condition? Xiao Heng looked at the sleeping Gu Jiao, clenched his fingers and said, I heard from the doctor surnamed Xiao that my mother broke her spine in 2 places. In order to save my mother's life, 8 nails were inserted into my mother's back. Iron nails into the bone. The emperor's aura instantly turned cold. His murderous aura instantly filled the entire room. The young commandery princess, who was not afraid of him, subconsciously jumped to Xiao Heng's feet. She turned her head to look at the emperor and hugged Xiao Heng's thigh, becoming his little nephew's leg accessory. Xiao Heng did not move and let her hang there. The emperor was very angry about the crown princess's serious injury. It was unknown whether it was because of the remaining father-daughter relationship or because the emperor's prestige was provoked. Xiao Heng secretly planned in his heart what to say next. I heard that my mother slipped and fell from the hillside. The emperor looked at him. My mother's martial arts were abolished before she went to the imperial mausoleum. This matter was known to everyone and was not a secret. Xiao Heng had already heard about it. But the next few words depended on Xiao Heng's guess based on Shengguan Yan's performance in Tianxiang Pavilion. But these years, in order to train my body, my mother would accompany me to practice martial arts. I am not talented and did not learn much, but my mother learned a little bit. Directly saying that Shengguan Yan practiced martial arts again, it would seem that she had bad intentions. But if she said that she taught Shengguan Qing, who was weak and sickly, there was no doubt. The emperor recalled Shengguan Yan's appearance when she climbed over the wall of the cold palace. Her martial arts were indeed a bit mediocre. She shouldn't be too powerful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have crawled out of the palace through the dog hole. Martial Aunt Nan was also abolished of her martial arts. Xiao Heng knew the highest level of martial arts that could be achieved if she practiced martial arts again. Therefore, he did not advocate Shengguan Yan's martial arts. He then said, My mother is very clever and has a little martial arts. I don't believe that she would fall like this. That's the imperial palace. Ah. Is there someone who dares to do something to your mother in the imperial palace? The crown prince wanted to say so, but if he really said so, it would make him look very suspicious. The crown prince strode forward and personally moved a stool for the emperor to sit down by the bed. Oh, filial piety is still his. He actually let the emperor stand for so long. Imperial father. The crown prince helped the monarch to sit down and said with a pained expression, "This son also feels that there is something fishy about this matter. Since you have already grounded third Shangguan Yen, this son believes that she will not run out of Zhaoyang Hall without permission. Perhaps she found someone suspicious, so she chased after them." My goodness, on the surface, he said that Shangguan Yan's injury was suspicious, but in fact, he secretly emphasized that Shangguan Yan disobeyed the emperor's ban. Who told you to run out of Zhaoyang Hall in the middle of the night? If you obediently listened to the emperor's words, wouldn't everything be fine? If this is not asking for it, then what is it? The young Junju didn't understand what they were talking about. She hung motionlessly on her nephew's leg, like a confused little fruit. Xiaoheng's eyes were cold, and with the temperament of a young man, he said, "How does your royal highness know that my mother was lured out and not kidnapped?" The crown prince choked. "This," Xiaoheng coldly said, "I heard that not long after my mother returned to the imperial palace, your royal highness ordered the guards to hurt my mother." The crown prince refuted. "I didn't. It was the guards who did it. I wanted to stop them, but it was too late. The cause was your mother pushed me. She pushed me down the steps of the pavilion. Do you know how high the pavilion is?" Xiaoheng asked back, "So your royal highness held a grudge and let people throw my mother down from the high hillside?" The crown prince's eyes trembled, and he suddenly raised his voice. "I didn't." "Enough, stop quarreling," the emperor sternly said. The young Junju plugged her small ears with her fingers. The emperor said to Zhang Dequan, "Take the young Junju out."
Yes.
Zhang Dequan came over and took the young Junju out. "What's the situation? We'll know when your mother wakes up." "How is your body?" the emperor asked Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng was about to say that he was fine, but he remembered that Shangguan Qing was sick. He changed his youthful aura and weakly said, "Still the same." The emperor said, "Since you're here, let the state preceptor take a look at you." Xiaoheng didn't speak. The emperor frowned and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Xiaoheng lowered his eyes and whispered, "Anyway, it can't be cured. You don't have to waste medicinal materials on me." The emperor looked at his weak and sick grandson, and then looked at Shangguan Yen, who was seriously injured and unconscious. He deeply frowned. The room once again fell into a strange silence. The crown prince's heart gradually sank. The emperor was old. Although he was still temperamental and tyrannical, there was an inch of his heart that was not so hard. This point could be seen from his attitude toward the young Junju. He was not so tolerant of the young Shangguan Yan. Did he like the young Junju more? No, he was not as cruel as he was when he was young. Shangguan Yan's injury and the emperor's grandson's illness hit the flesh of his heart. The Xianyuan family was destroyed at the right time. If it was now, who could guarantee that the emperor would raise the butcher's knife to the Xianyuan family, even the babies in swaddling clothes? The crown prince cupped his hands and saluted. "Father, let me investigate this matter. I will definitely find out what happened last night and give justice to third sister." This time, the emperor didn't correct him when he said third sister. The crown prince secretly clenched his fingertips. "I have my own ideas on this matter." The emperor refused. The crown prince was not surprised by his father's decision. He didn't really want to take the matter into his own hands. He just wanted to show his attitude in front of his father. The emperor looked at Shangguan Yan with a complicated look and said to Xiaoheng, "Take good care of your mother. You didn't touch your bedroom." The last sentence was undoubtedly to welcome the emperor's grandson back to the palace. Xiaoheng said almost without thinking, "No, I want to stay in the state preceptor palace to accompany my mother to recover." The emperor didn't say much, stood up and walked out of the door. The crown prince asked the servant to leave the tonic and turned to follow. When he crossed the threshold, the emperor's footsteps paused slightly, as if he was waiting for something. However, he didn't see it in the end. Xiaoheng did it deliberately. He knew that the emperor was waiting for him to call him imperial grandfather. In fact, it was just an act. He could call him imperial grandfather 100 times, but he didn't want the emperor to get his wish too early. After all, he didn't cherish things that were too easy to get. Xiaoheng carefully recalled his performance just now and made sure that he didn't make any big mistakes. The emperor's affection for Shang Guanqing's grandfather and grandson was an unexpected surprise. One of the reasons for the emperor's preference for Shang Guanqing should be that Shang Guanqing didn't have long to live. The emperor was afraid of all people related to the Xianyuan family, but a grandson who didn't have long to live was not a threat to his imperial power. The crown prince's performance today was very mediocre. He was impulsive and easily angered. But combined with the crown prince's secret actions, he speculated that it was just a disguise. The purpose was to make people think that he couldn't hide things in his heart and couldn't play tricks. Xiaoheng touched the mole under his right eye that was dotted with ink and said lightly, "Then let's see who can pretend better." Chapter 7:27. After coming out of the Kylan Hall, the monarch went to find the young princess. The crown prince said goodbye to the monarch and got on the carriage to return home. When the carriage was far away from the Imperial Preceptor Hall, he changed his impulsive and irritable expression and became serious and restrained. The carriage traveled on the spacious street. He said in a deep voice, "Do you know who I saw in the Imperial Preceptor Hall just now?" On the bench beside him sat a man in the official uniform of the commandery. His surname was Xiao and his name was Xue. He was the commandant of Fengche and was in charge of all the carriages and ceremonial guards in the Great Yen Palace. The authority between the commandants was not constant. Occasionally, they would infiltrate each other. Xiao Xue was once responsible for investigating the assassination of the crown prince. Everyone thought he was the confidant of the Wang family, but they didn't know that he had been used by the crown prince. He had even accompanied the crown prince to the Tianqiong Academy to watch the boxing competition. "Your Highness, who did you see?" Xiao Xue asked. The crown prince said, "I saw the eldest grandson." "The eldest grandson returned to Xingdu?" Xiao Xue was surprised. The crown prince smiled faintly. "Surprised, right? I didn't receive any news. I suspect that he is not the real Shang Guanqing. He is Xiaoheng." Xiao Xue asked, "That Xiao Luleng?" The crown prince nodded. "It's him." As the crown prince's confidant, Xiao Xue naturally knew that Xiaoheng had come to Xingdu. He asked, did he reveal his identity, or was he pretending to be Shang Guanqing? "Pretending to be Shang Guanqing," the crown prince said and frowned. "I'm not sure." Xiao Xue looked at the crown prince in confusion. "Your Highness, what are you not sure about?" The crown prince sighed. "I'm not sure whether that person is Xiaoheng or Shang Guanqing. They look so similar that I can't tell them apart." The crown prince and Shang Guanqing had not seen each other for more than 10 years. He only took advantage of the time when Shang Guanqing returned to Shang capital to sneak a peek near the state preceptor's hall or look at the portrait. He did not know much about the grown-up Shang Guanqing, so he could not distinguish the two from their behavior and voices. The crown prince said, "Even my father couldn't recognize it, let alone me." Xiao Xue said, "This is the brilliance of the dethroned crown princess. She let Shang Guanqing stay away from Xingdu and not have any contact with anyone, so as to minimize the distinguishing features other than his appearance. Once Shang Guanqing dies of illness, she can take Xiaoheng back to her side, and no one will know that it's someone else." The crown prince paused and said, "Although there are rumors among the people that father dotes on Shang Guanqing because he doesn't have long to live, what if the eldest grandson's illness is cured and father still dotes on him? I can't take that risk." Xiao Xue said, "Yes, His Majesty is old, and he's not as ruthless as he was when he was young. He killed Empress Xuanyuan's entire family. It's hard to guarantee that he won't make up for it on Empress Xuanyuan's children and grandchildren in his twilight years." The crown prince's eyes turned sharp. "So, Xiaoheng must die. Once Xiaoheng died, Shang Guanyan would not be able to live." Xiao Xue pondered for a moment and said, "In fact, it's not difficult to identify whether the other party is Xiaoheng or not. There are two people who must have dealt with Shang Guanqing. The Crown Prince thought for a moment. You mean the state preceptor? He may not help me. That guy is stubborn and won't be roped in by any force. Xiao Shui said in his heart. That's because no force can be above the state preceptor's hall. To put it bluntly, no one is qualified to rope him in. The Crown Prince shook his head. What's more, he and Shangguanqing only met once in 2 years. They don't know much about each other. As for the slight difference in voice, it can be said that he changed his voice. Xiao Heng is a man. How can his voice be the same when he was a teenager? Xiao Shui pointed out. Did your highness forget that there is another person? The Crown Prince who? Xiao Shui, Wang Su. The Crown Prince was slightly stunned. Him? He has been stationed in the Imperial Mausoleum for several years and personally taught Shangguanqing martial arts. If there is anyone who can identify the real Shangguanqing, it's him. Xiao Shui said, His Majesty hates it when people deceive him. If the person your highness saw today is really Xiao Heng, then Xiao Heng has committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. You're right. The Crown Prince deeply agreed. But there's one thing I can't figure out. Why doesn't Xiao Heng directly recognize the emperor, but uses Shangguanqing's identity? Xiao Shui said, because it's much simpler to use Shangguanqing's identity. If Xiao Heng used his own identity, then it would involve who Shangguanqing was, what the Crown Princess's intentions were, how much the emperor had been deceived over the years, and so on. Of course, the Crown Princess could say that she did this because someone wanted to harm Xiao Heng, but the problem was that she couldn't produce any evidence. Would the emperor believe her without any evidence? With the emperor's suspicious personality, he would only think that the mother and son were plotting something behind his back. So to be on the safe side, it was safer for Xiao Heng to disguise himself as Shangguanqing. Not only would there be no complications, but he could also receive all the love from the emperor. In addition, Xiao Shui faintly felt that perhaps Xiao Heng didn't want to become a member of the Yan royal family. If he used Shangguanqing's identity, he could leave without any burden after the deed was done. But soon, Xiao Shui denied this guess. He was the eldest grandson of the most powerful Shangzhou kingdom's emperor. Who wouldn't want such an identity? He shouldn't overestimate Xiao Heng's temperament. He wasn't so indifferent to fame and fortune. Everything was just a matter of weighing the pros and cons. The Crown Prince was at his wit's end. You're right, but what if he's really Shangguanqing? Xiao Shui sneered. Then it's even easier. It's much easier to expose Shangguanqing than Xiao Heng. We didn't expose him before, because there was no need. Anyway, Shangguanqing won't live long, and he didn't cause trouble in Chengdu. As long as he stays in the Imperial Mausoleum, we can pretend that he doesn't exist. The one we want to get rid of is Xiao Heng from the beginning to the end. But if Shangguanqing is not afraid of death and comes to Chengdu to make trouble, then don't blame us for being rude. The Crown Prince smiled with appreciation. I really can't live without you. Xiao Shui cupped his hands. Your Highness, you flatter me. How could the Crown Prince not understand this? He just said it through his mouth. The Crown Prince seemed to be innocent, but in fact, he was more shrewd than anyone else. The Crown Prince said, There's still a problem. The Wang family is only loyal to my father. I want to ask Wang Su to work for me, but I'm afraid Wang Su won't agree. Xiao Shui smiled. Your Highness, you just need to cater to his liking. This subordinate heard that Wang Su has taken a fancy to an antique. That antique is now in the hands of the Han family's old man. The Crown Prince smiled. It's in the hands of my uncle. Then it's much easier. In the State Preceptor Hall's ward, Xiao Heng took out Shangguanqing's portrait and looked at it carefully. Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to come to the courtyard, opened the window to the maximum, and jumped in from the windowsill. How's it going? You didn't expose yourself, right?
No, Xiao Heng said.
Gu Qingfeng came to Xiao Heng and sat down. He looked at the sleeping Shangguan Yan and then looked at the sleeping Gu Jiao. Then he reached out his hand to Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng looked at him strangely.
What?
Gu Qingfeng raised his hand. 2 taels of silver. Did I buy the clothes you're wearing for nothing? 1 tael of silver is for the clothes, and 1 tael of silver is for the travel expenses. Why don't you think about how much credit this set of clothes has contributed to your success? People rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. Today, you're here to perform. Without this set of clothes, you can't set up a stage. Do you know how difficult it is to find a set of clothes similar to the one in the portrait? Xiaoheng said, I don't have any money on me. When Jiao Jiao wakes up, I'll ask her to give it to you. Gu Chengfeng choked. Then forget it. Asking that girl to give him money. Isn't it the same as asking for her life? It would be good if he didn't empty his wallet. Gu Chengfeng's eyes fell on the portrait. Is the person in this portrait really the imperial grandson? Why do I feel that he looks like you? You guys aren't twins, are you?
No.
Xiaoheng said. How do you know? Gu Chengfeng asked. His birthday is different. His birthday is 10 days earlier than mine. He asked Yi Qing in the library. Gu Chengfeng said, birthdays can be faked. Isn't Ming Junwang the same age as Shang Guanqing? Let me guess, is it because he's older than Ming Junwang and can be the imperial grandson? Xiaoheng looked confused. Is that so? Gu Chengfeng said that he believed it. Don't worry about this. When Shang Guanyan wakes up, everything will be revealed. Right now, there are more important things for them to do. Xiaoheng said, there is one person who may know that I'm not Shang Guanqing. Gu Chengfeng's action of pouring tea stopped. Who? Xiaoheng looked at a green leaf on a branch outside the window. His eyes were cold as he said, Military Officer Guan Wangsu. Chapter 728. It was no secret that Commandant Guan Wangsu taught Shang Guanqing martial arts in the Imperial Mausoleum. Xiaoheng had heard about it a long time ago, but he didn't expect that one day he would have to pretend to be Shang Guanqing. Wangsu, this hidden danger, must be solved. It didn't mean that he had to kill him, but it was enough to prevent him from coming out and disrupting their plans. Gu Chengfeng curled his lips and patted his chest. Who else could do such an important thing except for him? Remember to give me the money. You take it first. I'll ask you for it later. After Gu Chengfeng emphasized his 2 taels of silver, he went out from where he got them. His martial arts were not good, but his lightness skill was superb. He didn't alarm the men of sacrifice in the Imperial Preceptor Palace. Remember to pick up Jing Kong, Xiaoheng said, looking at his back. Xiaoheng watched Gu Chengfeng's back paused in midair, as if he was gritting his teeth and complaining about him. Then he disappeared from the Imperial Preceptor Palace with hidden bitterness. The room became quiet again. Although so many things had happened, not much time had passed. In just half an hour, he completed the change of identity from Xiaoheng to Shang Guanqing. He met the monarch and confronted the crown prince. There was no way out. After today, he would put himself in the whirlpool of power in Chengdu. Everyone would know that he was back. There was more than one force spying on them in the dark. But the whirlpool of power in Chengdu was destined to be bigger and bigger until all the people who had hurt them were swallowed up. The commandant's mansion was located outside the Great Yan Imperial Palace. To enter from the outside, one had to pass through the Gao Gate, Fengtian Gate, and Duan Gate. Gu Chengfeng paced back and forth outside the Gao Gate, secretly wondering whether he should sneak in or wait here. I forgot to ask if Wang Su is in the Imperial Court. If he has already left, then no matter if I sneak in or wait for him outside, there will be no result. No, he should be here. His Majesty had met with Xiaoheng. Based on my understanding of Xiaoheng, even if there wasn't anything fishy about the former crown princess injury, Xiaoheng would still find something fishy about it. Since the monarch trusts Wang Su so much, he will definitely send Wang Su to investigate the case. And the crime scene was in the harem. Gu Chengfeng was deeply amazed by his own wit. How did I become so smart? As expected of me. Wang Su was indeed investigating the case in the harem, but he couldn't find any clues. The scene was very clean. Except for the traces of Shang Guanyan's fall, there were only the footprints left by her personal palace maid. In addition, there were several kinds of footprints that belonged to the eunuchs who came to move Shangguan. All of them have been eliminated as suspects. Seems like he's an expert who knows Qigong. Wang Su stood on the hillside, looked at the place where Shangguan had fallen and jumped. This was a steep slope, but the walls of the slope were covered with vines. Even if one were to randomly grab one or two vines, they would still be able to grab one or two. Wang Su carefully examined the scene for half an hour and finally left with a sullen face.
He was an outsider.
Although he was ordered to enter the harem to investigate the case, he couldn't walk in the harem without permission. Li Sandy from the Zhanghe Palace followed him. Li Sandy didn't say much and just followed him silently. When the two were about to leave the harem, a eunuch in his early 30s suddenly walked toward them. "Oh, isn't this Wang Darren and Eunuch Li? What a coincidence." He greeted with a smile. Li Sandy slightly bowed and said very politely, "Eunuch Su." This eunuch's surname was Su, and his name was Gao. He was the favorite person of Imperial concubine Han. Su Gao smiled and looked at Wang Su, chatting with him. "Wang Darren came to investigate the case, right? I don't know if Wang Darren has any clues." "Not for the time being,"
Wang Su said.
Su Gao's eyes flashed with a trace of loss. "So it's like this." Wang Su said, "It may not be man-made. Maybe it's just an accident." Su Gao sighed. "Yes, the harem is an important place. Ordinary assassins don't have the courage or the ability to enter. In any case, I hope Wang Darren can find out the truth as soon as possible. Don't let the former crown princess get hurt in vain." Wang Su said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." Su Gao smiled and said, "Wang Darren, take care." Wang Su went out of the harem. Li Sandy sent him out of the Meridian Gate. Walking on the bluestone path in front of the palace, Wang Su slowly spread out his palm. It was a hooked silk thread. It was found in the thorny bushes on the hillside. There were no footprints in that place. If this silk thread didn't come from Shangguan clothes, then it must belong to the murderer. Gu Jiao slept for a long time, but Shangguan woke up first. The effect of the anesthetic had largely faded, and her mind was sober. She opened her eyes and looked at the strange roof in a trance. For a moment, she didn't know where she was. Awake? Xiaoheng came over and looked at her. Today, Xiaoheng didn't wear a mask, revealing his face. Shangguan stared at him, her mouth couldn't close. After a long while, she closed her eyes. "I'm dreaming?" He was the person she could only see in her dreams. Xiaoheng sat down on her bed and looked at her. "Does your wound hurt?" "Hurt." Shangguan was startled. "It hurts." She was hurting all over. This wasn't a dream. She opened her eyes and looked at Xiaoheng with shining eyes. Xiaoheng smiled softly. Shangguan suddenly felt embarrassed. She couldn't move, only her eyes rolled around in her eye sockets. Then, her ears turned red at a visible speed.
"Huh."
Xiaoheng was slightly surprised. "You weren't like this when you were in Tianxiang Pavilion. You didn't feel ashamed when you watched me and Jiao Jiao doing this and that. I thought you were as good as my father." Shangguan was injured in more than one place. She was wrapped like a rice dumpling. She moved her fingers. Xiaoheng saw it and asked her, "What do you want to take?" "A handkerchief,"
she said.
Xiaoheng asked strangely, "What do you want to do with a handkerchief?" Shangguan sternly said, "To cover my face, I'm shy." "Xiaoheng, Jiao Jiao and State Preceptor performed an operation on you. The operation was very successful. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Xiaoheng asked.
"No,"
Shangguan said, and looked at Gu Jiao on the small bed. Xiaoheng followed her gaze and looked. "She's asleep." Shangguan softened her voice. "Then let's talk in a low voice." Xiaoheng smiled, "Okay." Shangguan looked at his flash of a smile, and her eyes also flashed with a trace of bright charm. However, suddenly, she realized something and her expression slightly changed. "This is the State Preceptor's palace? How can you come to the State Preceptor's palace?" Xiaoheng calmly said, "I met the Emperor and the Crown Prince. I told them that I am Shangguan Qing." Shangguan opened her mouth wide. Xiaoheng continued, I saw Shangguan Qing's portrait. In a flash, Shangguan Yan's eyes flashed with countless complex emotions. She looked at Xiaoheng in a daze. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she only carefully probed, "You know everything?" Xiaoheng nodded, and Shangguan Yan was stunned. "No, what?" Xiaoheng said, "Life experience." Shangguan Yan's eyes flashed with shock again, but she quickly calmed down. "How do you know?" "I guessed it," Xiaoheng said truthfully. His behavior in Tianxiang Pavilion that day was very clear. Coupled with his various encounters, the various news revealed by Yi Qing, and even Zhang Dequan's shout of His Highness Zhongsun that night, he was getting closer and closer to his life experience. When he saw Shangguan Qing's portrait, he finally had an answer to this question. He was Shangguan Yan's child. It's just that he was not completely sure about his relationship with Shangguan Qing. Who is Shangguan Qing? My brother? Twin brother? A negative tone. Xiaoheng opened his mouth. Then he is. Shangguan Yan bit her lips and whispered after a long while, "Xiao Qing." Xiaoheng was not surprised by this answer. There was no other reason than Shangguan Qing's birthday was Xiao Qing's birthday. At that time, Xiaoheng and Xiao Qing were poisoned at the same time. There was only one antidote. In order to let Xiaoheng get the antidote, Shangguan Yan hid Shangguan Qing and told Xian Pingho that she killed him. The process of making Xian Pingho believe it was not easy, so Shangguan Yan didn't want to mention it. Even later, Shangguan Yan almost died when she faked her own death. Shangguan Yan looked at Xiaoheng with a nervous and perturbed look. "Do you think I'm too cruel?" In order to let her son get the antidote, she deprived Xiao Qing's chance to live. It was difficult to say who was right and who was wrong. He was not her, so he didn't know what kind of struggle she had in her heart. She only wanted her son to live on. All these years, she had been burdened with what she owed Xiao Qing and Xinyang, as well as the longing for her own flesh and blood. Perhaps anyone in the world could accuse her of being heartless, but Xiaoheng, who had survived because of her heartless nature, could not. "I won't," Xiaoheng said. "How did you think of taking Xiao Qing away?" Shangguan Yan whispered, "I wanted to take him back to the Imperial Teacher Hall and see if the Imperial Teacher Hall can cure him. You might ask me why I didn't take you away and see if the Imperial Teacher Hall can cure you. In fact, even if I knew the current situation and had to do it all over again, I would still make the same choice as before." The Imperial Teacher Hall was a way out, not the best way. She would rather be condemned by everyone. She would rather bear the infamy of her previous life.
She still wanted to be a selfish mother.
All of the crimes and suffering would be left to her to bear. Her Aheng just needed to live well. "You are not afraid that Princess Xianyang will kill me to avenge her son?" Princess Xianyang was not a weak woman. She was also very decisive. Of course, he was not accusing her of being naive. He just wanted to know more about what she had experienced. The good, the bad, the dangerous, the things he had struggled with, and the things he had missed all these years. Shangguan Yan said, "Xian Pinghe will not let her know that her son was killed by me. You really understand my father. He did indeed lie to Princess Xianyang, saying that Xiao Qing died at the hands of assassins. It was only later that Princess Xianyang found out under the instigation of some people. However, she did not succeed in killing me. At the last moment, she carried me out of the fire." Shangguan Yan blamed herself. "It was all because I attracted those assassins. Otherwise, you too would not have been poisoned." Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell her, "Those assassins were not attracted by you. They were left behind by the previous emperor. That year, the people who poisoned me and Xiao Qing were the dragon shadow guards that the previous emperor of Zhao country left to my mother. The one they really wanted to poison was Xiao Qing. I was poisoned because they were careless." This tragedy had nothing to do with Shangguan Yan. If there was someone to blame, it could only be blamed on the previous emperor. And, in a sense, it was fortunate that Shangguan Yan took Xiao Qing away. Otherwise, they would have continued to poison Xiao Qing. At that time, Long Yi was not there. Xian Ping Ho and Princess Xianyang did not suspect the dragon shadow guards.
It was really impossible to guard against.
Shang Guanyan had been living in guilt for Xiao Qing all these years. When she heard this news, she found it hard to believe. Are you deliberately making up a story to comfort me? Xiao Heng shook his head. I'm not. I can't make up this story. The previous emperor's brain circuit was similar to that of the great Yan emperor. They were both crazy and ruthless. When Princess Xianyang married Xian Ping Ho, it was to prevent him from rebelling. Once he had the thought of rebelling, Princess Xianyang would immediately let the dragon shadow guards kill him. The previous emperor knew that Princess Xianyang could not get along with men. He was not worried that Princess Xianyang would fall in love with Xian Ping Ho. But after all, the two were husband and wife. In case Xian Ping Ho used force to make Princess Xianyang give birth to his child, who could guarantee that Princess Xianyang would not be soft-hearted because of a child? Therefore, the previous emperor issued an order to the dragon shadow guards that even Princess Xianyang did not know about. The child of Princess Xianyang and Xian Ping Ho could not be kept. From Xiao Heng's many years of observation, Princess Xianyang was not soft-hearted towards Xian Ping Ho. If you asked her to stab Xian Ping Ho with a knife, she would not even blink. The previous emperor really thought too much. Since ancient times, emperors have always been suspicious, harming others and themselves. Moreover, there was one thing that the previous emperor was wrong about. One of them did use force, but the one who was forced was Xian Ping Ho. The past was unbearable to recall. As expected, Xiao Heng did not think about the entanglement between Princess Xianyang and Xian Ping Ho. He spoke out another doubt in his heart, but since Xiao Qing and I are not twins, why do we look exactly the same? As he spoke, he pointed at the mole under his right eye. Even this mole is the same? Shang Guanyan embarrassedly said, this is because I gave him a face-changing mask. Xiao Heng and Xiao Qing were half-brothers. In terms of appearance, there was a certain degree of similarity. For example, the two's face and nose were very similar to Xian Ping Ho, but their eyebrows were not the same. Xiao Qing inherited Princess Xianyang's almond eyes and flat eyebrows, looking gentle and weak. Xiao Heng inherited Shang Guanyan's phoenix eyes and slightly raised eyebrows, with a trace of heroic spirit. When he smiled, it was particularly warm and healing. This was also why everyone who had seen the young Marquis of Zhaodu called him a gentle as jade, a youth who made people feel like they were bathed in the spring breeze. But later, Xiao Heng had an accident and was stranded among the common people. The smile on his face was less, and the gentleness in his eyes disappeared. He was covered with a layer of invisible sharp armor. In the early years, I didn't care too much about the problem of appearance. Until one time, I heard a servant whisper that this child didn't look like me at all. When he was young, it was hard to tell, but the older he grew, the more he didn't look like me. I was anxious. The state preceptor hall was willing to treat Xiao Qing because he was the eldest grandson of the emperor. If people found out that he wasn't, he wouldn't be able to continue receiving treatment. So, I sent someone to Zhao Country and got your portrait. Then I drew the parts that didn't look like you. Speaking of this, Shang Guanyan paused. It was at that time that your identity was exposed, letting the crown prince know of your existence. Xiao Heng suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Then everything made sense. Xiao Heng touched the mole on his face. Shang Guanqing had drawn it according to him. Now that his mole was gone, was he imitating Shang Guanqing or imitating himself? He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's wrong? Shang Guanyan looked at him and asked. Xiao Heng said, my mole is actually gone. At that time, Princess Xianyang, in order to not let those people easily find him, burned the mole on his face after a big fire. He changed his appearance, and his voice and figure were different from before. In addition, he lost the mole. Even his own father, Marquis Xianping, spent a lot of effort to confirm that it was him. Shang Guanyan gently said, she is really good to you. Her tone was gratified, but also sad and lonely. In the end, she still missed it. In his 19 years of life, There was never a mark of her. Can I call you Aheng? The crown princess was born to be respected. Even if she was executed in public in the throne room, she never lowered her noble head and never begged. But at this time, just asking if she could call him that, she used up all the humility in her bones. Xiaoheng said, "You can call me whatever you want." "Then can you please call me?" Shangguan Yen didn't say this. She lowered her eyes and endured the sadness and bitterness in her heart. Can't cry. The descendants of the Xian Yuan family shed blood, but not tears. She didn't cry when she gave birth to a child. She didn't cry when her bones were broken. She didn't cry. In fact, Xiaoheng still had a lot of things he wanted to ask her. For example, what happened last night, what happened more than 10 years ago, why did she become a slave? Xiaoheng looked at her weak body and said, "You rest for a while. I will go and get something to eat."
Okay.
Her voice was choked with sobs. She tried hard to suppress it. Xiaoheng stood up and stopped in his tracks. Shangguan Yan's heart suddenly jumped. "Is he going to call me? Is it? Xiaoheng said, "I forgot to ask you what you want to eat. You just had an operation. Millet porridge and barley porridge are both good."
Oh.
Shangguan Yan was disappointed and said in a low voice, "Both are fine." Xiaoheng, "Then millet porridge?" Shangguan Yan, "Okay." She had no appetite. She was a bad woman. She didn't deserve to be his mother. Xiaoheng stepped to the door. When he was about to cross the threshold, he stopped again. It may be a bit late to say this, but he turned around and looked at her sincerely. "Thank you for giving birth to me. Thank you for bringing me into this world, and thank you for everything you have done for me." Mother. The word mother that he had waited for 19 years softened the years and comforted the more than 7,000 days and nights of separation. Shangguan Yan choked and couldn't speak. "Thank you, my son." Chapter 729. Gu Qingfeng waited outside the palace for a long time until his temper flared up. "Wang Su, can you do it? I still have to pick up the child later. You're delaying me from my work. I'll count to 3. If you still don't come out, I'll go into the palace to find you." Wang Su came out. Wang Su had just brought people to search Tianxiang Pavilion yesterday. Gu Qingfeng had seen him before. The symbol of Commandant Guan on him was obvious. It was hard not to recognize him. After Wang Su left Gao Men, he sat on the carriage to return to his residence. Gu Qingfeng followed quietly. Wang Su was not in a hurry. The carriage did not go too fast. As they left the palace, there were more shops and pedestrians on the street. This caused Wang Su's carriage to slow down. Gu Qingfeng followed at a distance. When Wang Su's carriage passed by a restaurant, it was stopped by another carriage. A middle-aged man dressed as a steward came down from the carriage. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Wang Su's carriage. It was unknown what he said to Wang Su, but Wang Su got down from the carriage and entered the restaurant beside him. Gu Qingfeng did not go in directly. Instead, he went to the ready-made clothing store diagonally across the street to buy a set of female clothing. He could not bear to buy jewelry, so he only used a hairband. Wearing a veil, he looked like an ordinary girl. He entered the restaurant and said he was looking for someone. The waiter saw that she was dressed plainly and did not look like a rich family's daughter. He was too lazy to greet her and told her to look for someone herself. Gu Qingfeng quickly found the middle-aged man in a room at the east end of the corridor on the second floor. He was guarding the door. There were 2 men of sacrifice with him. Was there such a big lineup? What was going on? With the men of sacrifice guarding, it was impossible for Gu Qingfeng to eavesdrop in the corridor. He entered an empty room, pushed open the window, and jumped out onto the roof. He used Qinggong to come to the room where Wang Su was. He bent down, picked up a tile, opened it slightly, and looked down through the gap. An old man? He was dressed very luxuriously. He sat on an armchair, his hands resting on the handle of a rosewood cane. Gu Qingfeng happened to be on top of his head, so he couldn't see his face clearly. Wang Su, on the other hand, was sitting opposite him. Due to the angle, Gu Qingfeng could see a small part of Wang Su's face. What is old Master Han doing? Wang Su said. Old Master Han? Han Ye's grandfather. The head of the Han family? Gu Qingfeng pricked up his ears. Old Master Han winked at the manservant beside him. The manservant walked towards Wang Su with a brocade box in his hands. Wang Su glanced at the brocade box and asked seriously, "What's the meaning of this?" Old Master Han raised his hand, and the servant opened the brocade box. Gu Qingfeng wanted to see what was inside the brocade box, but he was blocked by the servant's brain spoon. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. However, he saw Wang Su's body tense up. He couldn't tell if he was excited or surprised. Could it be that this old thing wanted to bribe Wang Su? The Han family was Imperial concubine Han's mother's family and belonged to the Crown Prince's party. Speaking of this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh at the complexity of the Yen royal family. In Zhao country, the princes were not allowed to form cliques for personal gain, but the Yen monarch didn't seem to care. The Yen monarch didn't seem to be angry when the top 10 aristocratic families openly supported their own princes. The only aristocratic family that the monarch had suppressed was the Xianyuan family. The whole family was destroyed. Old Master Han smiled and said, "I know you've been coveting my treasure for a long time. Today, I'll give it to you." Wang Su withdrew his gaze from the box and said seriously, "I don't deserve it." Old Master Han, you frighten me. Old Master Han laughed and said, "Don't be so nervous. It's just an antique. I can afford it. If you like it, I have many more in my house." Wang Su asked, "Old Master Han, what can I do for you?" Old Master Han said, "You're a smart man. I'll be frank. There's something I don't understand, and I want to ask Commandant Wang to explain it to me." Wang Su said, "As long as it's not related to the imperial court, I'll tell you everything I know." The Wang family and the Han family were the top aristocratic families in Qingdu. In terms of background, the Wang family was more profound than the Han family. However, consort Wang Xian didn't give birth to a son and only had 2 princesses. Therefore, in the eyes of the people, the Han family with the crown prince was better. But in fact, according to Gu Qingfeng's investigation, the Wang family was more valued by the monarch. Old Master Han said faintly, "I heard that the crown prince is back." Wang Su frowned and said, "Oh, I haven't heard about it. You're well informed." Old Master Han smiled and said, "You don't have to make insinuations. After all, I'm the crown prince's uncle." The crown prince just went to the state preceptor palace to visit the deposed crown princess. His Majesty was there, and so was the crown prince. The implication was that he didn't pay much attention to the deposed crown princess, but it was such a coincidence that the crown prince met the crown prince. The crown prince was Old Master Han's nephew. How could he not tell Old Master Han such an important thing? Wang Su took a deep look at Old Master Han and asked, "Then what does this have to do with you coming to see me now?" Old Master Han said, "To tell you the truth, I suspect that this crown prince is a fake." Wang Su's expression changed and he asked, "Why do you say that?" Old Master Han said meaningfully, "My family's people were transporting ores to Qi City. Yesterday, they sent a pigeon back saying that they met the crown prince. Qi City is at least 7 to 8 days away from here. I don't think the crown prince can grow a pair of wings and fly back." Wang Su frowned and asked, "Your family's people know the crown prince?" Old Master Han seemed to have expected him to ask this question. He smiled and said, "You don't think that with our Han family's ability, we can't get a portrait of the crown prince, do you?" There was a portrait, but the matter of the crown prince meeting the crown prince was a fabrication. But if he didn't say that, how could he arouse Wang Su's suspicion? No matter whether Wang Su believed him or not, he would still go to the state preceptor palace to check. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists. This old thing was very cunning. Wang Su looked at Old Master Han with a serious expression and asked, "So, Old Master Han, you want me to expose the crown prince?" Old Master Han nodded without hesitation and said, "Exposing him is beneficial to our Han family." "That's right. That's my purpose. I want to clear all obstacles for the crown prince." We're all smart people, so why pretend to be innocent and hypocritical? Wang Su said seriously, if he's a fake, then it's my duty to expose him. Old Master Han, you should take back your things. Wang Su didn't do this for the Han family, but for the emperor. Old Master Han sent him again and again, but Wang Su refused. In the end, Old Master Han sighed helplessly, and Wang Su took his leave. Gu Chengfeng slowly put the tile back and planned to leave as well. At this moment, he heard a conversation in the room. Master, why didn't he take it? He didn't refuse us, did he? It was the middle-aged steward. He had been waiting in the corridor outside the door and didn't hear the conversation inside. Old Master Han smiled and stroked the antique in the brocade box. The Crown Prince is still too young. It's a bad idea to cater to his interests and ask for help. It's better to attack his weakness and turn him into the master. How can I let go of this treasure? Gu Chengfeng thought, good lord, he's trying to get something without risking anything. The middle-aged steward said worriedly, will he tell the emperor about our attempt to bribe him? Old Master Han said sarcastically, if he sincerely accepts it, he probably won't tell the emperor. The Crown Prince took this into consideration and decided to bribe him. But I think it's okay if he tells the emperor. The deposed Crown Princess and the Crown Prince are a huge threat to the Crown Prince. If we don't do anything, it'll be suspicious. Sometimes, if we reveal a little flaw, the emperor will think that we're all under his control. We're not a big threat. The middle-aged steward said excitedly, Master, you're wise. Gu Chengfeng's mouth twitched. The Crown Prince must have inherited his craftiness from the Han family. Does the Han family all use this kind of tactic? It's really from the same origin. Gu Chengfeng didn't like this guy and really wanted to beat him up. But with his current strength, it would be a little difficult to deal with the two men of sacrifice outside the door. He would never admit that he had no power to fight back. I'll call that girl over some other day and put you in a sack. Gu Chengfeng chased after Wang Su. Wang Su originally wanted to go home, but after talking with Old Master Han, he decided to go to the Grand Preceptor Hall. Wang Su had stayed in the Imperial Mausoleum for a few years and taught the Crown Prince martial arts, although the Crown Prince didn't learn a single move. But after all, they had been together for a long time, and there were things that only the two of them knew. He would know if the other party was really the Crown Prince after a test. After the carriage had traveled for a while, he frowned and said to the coachman, Stop.
Yes.
The coachman stopped the carriage by the side of the road. Wang Su got out of the carriage and went to a pastry shop to buy the Crown Prince's favorite peach pastry. Excuse me, do you have a washroom? He asked the shop owner. Yes, in the backyard, the shop owner said. Then, I'll put my peach pastry here first. Okay. Gu Chengfeng waited outside the shop for a long time, but Wang Su didn't come out. What's going on? Did he fall into the latrine? Gu Chengfeng decided to look for him. He searched the backyard inside and out, but there was no trace of Wang Su at all. Gu Chengfeng slapped his head. Oh no, he found out and ran away. Wait, I can't be anxious. Where would he go? I know. He must have gone to the Grand Preceptor Hall. He went to find the Crown Prince. Gu Chengfeng had been in contact with Xiaoheng day and night. He always listened to Xiaoheng's analysis of the aristocratic families and the current situation in Chengdu. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, his logical reasoning had improved. After that, his temper became a little more stable. He took a deep breath. I'm not anxious. I'm not anxious, damn you. Don't be anxious. He'll be finished if he sees Xiaoheng. Gu Chengfeng ran away immediately. Xiaoheng, hang in there. You must avoid Wang Su. If you can't avoid him, you can play dead. Wang Su was wearing the official uniform of Commandant Guan. If Xiaoheng saw him, he would be able to recognize him. However, Wang Su is not stupid. After he entered the Grand Preceptor Hall on the pretext of seeking an audience with the monarch, he dirted his clothes when no one was looking and borrowed a set of clothes from the Grand Preceptor Hall's disciples. In an empty corner, Wang Su tied his hair into a high bun on the top of his head. At a glance, He was an elder disciple of the Grand Preceptor Hall. Is His Majesty and the Crown Prince in the Qilin halls?
He stopped a disciple passing by.
His aura was so strong that the disciple thought he was an unknown senior brother. The disciple said respectfully, "His Majesty and the young princess have gone to find the Grand Preceptor. The Crown Prince is in the Qilin Hall."
"Thank you."
Wang Su thanked him and walked toward the Qilin Hall.
It was already evening.
The summer days were long, and the sun was abundant. The sky was still bright. He came to the corridor of the Qilin Hall. The corridor was empty and looked like there was no one, but there were a few gazes in the dark. Wang Su understood that these gazes were from the death warriors of the Grand Preceptor Hall. He was not here to kill people. There was no murderous aura on him, so the death warriors would not attack him. He looked through the rooms one by one and finally saw a side room with the door half open at the end. He came to the door of the side room and could faintly see a young man sitting at a square table with his back facing the door. There were flour, bowls, meat stuffing, and other things on the table. The man seemed to be rolling the dough. His movements were slightly clumsy. It was obvious that it was his first time doing this. On the bed beside him lay the injured crown princess. On the other small bed, there was someone sleeping. Wang Su thought that this young man must be the crown prince that old Master Han had mentioned. There was a secret signal between him and the crown prince. He only needed one sentence to test whether the crown prince was real or fake. His actions had to be fast, and his voice had to be loud. Only then could he catch the other party off guard. As the thought flashed through his mind, Wang Su suddenly pushed open the door and jumped into the room. He shouted with full energy, "Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger, bang!" The young man picked up the rolling pin in his hand and knocked him out. After the rolling pin with internal energy hit Wang Su, it flew back into the man's hand. Gu Chongqing did not turn his head. With a face full of flour, he continued to seriously and clumsily roll the dough. "Younger sister wants to sleep. Don't be noisy." Chapter 730. After Gu Qingfeng realized that he had lost Wang Su, he rushed to the Grand Tutor Hall with all his might. He used his qinggong to the extreme. The wind blew, and he almost couldn't open his eyes. However, he still couldn't catch up with Wang Su. There was no other reason. This was the inner city of Xingdu, Wang Su's territory. Gu Qingfeng usually stayed in the remote Tianqiang Pavilion in the outer city. Even if he entered the city, he only came to see Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong. He wasn't familiar with the inner city and couldn't beat Wang Su, who took a shortcut. In addition, in order to hide from others and eavesdrop on Wang Su, Gu Qingfeng changed into a woman's skirt. This dragged him down. He grabbed the hem of his dress with both hands, spread his feet apart, and ran forward with his legs splayed out in front of him. The pedestrians on the road all looked at him like he was an idiot. Their jaws almost dropped. Gu Qingfeng finally arrived at the Grand Tutor Hall. He couldn't enter the hall openly, so he could only climb over the wall. But after running all the way, he was already panting like a dog. I'll pant twice, damn. What's going on? I'm so tired. Gu Qingfeng was almost done panting. He went to the side wall of the Grand Tutor Hall and jumped up. He was still in the same place. He jumped up again. He was still in the same place.
He was really exhausted.
Gu Qingfeng had to use the most primitive method, climbing the wall. He climbed to the top of the wall and fell down from the high wall. This was really the most embarrassing mission he had ever been on. When Gu Qingfeng arrived at the courtyard outside the sick room of the Qilin Hall with his messy hair and loose clothes without a care for his image, it was as if he had just been ruthlessly defiled by someone.
He didn't know anything about this.
He came to the window and was about to lift his skirt and flip over when he saw Gu Chongqing in the room. Gu Chongqing was sitting at a square table with half of his face facing the window. His handsome face was covered with flour. There was dough, flour, and other ingredients on the table. He was using a rolling pin to roll dough. Gu Qingfeng took a few glances before he recognized that this was his elder brother. He was stunned. What was going on? Why would his elder brother appear here? Although he knew that his elder brother had come to the Yen Kingdom, he did not come to Chengdu furthermore. Why would his elder brother be sitting here quietly rolling noodles? And it was so ugly. The thickness of the noodles was uneven, and the length was different. It wasn't noodles but dough lumps, right? Compared to Big Brother's appearance, Big Brother's rolling of noodles surprised Gu Qingfeng even more. This was something that Big Brother would never do in 10 lifetimes. It was even more impossible than him reincarnating as a woman. The corner of Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. For a moment, he wondered if he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard, and the pain almost made him fall to the ground. Yes, it was not a dream. This was really Big Brother. Big Brother came to find him, and Big Brother was rolling noodles for him. Gu Qingfeng was moved to tears. He looked affectionately at Big Brother, who was clumsily rolling noodles, and said excitedly, "Big bang." The rolling pin flew over. Gu Qingfeng was hit in the face and fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The rolling pin had already flown back. "I told you not to quarrel." Gu Chongqing caught the rolling pin that flew back and continued to roll noodles. Gu Qingfeng looked at the blue sky and white clouds and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Big Brother, I am your younger brother, Xiao Hong Feng. Ah, Xiao Hong had just been called by the monarch. He knew that Gu Chongqing had come. It was because Gu Chongqing was here that he felt relieved to go out. When he returned to the ward, he first found a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall who had fainted at the door. When he closed the window, he found an unconscious civilian girl in the courtyard. It seems to be Gu Qingfeng. Xiao Hong recognized him. Gu Chongqing paused in his action of rolling the dough. Xiao Hong was puzzled. Why did he faint? Gu Chongqing, whose body suddenly stiffened, was speechless. Gu Qingfeng was pulled into the house by Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing pinched his philtrum. His younger sister was asleep. No one was allowed to disturb her. His younger brother was cruelly woken up. Gu Qingfeng slowly woke up on the chair. At this time, he did not know that there was a stick mark all over his face. The left and right sides of his face were clearly separated. He saw Big Brother, who was standing in front of him like a mountain, and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He felt so wronged. Big Brother hit him as soon as they met. Gu Chongqing looked at him condescendingly and said indifferently, "Have you been neglecting your martial arts practice these days? Why can't you take one hit?" Gu Qingfeng was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Big Brother's serious face. It was not that Big Brother did not recognize him, nor did he hit him.
He was testing his martial arts.
Big Brother had always remembered his martial arts. He misunderstood Big Brother. "Big Brother," Gu Chongqing said sternly, "from now on, wake up an hour earlier every day to practice martial arts." "Yes, Big Brother." Gu Chongqing turned around and heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Jiao woke up at dusk. She had a good sleep. She felt alive. She sat up and stretched. Then she realized 3 things. First, Gu Chongqing was here. Second, there was a strong fragrance of noodles in the house. Third, Gu Jiao looked strangely at Gu Qingfeng, who was sitting beside Gu Chongqing. How did you become a pig's head?" Gu Qingfeng pointed. "That's a pig's head. I'm not." Gu Jiao looked in the direction of Gu Qingfeng's finger. She saw an unconscious man who was tied up and sitting on the ground by the wall. From the extent of his bruises, this person was indeed better. This was because Wang Su shouted louder, so Gu Chongqing hit him harder. "Who is he?" Gu Jiao asked. "Wang Su," Xiao Hong said. "Eat the noodles first. I'll tell you slowly," Gu Chongqing said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded. She got up and sat down beside Gu Chongqing. Using noodles to let his sister sit beside him was very scheming. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Chongqing beside her, and then looked at Xiao Hong and Gu Qingfeng. "You're all here. Where's Jing Kong?" At this time, school should be over in Jing Kong. Xiao Hong said they brought her to the garden to play with the little princess. The original plan was for Gu Qingfeng to pick her up and send her to Willow Lane to stay for a few days. With Master Nan and Master Lu looking after her, nothing should happen. Who would have thought that Gu Qingfeng would be beaten into a pig's head with a stick? Xiao Heng had no choice but to change his plan and bring the young commandery princess to fetch her playmate. Eat it while it's hot, Gu Chongqing said. Otherwise, the noodles will be lumpy. Gu Jiao looked at the steaming hot noodles in the bowl. She didn't ask whether it was noodles or noodles. She just sighed and said, I just woke up and there's food. It's good. Gu Qingfeng and Xiao Heng burped together. Yes, you're really good. We, and the other disciples of the State Preceptor Palace in the kitchen, are all stuffed. In order to improve his cooking skills, Gu Chongqing rolled wave after wave and cooked bowl after bowl. This bowl was just out of the pot. Fortunately, Gu Chongqing's cooking skills were better than Xiao Yolang's. Except for the ugly appearance, the taste was not bad.
Gu Jiao didn't eat at noon.
After the operation, she fell asleep.
She was really hungry now.
Gu Jiao said, the noodles are quite chewy. Gu Chongqing. I made Yangchun noodles. Gu Chongqing had heard Gu Jiao mumbles about Yangchun noodles in her sleep when he was guarding her. The chefs in the State Preceptor's Hall could not make authentic Zhao country Yangchun noodles, so he decided to cook for his sister personally. While Gu Jiao ate the noodles, Gu Jiao told Gu Qingfeng about old Master Han meeting Wang Su. Anyway, Wang Su is the only one who can recognize the eldest grandson of the emperor, except for the former crown princess. Gu Jiao slurped the noodles. Oh, I see. As soon as her voice fell, Wang Su woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was tied up. He looked at the people in the room with a dumbfounded face. He didn't understand what happened. Just now, there was only the eldest grandson of the emperor, but now, why are there people? His eyes looked back and forth between Xiao Heng and Gu Chongqing. Finally, he realized that the man rolling the noodles was not the eldest grandson of the emperor, but the person in front of him. When did the eldest grandson of the emperor have such a broad back? Who are you? He asked warily. Gu Jiao came over with the noodles, squatted down in front of him, and said while slurping, Are you that unlucky guy? Wang Su. Xiao Heng looked at Gu Jiao's back as she squatted on the ground and sucked on the bowl. Why did he feel that this posture was a little familiar? He looked at the sleeping Shangguan Yan, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Can I learn something good? I'm asking you a question,
Gu Jiao said.
Rumble, Wang Su's stomach growled. Wang Su turned his face away and tried not to smell the aroma of the noodles. But will it be okay if he doesn't smell it? The sound of Gu Jiao slurping the noodles was simply enough to make people drool. Gu Jiao first put a hat on him. You disguised yourself as a disciple of the State Preceptor Palace. Did you want to assassinate the eldest grandson of the emperor? Wang Su turned his face and sternly refuted, You're talking nonsense. How can I assassinate His Highness? Gu Jiao said oh and casually asked, Then what are you doing here? Wang Su looked at the noodles in her bowl, swallowed his saliva, and said, I got the news that someone pretended to be His Highness, so I came to identify the real one. Gu Jiao asked, Did you identify it? Wang Su awkwardly said, No, I haven't finished the code yet, but I was knocked unconscious by your people. Gu Jiao curiously asked, What code?
Tell me about it.
The three men in the room all looked at Wang Su, including Xiao Heng, who didn't change his expression. Wang Su was stationed at the Imperial Mausoleum when Shangguanqing was 13 years old. He didn't have any contact with Shangguanqing in the first half of the year. It was by chance that he was injured and returned to the camp. He met Shangguanqing on the way, and Shangguanqing asked someone to send him a bottle of wound medicine at night. At that time, he thought that this child was good and wanted to teach him martial arts. But this child was unwilling to study hard and often led him astray. For example, in the past 2 years, he didn't teach Shangguanqing any moves, but Shangguanqing taught him a lot of strange codes. Wang Su took a deep look at Xiao Heng and said seriously, The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Gu Jiao said without hesitation, You're an idiot. Wang Su was stunned and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao slurped a mouthful of noodles, finished it, and said, Did I get it right? Wang Su was surprised. This was impossible. This was clearly a secret signal between him and the eldest grandson of the emperor. Gu Jiao. I bet a pack of spicy sticks that the state preceptor knows all about it. Gu Jiao pointed at Xiaoheng. He taught me. After the code is correct, he is the imperial grandson. Wang Su frowned. Why don't I believe it? Each of you is more suspicious than the other. The thought flashed through his mind. Wang Su frowned and said, I still have the code. I don't believe that you can all answer it. Gu Jiao slurped a mouthful of noodles. Go ahead. Wang Su. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Gu Jiao east, west, north, south, center, and white. Wang Su was shocked. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is mine. Wang Su's body trembled. He gritted his teeth again and made a ruthless plan. Medicine, medicine. Gu Jiao slurped a mouthful of noodles. Check, check. Wang Su was shocked for the third time. Gu Qingfeng patted Xiaoheng next to him and whispered, What are they talking about? Do you understand? Xiaoheng thought to himself, it would be strange if I understood. What kind of nonsense is this? Did Xiao Qing really teach them? Why does it sound like they aren't serious? Having an indecent father is already enough. Don't tell me he also has an indecent older brother? Wang Su threw out a few more secret signals one after another, and Gu Jiao matched them all without any mistakes. Wang Su took a deep breath, looked at Gu Jiao, and then looked at Xiaoheng not far away. He clenched his fists and said, Now that things have come to this, I can only use my trump card. If you can even answer this, then I will believe that he is the real imperial grandson. Gu Jiao calmly drank a mouthful of noodles and motioned for him to continue. Wang Su narrowed his eyes, raised his chin, and said with a strong aura, This time it's not a code, it's a title. It's tailor-made for me by His Highness Prince Chongsun. His Highness Prince Chongsun said that this is the dream of all men in the world, to become the person. Gu Jiao tilted her head. Old Wang from next door? Wang Su. How the hell do you even know this? Chapter 731. Wang Su completely collapsed. He lay on the cool floor in a daze, staring straight at the roof beams as if he had been struck by lightning 100,000 times. Gu Jiao stood up with the bowl of noodles and pouted at Gu Qingfeng. She said lightly, Untie him, he's one of us? Gu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. That's it? No, there are so many people here, and you're ordering me around? Humph, you know I'm the most reliable. Gu Qingfeng strode over with a big rolling pin mark on his head and untied the rope on Wang Su's body. How could Wang Su not recognize this was the common woman who had followed him on the street? With an Adam's apple, it was a man. Wang Su's heart was full of doubts. Who were the people who appeared beside the imperial grandson in this room? One was a terrifying master who could knock him down with a rolling pin. One was a master of Qinggong who was good at disguise and forced him to escape, and the other was Xiao Luling, whom he knew. He was the doctor that the monarch had invited for the deposed crown princess. He was the one who had brought Xiao Luling in through the palace gate. No. Why were you following me just now? Wang Su asked Gu Qingfeng. Since the girl said she was one of them, Gu Qingfeng didn't plan on disguising himself as a woman anymore. His eyes flashed, and he said in his own male voice, I wasn't following you. I was following the crown prince. The crown prince met with the old man of the Han family again, so I followed him to see what tricks he was up to. Who knew you would come? You secretly met with the old man of the Han family. Isn't that suspicious? Sure enough, he was a man, Wang Su thought. Wang Su carefully considered the possibility of the situation Gu Qingfeng described. The conflict between the crown prince and the deposed crown princess wasn't new. The cause could be traced back to when the crown princess was deposed, and the crown prince became the heir apparent. Anyone would think that the crown prince stole what belonged to the crown princess. A few days ago, the crown prince and the deposed crown princess had an argument in the harem, and the crown prince's guards even injured the deposed crown princess. Now that the deposed crown princess was being persecuted again, It was reasonable that the imperial grandson would be the first to suspect the crown prince and send people to keep an eye on him. After Gu Qingfeng untied him, he stood up and extended a hand to him. Wang Su grabbed Gu Qingfeng's hand and stood up. Hiss, so painful.
Who's that big guy?
He was too heavy-handed. He limped over to Xiao Heng and cupped his hands in salute. Your humble servant Wang Su greets your highness Zhongsun. Through Gu Qingfeng's observation of Wang Su, although this person was a little unreasonable, he was not bought by Grandfather Han. It could be seen that he was a loyal person. Xiao Heng nodded and said, "What happened today was a misunderstanding. Commandant Guan, please don't take it to heart." It was this humble subject who was impetuous. Your Highness Zhongsun is willing to overlook this humble subject's mistake. This humble subject is extremely grateful. His Majesty is in the stargazing tower. Go and report to him.
Yes.
Wang Su cupped his hands in salute again, and then retreated. The moment he turned around, he suddenly turned his head to look at Xiao Heng. Your Highness Zhongsun won't ask this humble subject whether or not this humble subject has found any clues. Even Imperial concubine Han had sent people to inquire about it in front of him. Xiao Heng looked at him with a heavy gaze. I believe that Commandant Guan will give my mother justice. His Highness Zhongsun still trusted him as always. A wave of heat rolled through Wang Su's heart. An impulse to be trusted struck him in the heart. He solemnly said, "This humble subject will do his best." He left the room. Gu Qingfeng stuck his head out to take a look. He entered the room and clapped his hands. Okay, he's gone far. Xiao Heng took out a clean piece of gauze from his bosom. After opening it, a small thread was revealed. This was something that had been found on Wang Su's body. Wang Su had wrapped it in a handkerchief. It was incompatible with Wang Su's identity as Commandant Guan. It also faintly exuded the fragrance of grass and the smell of blood. Xiao Heng speculated that it was the evidence that Wang Su had found at the crime scene today. Xiao Heng cut a small piece of it with a pair of scissors. The clothes that Shengguan Yan wore when she was injured had been taken off by Gu Jiao and placed in a box in the ward as evidence. After careful examination, Xiao Heng found that this piece of silk did not come from Shengguan Yan. The four people sat around the square table. Gu Jiao had finished her noodles and was holding a bowl that was bigger than her face to drink the noodle soup. Xiao Heng sat beside her and said, "It should be the murderer's clothes that were left in the grass or thorns at the scene." Gu Qingfeng and Gu Chongqing sat opposite the two people. "Is it that? Hanya's cloth?" Gu Qingfeng asked. Hanya was very suspicious. Not only did he assassinate Xiao Heng, but he also tried to assassinate Gu Jiao. He seemed to be the best knife in the crown prince's hand. Xiao Heng shook his head. This is coarse silk. It's a fur coat in winter and coarse clothes in summer. Coarse silk doesn't have a strong insulation, but it has excellent ventilation, so it is generally used to make summer clothes. He said and looked at Gu Qingfeng. Your coat is made of coarse silk. The quality is not as good as the coarse silk in my hand, but this kind of coarse silk is not the best. Today in the forest, when Jiao Jiao fought with Han Yi, he wore silk. That night, when he disguised himself as a black-clothed man to assassinate me at the academy, he wore the best coarse silk. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. Han Yi was the heir of the Han family. He was a real aristocrat. Naturally, it was impossible for him to wear 7 or 8 sets of cheap night clothes on the market. They were all custom-made. They were close-fitting, light, and had good stretch. Gu Qingfeng looked at the coarse silk in Xiao Heng's hand and said thoughtfully, that is to say, this material is neither the cheapest nor the most expensive. Xiao Heng said, it's above average. The common people can't afford it, and the aristocrats don't like it. Gu Qingfeng frowned. Who could it be? A master of the Han family? A master of the crown prince's mansion? Could it be that Qi Xian? They had already exchanged all the information they knew. Xiao Heng's background, the fact that Shengguan Yan was the female slave of the Yan kingdom, and the clues about Qi Xian and other people related to Han Yi. Gu Qingfeng asked Gu Chongqing, Big brother, You fought with Qi Xian. Did you see what clothes he was wearing? Gu Chongqing said. I didn't fight with him. Qi Xian grabbed Han Yi and left. He didn't fight with Gu Chongqing. Gu Jiao raised a hand from behind the big bowl. I fought with Qi Xian. Gu Qingfeng looked at her. Did he wear clothes made of this material? Gu Jiao. I don't remember. Gu Qingfeng. Xiaoheng said, keep an eye on Wang Su. See if he has any clues. Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. What happened to the trust? Isn't he still secretly watching?
Got it.
I'll keep an eye on him later. Gu Qingfeng curled his lips. Thinking of something, he asked, I still don't understand. They killed you because you are the eldest grandson of the emperor. You haven't been demoted to a commoner. But your mother is no longer a member of the imperial family. Why are there still people who don't let her go? Xiaoheng said, if they can be demoted, they can be reinstated. The emperor once said that the crown princess, Shang Guanyan, was demoted to a commoner and imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum, never to return to the capital. But now, not only had she returned, she had even moved into the imperial palace. Who among those who were itching to make a move could sit still? The crown prince is the first one who can't sit still. 1 or 2 days may be nothing, but after a long time, some people will worry about whether the emperor's father-daughter relationship with Shang Guanyan has returned. This is a very dangerous signal. Not everything must be solved after it happens. It is better to nip the problem in the bud, and nip the problem in the bud. Even if it is just a speculation, it must be stifled immediately. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment and said to Xiaoheng, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Maybe your mother saw the murder. We can't rule out this possibility. Xiaoheng said, if she really saw it, we will know if another person came out to take the blame. The person who tried to assassinate him that night was obviously Han Yi, but the one who was punished was the second master of the Han family. Gu Jiao drank the last mouthful of noodle soup. She had just put down the big empty bowl when 2 slender hands reached out to her at the same time. One was Gu Chongqing's and the other was Xiaoheng's. Both of them were holding a clean handkerchief in their hands. Gu Jiao blinked her eyes. Why does she feel like this is another question that will send her to her death? She slightly raised her left hand. Gu Chongqing's face sank. She slightly raised her right hand. Xiaoheng's face turned black. Her eyes moved. She stretched out her hands and grabbed the handkerchief of the 2 men at the same time. No distinction between first and second, fair treatment. While wiping her mouth with 2 handkerchiefs, she ran out of the room. When she was gone, her voice came from the corridor. I'm going to find the state preceptor. The 2 men stared at each other for 3 seconds. Suddenly, they got up and shouted at the door, your foot. This girl sprained her ankle and still ran away. Gu Jiao's foot was fine. Her body had been trained by her, so her recovery ability was excellent. She went to the library. There were 3 floors in the library. The first floor was the largest, where the most common books were placed. The second floor was the second largest, which contained some more professional and hard-to-find books. The third floor was the smallest, which involved the secrets of the Yen Kingdom and the State Preceptor's Palace. For example, the former 6 books of the Yen Kingdom were once displayed on the 3rd floor. Gu Jiao only went to the 1st floor. Yi Qing was sorting out books in front of a row of bookshelves. When he saw Gu Jiao come in, he politely greeted, young Master Xiao. Gu Jiao nodded. Yi Qing. Yi Qing handed the books in his hand to the disciple beside him. You take these 2 books out to dry. They are a little wet. I will come back later to sort out the rest. Yes, senior brother. The disciple took the books with both hands, bowed, and walked out. Yi Qing took Gu Jiao to the tea table, walked up a high step, and sat down on the opposite side of the desk. Gu Jiao sat down opposite him in the same posture. He picked up a pot of tea from the small wooden bucket filled with ice, smiled slightly, and said, it's honey flower tea. He first poured a cup for Gu Jiao, and then poured a cup for himself. Gu Jiao had just eaten a big bowl of noodles. To be honest, her stomach was a little full, so she just took a sip. There should be mint in the tea, which was very fragrant and pleasant. Yi Qing said with a smile, "Young Master Shao, are you here to see my master? Master and His Majesty are on the 3rd floor, and Commandant Wang has just gone up. I guess they won't finish talking for a while. If young Master Shao has something urgent, I can pass on a message for young Master Shao." The disciple of the state preceptor's palace who was serving tea for the two heard Yi Qing's words, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. When the state preceptor was talking with others, he never allowed anyone to disturb him, let alone pass on a message if there was no urgent matter. What was so special about this young Master Shao? Gu Jiao didn't know that the state preceptor was so arrogant. She thought that reporting to the state preceptor was a routine operation, but she didn't have to see the state preceptor. Gu Jiao took a sip of tea and asked, "Did your master teach you those secret words?" Yi Qing looked blank. "What secret words?" Gu Jiao. "Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple." Yi Qing blurted out reflexively, "East, west, north, south, and white." Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. "Sure enough, it's you." Shangguan Qing came to the state preceptor's palace every 2 years and stayed for a few days every time. It was said that he had a good relationship with the disciples of the state preceptor's palace. It was obvious that these secret words were taught by the state preceptor. Yi Qing smiled embarrassedly. It was the imperial grandson who told young Master Shao. "It's just a few jokes. Young Master Shao doesn't have to take it to heart." Gu Jiao snorted. "Old man, you are not serious?" Yi Qing laughed dryly. Speaking of which, it was not his master who was not serious, it was the imperial grandson who was not serious, who knew that his stomach was full of evil ideas at such a young age. He could fall asleep while studying, but he had a better memory than anyone else when it came to learning these unorthodox things. "Can I go up to your 2nd floor to have a look?"
Gu Jiao asked.
Yi Qing said, "Young Master Shao, you can." Others were not very good. They had to get the state preceptor's permission. But his master seemed to take special care of this young Master Shao. Except for a few very special places, he could almost let young Master Shao walk around. Gu Jiao and Yi Qing went up to the 2nd floor. There were only 2 disciples on duty on the 2nd floor. When the 2 saw Yi Qing, they respectfully saluted. "Big brother?" Yi Qing nodded and said to the 2, "You do your thing. I will show young Master Shao around." "Yes." The 2 stepped aside. Yi Qing said to Gu Jiao, "Young Master Shao, please." Gu Jiao casually looked around. There were books on farming, law, arithmetic, astronomy, geography, and other relatively professional books. They were more in-depth and comprehensive than similar books on the market. Gu Jiao put the farming book back on the shelf and looked at the row of bookshelves on the right and said, "What is that over there?" There were not books on that row of bookshelves, but scrolls. Yi Qing looked and said, "Those are portraits of all the major families."
"Oh?"
This was a good opportunity to collect information. "Can I take a look?" Gu Jiao politely asked. "Of course." Yi Qing smiled and said. It was one thing for him to treat Gu Jiao with respect, but it was another thing for Gu Jiao to reciprocate with respect. This was much more comfortable to get along with than those nobles who had a smile on their face, but their words and actions were full of disdain. Gu Jiao came to the front of the bookshelves. There were originally wooden signs of the major families on the bookshelves. Today's weather was good, so the disciples who were sweeping took the wooden signs away to clean. Gu Jiao casually picked up a scroll. Yi Qing opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but after hesitating, he felt that it was okay. Gu Jiao opened the scroll. The portrait was of a man holding a red tasseled spear and wearing golden armor. His facial features were resolute, his eyebrows were cold, and there was a teardrop mole under his right eye. Looking at the face in the portrait, Gu Jiao froze for a moment. Her eyes moved down. Xianyuan, her finger just happened to press on the last word of the name. She slowly moved her finger away. Chapter 732. All the novels that can't be found online are here.
Li.
This is Xianyuan Li. Xianyuan Li and the king are of the same generation. If he is still alive, He should be about the same age as the king. This should be a portrait of him when he was young. Why do I have a feeling of déjà vu, as if I have seen it before? Is it the mole? Xiao Heng also has it. Or is it the red tasseled spear in his hand? This is Xianyuan Li, the former head of the Xianyuan family. Yi Qing saw that she was in a daze and introduced him to her. The Xianyuan family is a taboo in the Yan Kingdom. Yi Qing is the eldest disciple of the state preceptor hall, so he has the confidence to mention it. Gu Jiao looked at it for a while, carefully put the portrait back, and opened another one. This time she looked at the name first, Xianyuan Cheng. It is also a portrait of a young man who looks to be in his early 20s. He is wearing silver armor, holding a red tasseled spear, looks like Xianyuan Li, very heroic, and has a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. If he were to take off his armor, he would be an elegant young master with a jade-like appearance. Yi Qing looked at the portrait and said, Xianyuan Cheng was weak and sickly when he was a child. Coupled with the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows, he was always laughed at by young masters of the same age as a little girl. Then he followed his father to practice martial arts desperately, worked hard to become stronger, and finally became a famous general who can continue the legend of Xianyuan Li. Gu Jiao sighed. There is such an anecdote. The man in the portrait is tall, with fierce eyes and a murderous aura. Who would have guessed that he had such an experience when he was a child? Gu Jiao opened the third portrait of the Xianyuan Empress before she got married, and the name below is Xianyuan Hanyan. It is a portrait of her riding on a horse, quite a bit of the style of a tiger girl. Her appearance is extremely beautiful. Shangguan Yan is very similar to her, especially that pair of auspicious phoenix eyes. So it seems that Xiao Heng is also very similar to her. Gu Jiao opened the fourth portrait of a daughter of the Xianyuan family, whose name is Xianyuan Zi.
Who is she?
Gu Jiao asked Yi Qing. Yi Qing said pleasantly, Xianyuan Zi, the eldest daughter of the Li family, Xianyuan Cheng's younger sister, and later Prince Consort Jing. Gu Jiao was puzzled. Your Highness? Yi Qing thought for a moment and said, Yes, Duchess Sin. When she passed away, Crown Prince Jing had yet to inherit the House of Duke, so she was buried as the Crown Princess. Gu Jiao said subconsciously, Jing Inin's mother? Now it was Yi Qing's turn to be puzzled. Huh? Young Master Xiao, you know about it. Gu Jiao replied, Oh, it suddenly popped up in my mind. Yi Qing expressed his understanding. You have been in the capital for so long. You must have heard about the Duke Angua's mansion. Yes, I've heard of her. Gu Jiao continued to study the woman in the portrait. This was an otherworldly face. When the facial features were taken apart, each one of them wasn't too exquisite, but when pieced together, they were beautiful. It was the kind of face that Gu Jiao liked. Gu Jiao stared at Xianyuan Zi's portrait for a long time, long enough for the last ray of light to dim. At this moment, there was a sound of knocking on the stairs from the third floor. It was a disciple who knocked over the scroll in his hand, and it rolled all over the floor. Yi Qing hurriedly went to help him pick it up. The two disciples on duty on the second floor didn't move. In the library, not only were the books and materials divided into ranks, but so were the disciples. The disciples on the first floor couldn't go up to the second floor and couldn't peek at the things on the second floor. The disciples on the second floor couldn't go up to the third floor or touch anything related to the third floor. Therefore, only Yi Qing could help. Gu Jiao saw that the two disciples didn't move and probably understood that it wasn't suitable for her to go, so she stayed where she was. It was just that the disciple was in a hurry, and the portrait that he picked up with great difficulty fell down again. He was in a hurry to grab the portrait, and almost fell down. Yi Qing was also in a difficult situation because of him. A scroll rolled to Gu Jiao's feet. Gu Jiao bent down and picked up the scroll, but didn't open it. She walked over and handed it to them. Here. Yi Qing took it. Thank you. There were several scrolls scattered on the ground. Gu Jiao didn't look at them and turned around to leave. However, she caught a glimpse of a portrait out of the corner of her eye. Her first reaction was to continue to leave, but her second reaction was to suddenly stop. This time, she openly looked at the portrait. The disciple quickly rolled up the portrait and put it away. He apologized again and again. "I'm sorry, senior brother." Yi Qing said with tolerance, "It's okay. Be careful next time." He gratefully said, "Yes then, senior brother, I'm leaving." Yi Qing nodded. "Go." The disciple went down to the second floor with a pile of books and portraits. The youth in the portrait lingered in Gu Jiao's mind. Not for anything else, but because the youth's face looked too much like Long Yi's. If Long Yi returned to the age of 13 or 14, he might look like that. Ordinary people couldn't completely outline a person's appearance in their mind. Even the closest parents, as long as they closed their eyes, only a vague outline was left. But Gu Jiao was a person who had received special training. She could conjure all the faces she remembered. She kept comparing Long Yi with the youth in the portrait in her mind. Could that youth be Long Yi from many years ago? Or just a person who looked similar to Long Yi? If it was the latter, it was fine, but if it was Long Yi from the distribution of the first and second floors, the higher you go, the more confidential it is. The portrait just now was taken down from the third floor. Even the portraits of the Xianyuan family and the 10 great families were only on the second floor. Could it be that Long Yi's level of confidentiality was higher than theirs? In the study on the third floor, the king and the state preceptor sat on the cushion and played chess. Wang Su waited for more than half an hour beside the two of them. Until the state preceptor's last chess piece fell, the king sighed, "You won again." The state preceptor said, "I won half a point." The king snorted, "Half a point is still a win. Don't think that I can't see that you have been giving way." The state preceptor looked at the king and said, "Your Majesty's chess skills were not so bad in the past. Your Majesty is absent-minded. Are you worried about Crown Princess?" "I am not worried about her," the king said and paused. "Also, she is not Crown Princess." The state preceptor didn't expose it. "It was obviously you who called her Crown Princess first last night." The king hesitated and asked, "Her injury, can it really be healed?" "Yes," the state preceptor said without hesitation. The king looked at him suspiciously. "You are too sure?" The state preceptor said, "Because she performed the operation, so I am very confident." The king frowned even more. "State preceptor, I have known you for more than 30 years, but you have never praised anyone in front of me. Is this Xiao Luling really so outstanding?" The state preceptor said, "Yes." The king was not used to the state preceptor praising a person like this. He didn't even praise Xian Yuanli like this. "But I don't like him very much," the king said. The state preceptor poured a cup of tea for the king, because there is no respect for the imperial power in his eyes, just like the Xianyuan family. The king's face darkened when he mentioned the Xianyuan family. The state preceptor said lightly, "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. He is just a student from Zhao country. Besides being proficient in medical skills, knowing how to play the bao, and having some skills, he is nothing." The king frowned. "You can admit that to this extent, and you still call it nothing?" The state preceptor seemed to be in a good mood. He laughed and said, "Since ancient times, heroes come from the young." The king didn't continue this topic. The state preceptor raised his hand. A disciple who was waiting respectfully by his side came forward, intending to rearrange the chessboard. The king waved his hand. "Forget it, don't play anymore. It is getting late. I should go back to the palace." "Your Majesty." The state preceptor looked at Wang Su. Only then did the king remember that Wang Su had just come over. It was just that he was too engrossed in playing chess, so he let Wang Su wait until now. "What's the matter?" Before the king finished his words, his voice got stuck in his throat. He frowned. "How did you become like this?" Wang Su had changed back to his official uniform of Commandant Guan, but he couldn't change his pighead face for a while. He didn't mean to smear the emperor's grandson. He just said embarrassedly, "I fell down." The state preceptor took a sip of tea and joked, "People who practice martial arts have great strength. The strength of your fall is also beyond ordinary people's reach. Ordinary people can't fall and become a pighead." Wang Su was embarrassed. Falling down sounded better than being beaten up. Wang Su went back to the topic. He cupped his hands and reported, I investigated the case of the crown princess injury and found some clues.
Oh.
The king just picked up the teacup and was about to drink. Hearing this, he put down the cup and said, Speak. Wang Su took out a clean handkerchief from his bosom and opened it to reveal a thin strand of coarse silk. I found this in the brambles at the crime scene. It should be from the murderer's clothes. Zhang Dequan took the handkerchief and handed it to the king and the state preceptor. The state preceptor glanced at it and said, It's coarse cloth, produced in Huaiyang County. It's of medium quality. Our state preceptor hall also uses this kind of cloth to make summer clothes for our disciples. The material that the disciples of the state preceptor hall could afford to wear was not ordinary material. The king continued to look at the state preceptor. The state preceptor picked it up and sniffed. It doesn't have the fragrance of our state preceptor hall. It's not from the state preceptor hall. The king. Who suspects the state preceptor hall? The state preceptor looked at Zhang Dequan. Who in the palace wears this kind of coarse silk? This. Zhang Dequan couldn't deduce this, with just a strand of coarse silk. The state preceptor said to the disciple beside him, Go and get an identical piece of coarse cloth.
Yes.
The disciple turned and left. Not long after, he came back with a long piece of coarse cloth. Zhang Dequan walked forward and touched it. He said in surprise, This is the material that I'm wearing. The state preceptor said, It seems that it's a eunuch from the palace, and a eunuch with a rank like eunuch Zhang. Wang Su added, The other party didn't leave any footprints at the scene. I guess that the other party's lightness skill is very high. There weren't many eunuchs who had lightness skill and a rank, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party had been hiding their skills. The king said in a low voice, I'll give you 1 night. If I don't see the culprit by tomorrow morning, you'll be finished as Commandant Guan. Only 1 night? This was 2, but the king was a man of his word. If he couldn't find out the culprit, he could only be stripped of his official position by tomorrow. He cupped his hands and said, Yes, sir. It was getting late, and the king should go back. Where's the young princess? He asked Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan said, She seems to be playing with her little classmate in the garden. Xiao Zheng is following her. Xiao Zheng was an expert in the imperial palace. This was the state preceptor's hall, so the king was not worried about the young princess's safety. He was just worried that he had neglected her for so long that she would feel wronged and sad. When she was sad, she would cry. When she cried, it would be earth-shattering. Where's the snack? The king asked. It's here. Zhang Dequan carried the food box that he had prepared early in the morning. The king took Zhang Dequan and the snack to the garden to find the young princess. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao was also looking for little Jing Kong. She also heard that the 2 children were playing in the garden in the afternoon. After coming out of the library pavilion, she directly came here. Who would have thought that she didn't find little Jing Kong but met the king instead? When the king saw Gu Jiao, his mind involuntarily flashed with Gu Jiao's words, If I'm cured, won't you bring your head to thank me? The king's heart was burning with anger. Shangguan Yan was injured and settled down. He thought that no one would come to anger him. But now he didn't know where this Xiao Luling came from. The state preceptor was right. This kid's eyes didn't have any respect for the imperial power, so naturally, he didn't fear the king. He stood there with an indomitable spirit. In a trance, the king seemed to see the figure of Xianyuan Cheng. Why wasn't it Xianyuan Li? It was probably because when the king knew Xianyuan Li was no longer a teenager. He only saw the appearance of the young Xianyuan Cheng in bright clothes. Why don't you kneel when you see me? Why should I kneel? I'm the king. You're not my king. I'm from the Zhao kingdom. The king had lived for more than half of his life, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. The king's eyes became dangerous. At this moment, a little eunuch hurriedly came and whispered a few words to Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan was relieved and said to the king, Your Majesty, the young princess is in the Qilin Hall. Let's go find her quickly. Otherwise, if she can't see you, she will cry again. Once the sky turns dark, she will look for you. Have you forgotten? The king thought of the crying Shangguan Shui and decided to let this kid go for the time being. He walked towards the Qilin Hall with a sullen face. Gu Jiao also wanted to go back to the Qilin Hall. If the young princess was there, little Jing Kong must be there too. The king only thought that she was going to take care of the crown princess. He frowned and didn't say anything. At this moment, the sky was completely dark. Usually at this time, if the young princess didn't see him, she would cry until the entire harem was restless. Thinking of this, the king quickened his pace. 100 ways to comfort the young princess flashed in his mind. In the end, when he reached the entrance of the Qilin Hall, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The young princess and little Jing Kong stood on the left and right of the entrance. Their small bodies were straight, and their small arms were behind their backs, like two little mascots. Two small heads swayed at the same time and sang cutely. You love me, ah, I love you, da-da-da-da, sweet honey, you love me, ah, I love you, da-da-da-da, sweet honey. After singing for half an hour, the entire country learned it. The king, Gu Jiao. Chapter 733. The novel was updated more quickly. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. The two little kids couldn't stop singing. They were surrounded by disciples of the state preceptor hall. The monarch's mood suddenly became a little complicated. What happened to the promised whaling? What happened to finding Uncle His Majesty when it got dark? The little lass must have forgotten that she had an uncle. If he didn't interrupt her, she would shake her head and sing until tomorrow. The monarch snorted coldly. I've never seen her so playful. It was already dark, but she was still so happy that she didn't want to go home. Zhang Dequan smiled and said, It's rare for the little princess to meet such a playmate. The monarch laughed and said, You don't have many playmates in the past. Zhang Dequan smiled and said, Isn't that different? The playmates in the past were all young masters and daughters sent by aristocratic families. They were specially chosen to be good-tempered and gentle. They were also taught the rules at home. They knew that Shangguan Shui was the princess of the royal family, and they couldn't make her unhappy. Otherwise, the monarch would blame them and their parents would suffer.
Who could let go of her then?
They were very careful, and the little princess didn't have much fun. Little Jing Kong didn't know the little princess's identity. He only thought that she was an ordinary child and didn't have any scruples when playing with her. In fact, even if little Jing Kong knew, he wouldn't have any scruples. When he was in Zhao State, he and the Prince Qin Shi were good friends. The Emperor of Zhao State had never used his identity to ask little Jing Kong to play with him. Little Jing Kong was used to it. In addition, Gu Jiao taught him at home. He only knew how to treat people sincerely and didn't know how to look at people with colored eyes. The monarch stood in the most eye-catching position. The little girl should have rushed over when she saw him. However, she didn't. The young Canton princess sang happily and did not even look in the direction of the monarch. The monarch was deeply ignored by the little girl for the first time. When little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao, he immediately stopped playing the brainwashing song. When Xiaoheng picked up little Jing Kong, he told him about the new situation. Little Jing Kong knew that his bad brother-in-law had changed his identity again. He was used to it and could accept it very well. He had to restrain himself from getting too close to Jiao Jiao in front of outsiders. Jing Kong, why aren't you singing? The young princess also stopped. Little Jing Kong nodded and pointed at the sky. Look, the moon is out. We should go home. The young princess looked up and nodded her head. Then we'll sing again tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, the young princess jumped down the stairs and pounced in the direction of the monarch. Only then did the monarch's expression soften a little. He opened his arms slightly and waited to catch the little fellow. Who would have thought that the little fellow would run right past him? Teacher. The young princess came in front of Gu Jiao and bowed very politely. The monarch was so angry that his wrinkles were twitching. Little Jing Kong was picked up by the young princess to the state preceptor palace. Since the young princess was leaving, she naturally had to send him back too. Little Jing Kong waved his hand. No, no. My sister will come to the state preceptor palace to pick me up later. Okay, I was thinking that we could go back together. I'll go first then.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. The two little kids said goodbye to each other. The young princess had a pleasant and fulfilling day. She felt refreshed on the way back. She completely forgot why she came to the state preceptor palace. When the monarch's face darkened and he wanted to remind her, she lay back on the soft couch and fell asleep. She played for a whole day and didn't take a nap. It was too tiring to be a child. The monarch was speechless. On the other side, little Jing Kong was Gu Jiao's little tail in the wing room for a while. It was time for him to go back. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and snorted. He squinted at Xiao Heng. But can you still go back to the academy now? Why don't you ask for leave for me and let me come here? In this way, he could be with Jiao Jiao every day.
Ha!
He was so witty. The little fellow was so proud that he shook his feet. Since Xiao Heng had become Shengguan Qing, he really couldn't go back to the academy. Otherwise, it would be too suspicious if he disappeared in broad daylight for a whole day. Xiao Heng certainly could choose to ask for leave for both him and little Jing Kong. But Xiao Heng didn't do so. Children can't study for 3 days and 2 days. As Xiao Heng spoke, he took out a set of clothes from the Kenglin Women's Academy. He went back to the Linglong Pavilion to pick up little Jing Kong. He held the clothes and came to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Xiao Heng pointed at little Jing Kong. You can be his sister. Gu Qingfeng felt like he was struck by lightning. Why me? Gu Qingfeng refused. I'm different from you. I'm not as tall as you. Xiao Heng agreed. He calmly turned around and took out a pair of ancient high heels from his bag. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Qingfeng started his hard life of going to school during the day and doing part-time work, singing opera, at night. After Wang Su left the state preceptor's hall, he went to the imperial palace without stopping. He was investigating the case under the imperial edict and had the right to mobilize the eunuchs in the imperial palace. He started from the 12 imperial colleges. All the eunuchs who wore that kind of clothes had to be interrogated by the commandery. He sat in the hall of the commandery of the left. The eunuchs in charge of the 12 imperial colleges were lined up in the center of the hall. On the surface, these 12 eunuchs didn't know martial arts. But they didn't have the final say. Wang Su wanted to test it himself. If a person had a strong qinggong, he must also have a good internal force. To test whether a person had internal force or not, one was to see how he made a move. The other was to directly inject his internal force into the other party's meridians. The latter would make the person who was tested feel a certain degree of pain. The weaker the martial arts, the more painful it would be. Now that he was investigating the case, he couldn't care about this. He looked at the crowd and said, "Stewards, I'm sorry to offend you." He started with the ceremony supervisor. He pinched the ceremony supervisor's wrist. As soon as his internal force entered his body, a thin layer of sweat appeared on the other party's forehead. There were calluses on his palm. He only practiced a little martial arts. His internal force wasn't strong enough. He wasn't the murderer who assassinated Shengguan Yan. Then, he tested the 7 eunuchs in charge of the Imperial College and the treasure's supervisor. They didn't have any internal force at all. Surprisingly, the 4 eunuchs in charge of the Divine Palace Supervisor, the Imperial College Supervisor, the Prefect Supervisor, and the Design Supervisor were all masters. This was not surprising. To be able to mix in the Imperial Palace today, who didn't have some hidden skills? Wang Su knew the way of power, so he didn't blame them for concealing. However, the monarch wanted to find the murderer, so these 4 people were very suspicious. But after he checked the whereabouts of the 4 people, he found that the 4 of them had perfect alibis last night. And the 4 people's clothes didn't have any big flaws. If the clothes were damaged, they could be mended. A good embroiderer could mend the clothes seamlessly. Wang Su ordered his subordinate, "Bring me the scorpion box."
Yes.
The subordinate went to the storeroom and brought back an iron box with both hands. Wang Su said to the several managers, "This is a blue-tailed scorpion. It's extremely poisonous. One bite is enough to kill a dead man. There's no antidote." After he said that, he opened the handkerchief, revealing a strand of silk. "This is the evidence left by the murderer at the scene. Now I'll put it in the scorpion box. The poisonous scorpions inside will remember its smell. In a moment, I'll have to trouble the four of you to stretch out your hands. The four of you can rest assured that they are all poisonous scorpions. They won't bite anything that smells different from the evidence." The four people were a little hesitant. Wang Su smiled faintly. After throwing Gusi into the box, he tried to put his hand into the metal box. After a while, he took his hand out. There was no trace of being bitten. They heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll go first," the Divine Palace supervisor said. Wang Su winked at his subordinate. The subordinate came in front of him with the iron box. The Divine Palace supervisor put his hand into the hole in the lid of the box. "It's done," Wang Su said. The steward of the Divine Palace was relieved. Next, the managers of the Department of Setup and the prefect of the prefect also put their hands into the scorpion box one by one. The two of them were safe and sound. When it was the palace supervisor's turn, there was a trace of struggle in his eyes. His arm was stiff, and he was reluctant to put his hand in. Wang Su shouted, "It's him. Take him down." There were poisonous scorpions in the scorpion box, but they weren't the most poisonous blue-tailed scorpions. They were just a few ordinary scorpions, and they were covered with a layer of barbed wire. Even if the murderer really put his hand in, he wouldn't be bitten at all. This was a psychological attack. Obviously, the other party had lost. The guards of the prefect commandery swarmed forward. The other three managers also quickly reacted and wanted to catch the palace supervisor next to them. However, this person's lightness skill was too good. He rushed out with a leap. Wang Su said coldly, "Go after him." The guards of the prefect commandery chased after him, but they couldn't catch up with him at all. In the blink of an eye, he escaped from the palace. Wang Su was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Split into three. You two teams will flank him from the front and back streets. The rest of you follow me." Wang Su relied on his absolute advantage of being familiar with the terrain. After a quarter of an hour, he successfully blocked the other party into a dead end. Wang Su said coldly, "I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't make a futile struggle. You know the king's means very well. Death is not scary. What's scary is that you'll suffer a fate worse than death." A ferocious glint flashed across the eyes of the palace supervisor. He flew over and injured a guard of the prefect commandery. He seized the other party's sword and fought with Wang Su's group. Only then did Wang Su realize that he had underestimated the other party's martial arts. The dozen or so of them were completely powerless against the other party. Wang Su personally fought, but unfortunately, he was defeated in 10 moves. What a powerful opponent! When did such an expert sneak into the palace supervisor? Wang Su blocked the other party's attack with his sword. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you? Who sent you to assassinate the deposed princess?" The other party didn't waste words with Wang Su and slashed at his arm. Wang Su fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The other party raised the sword in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed at Wang Su's heart. Even if he died, he wanted to drag someone down with him. Wang Su knew that he couldn't escape. He subconsciously closed his eyes. However, the sword didn't land. An extremely sharp sword, Qi carried a majestic momentum and was as fast as lightning. It fiercely sent the other party flying into the wall behind him. Wang Su opened his eyes and turned his head to look. He saw an ink-clothed man holding a sword at the entrance of the alley under the moonlight. Wasn't this the expert by the emperor's grandson's side that knocked him out with a stick? Why did he come? And he sent that troublesome fellow flying with a single move? The palace supervisor crawled up while holding his chest. He fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His sword fell to the ground, but he didn't pick it up. He clearly couldn't beat Gu Chongqing, so he decided to escape. He tapped his feet and flew onto the roof. He jumped onto the roof and vaulted over the walls, gradually disappearing into the night. Wang Su said in shock, "He's the murderer. Quickly chase after him." Gu Chongqing lightly said, "This fellow is a good opponent. It's a pity to catch him like this." Wang Su was confused. "How come I don't understand?" The palace supervisor ran for a while and found that the expert didn't chase after him. He sneered, "What's the use of having high martial arts? Haven't I still shaken you off?" Just as he finished speaking, a stick came at him and smashed him down from the roof. "Damn you!" he cursed and fell flat on the ground. Gu Jiao tapped his feet and landed in front of him. He tapped his palm with a rolling pin and calmly walked towards him. "Want to fight, brother?" The palace supervisor was speechless. 15 minutes later, when Wang Su rushed to the scene with his injured arm, the palace supervisor had already been beaten to the point that he couldn't even move his fingers. He looked at Wang Su with excitement in his eyes, as if he had seen his savior. Gu Jiao stood to the side with a refreshed expression. Gu Chongqing walked over and asked softly, "How is it?" Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. He can't take too much beating." Gu Chongqing seriously reflected, "Then I'll pay more attention next time. I won't cripple as many meridians as possible." Wang Su was dumbfounded. "What are you guys talking about? Isn't the main point the case? Pay more attention next time? What do you want next time?" Gu Jiao left him with a few breaths, so he could be interrogated. However, this person was very stubborn. He smiled contemptuously. "I didn't do anything, no one ordered me, you guys give up. I don't know anything. Is that so?" Gu Jiao looked at him condescendingly, took out a hallucinogen from the first aid kit, and injected it. Chapter 734. Wang Su looked at Gu Jiao with a dumbfounded expression. "Why did you give him a needle?" "To extort a confession." Gu Jiao said. "You can extort a confession with a needle?" Wang Su expressed his disbelief. Gu Jiao didn't tell him that it was a hallucinogen, lest he overthink and think that Gu Jiao was manipulating the murderer's confession. Gu Jiao looked at the murderer lying on the ground. His tense body gradually relaxed and understood that he was hallucinating. She couldn't let him go too deep, otherwise, he would completely lose contact with the outside world and wouldn't be able to hear the outside world. Gu Jiao tapped his shoulder with a rolling pin and said seriously, "If you don't want to suffer more, then hurry up and tell me, who is the murderer?" Gu Jiao had already knocked the person unconscious and waited until Wang Su came to hear the news. She wanted Wang Su to hear the murderer's name with his own ears. The murderer didn't struggle too much and honestly confessed. However, the name he gave was not the person in Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing's mind.
Who is Li Ping?
Gu Jiao asked Wang Su. Wang Su thought for a moment. He shouldn't be talking about Li Ping, but concubine Li, the imperial concubine in the palace. In order to confirm his guess, Wang Su asked him a few more details about concubine Li's order. He was in a state of confusion, so he didn't hold back and said everything he remembered in his mind. From the testimony, it was indeed concubine Li who ordered him to assassinate Sheng Wanyan. Concubine Li didn't tell him why she wanted to kill Sheng Wanyan. Concubine Li and he had no intersection. It was by chance that she bumped into his affair with a palace maid. In the Great Yan Imperial Palace, eunuchs and palace maids were forbidden to eat each other. Concubine Li threatened him to help her get rid of Sheng Wanyan. Did Concubine Li and Sheng Wanyan have a grudge?
Gu Jiao asked.
Wang Su fell silent. Concubine Li had only been in the palace for a few years, while Sheng Wanyan had been imprisoned in the Imperial Mausoleum more than 10 years ago. There was no intersection between the two. It was impossible to say that they were having a holiday. But Wang Su's silence wasn't because of this. It was because Concubine Li was very close to an imperial concubine in the inner palace. Gu Jiao looked at Wang Su.
Who?
Wang Su said with a serious expression, Consort Wan. Consort Wan, whose surname was Mu, was old Master Mu's biological daughter and Mu Qingqian's mother's sister. Concubine Li had no one to rely on in the inner palace. In the beginning, her days were very difficult. It was only after she was able to rely on Wan Fei that she went from a small servant to the present concubine Li. Gu Jiao was puzzled. Consort Wan and Shang Guanyan have a grudge? There are indeed conflicts. Wang Su sighed. That was when Shang Guanyan returned to Chengdu with his 1-year-old grandson. Consort Wan whispered to the servants in private, saying that who knows if the child was a bastard picked up from outside. At that time, Shang Guanyan, who was still the crown princess, heard it. After Shang Guanyan slapped Consort Wan, she was still angry and punished Consort Wan to kneel in the imperial garden as a warning. At that time, Consort Wan was still not an imperial concubine but a concubine, but it was still very embarrassing. Gu Jiao touched her chin. The crown princess has so much power. Wang Su said, with the support of Empress Xianyuan and the Xianyuan family, of course, her power is great. Besides, she is the only legitimate child. After the emperor and the empress, she is the most honorable. It's like the Xianyuan family style. So it seems that Shang Guanyan is very protective of Shaoqing. Gu Jiao said, it's useless for us to guess blindly here. Whether Concubine Li was ordered by Consort Wan or not, we have to ask Concubine Li. Wang Su thought deeply. I'll go to the palace.
Wait.
Gu Jiao stopped him.
Huh?
Wang Su was stunned. Gu Jiao pointed to his arm. Your injury? This. Wang Su forgot that he was injured. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and coughed lightly. It's not a serious injury. Having said that, when Gu Jiao came to him with a first aid kit, he reluctantly offered his arm. Gu Jiao took out a cotton swab with iodine from the first aid kit and gave him 3 stitches. Because of the anesthetic, it doesn't hurt at all. Wang Su looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated look. His heart was moved. Thank you. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand. 1 silver coin. Wang Su. After Wang Su gave the money, he brought the murderer back to the rearguard commandery with a dark face. Looking at the 2 people's back, Gu Changqing asked, is he the murderer? He was referring to the eunuch. Gu Jiao said, it's him. I saw the crescent-shaped scar on the back of his right hand. Just now, Shang Guanyan woke up for a little while. Gu Jiao took the opportunity to ask her about the murder. Shang Guanyan didn't see the murderer's appearance, but she grabbed the murderer's hand and touched the scar on the back of his hand. Gu Changqing's eyes were deep. It's not Imperial Concubine Han. Yes, they all thought that the mastermind behind the scenes must be the Crown Prince's mother. Wang Su took the murderer back to the rearguard commandery, locked the murderer in the prison, and hurried to report to the emperor. The emperor asked Zhang Dequan to bring Concubine Li, who knew that Zhang Dequan only brought back news of Concubine Li. Your Majesty, Concubine Li hanged herself. After getting the emperor's permission, Wang Su borrowed a very experienced coroner from the Ministry of Justice. He carefully examined Concubine Li's body and determined that Concubine Li committed suicide. She was not strangled or killed and then hung. The clue that was hard to get was suddenly cut off. Now that the person was gone, they could only start from Concubine Li's belongings and the people around her. After a whole night of torture, a little eunuch finally couldn't stand it anymore and confessed that Concubine Li had asked him to go to the bank to deposit a sum of money, a total of 3,000 taels. Concubine Li's annual salary was only 300 taels. She didn't eat or drink for 10 years to save this money. The problem was that she had been here for less than 10 years. She had spent a lot of money to bribe the servants and show filial piety to the high-ranking concubines. She was already struggling to make ends meet, so how could she have any money left? Concubine Wan, who was close to Concubine Li, became the first suspect. Concubine Wan cried injustice, saying that she didn't give Concubine Li the money. But when the emperor tortured the palace maids and eunuchs around Concubine Wan, a little palace maid confessed the truth. The money was indeed given by Concubine Wan, no more, no less, exactly 3,000 taels. Your Majesty, Concubine Wan knelt on the cold, hard floor. The white marble reflected her sobbing appearance. The emperor sat on the chair, and Wang Su and Zhang Dequan stood on both sides. The emperor sternly said, "Do you admit it yourself? Or do we have people thoroughly investigate your transactions with the Mu family?" Concubine Wan's salary was not low, but she spent a lot of money. Without the Mu family's filial piety, how could she take out 3,000 taels in one go? Concubine Wan honestly admitted. This concubine did give Concubine Li 3,000 taels. That was because she told this concubine that her father was sick and urgently needed money to treat his illness. The emperor coldly said, "What illness needs 3,000 taels?" Concubine Wan looked wronged. A bowl of bird's nest is 100 taels. Is 3,000 taels a lot? Concubine Wan was the daughter of the Mu family. Since childhood, she had lived a life of luxury. What she ate was golden bird's nest, which could be bought for 1 tael outside. She didn't understand the hardships of the common people. 3,000 taels was more than enough to treat a disease in a small Jiangyang county. The emperor suspiciously asked, "Then why did you deny it?" Concubine Wan choked with sobs. "Isn't it because Concubine Li had an accident? This concubine was close to her on weekdays. I was worried that I would be implicated, so I quickly distanced myself from her." The emperor looked at her deeply. His eyes flashed with an ominous light. "Concubine Wan, I don't believe it." The next day, before dawn, the entire harem knew that Concubine Wan instigated Concubine Li to murder Shangguan Yan. Concubine Wan was banished to the cold palace. The emperor originally wanted to take away her imperial concubine position and demote her to noble lady. It was concubine Wang Xian who interceded and temporarily kept her position. Shangguan Yan was no longer the crown princess. She was just a concubine, and she attempted to commit murder. Such a punishment was extremely heavy for an imperial concubine. Concubine Wan cried and screamed. Concubine Wang Xian asked her to stay in the cold palace for a while. When the emperor's anger subsided, she would find a way to save her. Even the empress didn't come out. "How can I come out?" At the entrance of the palace, Concubine Wan was crying and gasping for breath. Concubine Wang Xian patted her shoulder to comfort her. "His Majesty is angry. Give me some time." Concubine Wan grabbed Concubine Wang Xian's hand tightly. "I didn't do it. It really wasn't me. Sister Concubine Xian, please believe me." Concubine Wang Xian sighed helplessly. "It's useless for me to believe you. His Majesty must believe you." Zhang Dequan urged. "Concubine Wan, please." Concubine Wan glared at Zhang Dequan fiercely. "You dog." Usually, it's Concubine Wan. Now that she's going to enter the cold palace, he doesn't even call her Concubine Wan. A luxurious carriage carried by 4 people slowly passed by the door of Concubine Wan's palace. On the carriage, the graceful and noble imperial concubine Han lightly raised her hand to the accompanying eunuch. The carriage stopped. Imperial concubine Han and concubine Wang Xian were the first group of people to serve the emperor. They already have grandchildren, but because of proper maintenance, they look like they're in their early 40s. She looked at concubine Wan with a smile. "Oh, Concubine Wan is leaving?" When Concubine Wang Xian's love waned, she brought the Mu family's first daughter into the palace to help her. Losing Concubine Wan was like losing an arm. Concubine Wan angrily glared at her, stepped forward, and pointed at Imperial Concubine Han. "It must be you. You framed me. You killed Concubine Li. It's you. It's all you." Imperial Concubine Han raised her chin and smiled mockingly. "It's better for Concubine Wan to say this in front of His Majesty. If His Majesty also thinks that this concubine did it, this concubine will bring my luggage and move to the cold palace to accompany you without His Majesty's order." "You?" Concubine Wang Xian shook her head at Concubine Wan, indicating that she should calm down. Imperial Concubine Han dusted the handkerchief in her hand, looked forward, and said indifferently, "Bring a few more quilts. I heard that the cold palace is cold." Concubine Wan was about to explode with anger, but it was useless to be angry now. She was forced into the cold palace by this Han B****. Zhang Dequan urged him again. I'll have to trouble eunuch Zhang to wait a moment. Concubine Wang Xian said politely, and had a palace, may give Zhang Dequan a bag of gold. Zhang Dequan accepted it and whispered, a quarter of an hour, it can't be any later. This servant still has to report to His Majesty. Concubine Wang Xian nodded and comforted Concubine Wan for a while. Concubine Wan wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said with red eyes, Sister Concubine Wang, help me take care of the sixth prince. That B****tch is vicious and merciless. She dares to harm me like this. I'm worried that she will harm the sixth prince. The sixth prince, the only underage prince in the harem, was the youngest son of the monarch. Concubine Wang Xian held her hand and said earnestly, I know. I will bring him to Xianfu Palace and won't let anyone have a chance to hurt him. Listen to me, when you go to the cold palace, don't throw a tantrum. Concubine Wan was taken away by Zhang Dequan. Concubine Wang Xian sent a eunuch to the Imperial Academy to pick up the sixth prince from school. When she returned to her bedroom, she met Imperial Concubine Han, who was admiring the flowers in the Imperial Garden. Concubine Wang Xian coldly looked at Imperial Concubine Han and said, You really went too far this time. Imperial Concubine Han took a deep look at her and sneered, Oh. At dawn, the State Preceptor Palace also received the news that Concubine Wan was punished. Shangguan Yen hasn't woken up yet. In the room, 3 people sat opposite each other. Xiao Heng, Gu Jiao, and Gu Chongqing. I didn't expect that Concubine Wan would take the blame. Gu Jiao said, It's really the Han family style. They all like to make others take the blame. The opponent is very strong. Gu Chongqing said, It's not because of the strength of force, but because of the shrewdness and scheming. It's not terrible to have such a person in a family. If everyone's brain is so smart, it's no wonder that they can compete for the position of the first family. This is a very tricky family. But Xiao Heng didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. On the contrary, a strange desire for power was faintly born in his blood. This is probably Gu Jiao's mood when he sees a master. It's just that Gu Jiao is purely competing. He's more sinister. He wants to take advantage of the situation and not spit out the bones. The Han family and the Wang family are the 2 biggest fish. If the Han family wants to eat all the fish, then let them eat it. The 10 great families are not innocent. When the Xianyuan family was destroyed and the crown princess was persecuted, each family stabbed a knife. He doesn't sympathize with Concubine Wan. Just like in the past, no one sympathized with Xianyuan Han Yan, who was banished to the cold palace. The Han family is a good knife. Xiao Heng lowered his eyes and rubbed the blade in his hand. Next, let's make this knife sharper. Chapter 735. More in the Mu family. Old Master Mu also received the news that Consort Wan was banished to the cold palace. When the emperor issued an edict to punish Consort Wan, the eunuch in the palace hurriedly sent the news to the Mu family through his connections. Old Master Mu was furious. He slammed his fist on the table. How dare you? The butler comforted him. Old Master, don't be angry. Don't hurt your health. Cough, cough, cough. Old Master Mu coughed violently. Old Master Mu's body was not as strong as the old fox of the Han family. The butler hurriedly poured water for him. Drink some water first.
Calm down.
Old Master Mu gritted his teeth. My daughter was wronged and sent to the cold palace. How can I calm down? Where is Mu Tao? The butler hurriedly said, Call him. Old Master Mu pondered for a moment and ordered, Send a letter to the Su family. Old Master Su won't be in Chengdu these days. Ask Su Yuan to come over. Yes. The butler hurried away and didn't notice Mu Chuan, who was eavesdropping outside the window. Mu Chuan hesitated for a moment and quickly disappeared into the vast sky. Su Yuan and Mu Qingchen arrived at the Mu family at the same time. Su Hao followed behind Su Yuan, and Mu Qingchen was called by Mu Chuan from the Tianqiong Academy.
It was still dark.
In order to open the city gate, Mu Chuan even used his father's token. "Fourth brother, you're here too." Su Hao smiled and greeted him. Mu Qingchen looked indifferent. Mu Chuan said angrily, "What are you doing here?" He was just a bastard. How dare he bring him to the Mu family? If it weren't for this bastard, his aunt wouldn't have been so angry. Su Hao said guiltily, "Fourth brother, you're not at home, so you don't know. Father was injured when he was practicing martial arts at home yesterday. I was worried, so I insisted on coming. It's all my fault. Please don't blame father." The two looked at Su Yuan. His waist was indeed wrapped in thick bandages.
"Go in," Su Yuan said.
In the parlor, old Master Mu sat on the main seat with a pale face. His eldest son, Mu Tao, stood beside him respectfully. Su Yuan saluted old Master Mu. "Father-in-law." Grandpa Mu hummed in agreement. Grandpa Mu had a grudge against this son-in-law of his. Old Master Mu only had 2 daughters. One married into the palace, and the other married into the Su family. The Mu and Su families were connected by marriage. The Su family was considered to be climbing up the social ladder by marrying the daughter of the Mu family. However, this Su Yuan did not know what was good for him. He actually had a mistress outside, and even let the mistress give birth to a son a day earlier than his wife. There were a total of 3 branches in the Su family. The eldest and second young masters belonged to the second branch, while Su Hao and Mu Qingchen belonged to the eldest branch. Su Yuan was the heir of the Su family. Logically speaking, Mu Qingchen, as the son of the first wife, would inherit the Su family business in the future. However, Su Yuan was very sincere when he admitted his mistake. All these years, Mu Qingchen had been following his mother's surname. Su Yuan had tolerated it and treated Mu Qingchen well. Su Yuan had also made it clear that only Mu Qingchen could inherit the position of the head of the Su family. However, Mu Qingchen had to change his surname back when the day came. Old Master Mu's eyes fell on the bandage on Su Yuan's waist and abdomen. He asked, "Are you hurt?" Su Yuan said, "I accidentally twisted it when I was practicing martial arts. It's just a small injury. It's nothing serious."
"Sit down,"
Old Master Mu said, and gestured for Mu Tao to sit down. Su Yuan and Mu Tao sat down on both sides of Old Master Mu. Old Master Mu looked at Mu Qingchen with a kind look. "Qingchen, you've lost weight recently. Is it because the life in the academy is too hard?" Mu Qingchen said, "No. It's just because the weather is hot." Old Master Mu had always doted on Mu Qingchen. However, he was not in the mood to play with his grandson at this critical moment. He raised his hand tiredly.
"Sit down."
He did not speak to Su Hao. Instead, he looked at the door. "Okay, come in." Mu Chuan touched the bridge of his nose and walked in resentfully. No matter what kind of relationship Mu Qingchen had with Su Yuan in private, he still behaved politely on the surface. He sat down beside Su Yuan. Su Hao was about to sit down on the other side of Mu Qingchen when Mu Chuan came over. "I want to sit with my 4th brother. Get over here," Mu Tao shouted. Mu Chuan curled his lips bitterly after being shouted at by his father. He walked over reluctantly and sat down beside his father. Old Master Mu did not beat around the bush. He said bluntly, "I'll cut to the chase. I asked you to come here before dawn because of something in the palace. I guess you all know what happened to Concubine Wan." Su Yuan nodded. "Steward Lu told me on the way here. What's going on?" "Concubine Li made a mistake." "What does it have to do with Concubine Wan?" Mu Qingchen heard it from Mu Chuan. He was more thorough than the steward. The steward had to choose his words carefully when speaking to Su Yuan. There was nothing that he could not say. Mu Chuan just spilled the beans. He directly said that it was the Han family who framed Concubine Wan. Also, his aunt was a little complacent. The Mu family did not give her so much money every year for her to squander. Concubine Li's father was sick, and she gave her 3,000 taels. Did she know how hard it was to earn 3,000 taels? He had 2 aunts, but to be honest, his youngest aunt was too brainless. If it were his eldest aunt who entered the palace, she might have already become the crown prince. His eldest aunt was Mu Qingqian's mother. I knew something would happen to her sooner or later. In fact, if it weren't for concubine Xian's care, she would have been in trouble many times. These were Mu Chuan's words. Mu Chuan also felt helpless about his youngest aunt. Old Master Mu asked Mu Tao to tell him the whole story. He could roughly infer that it was concubine Han who did it. Concubine Li was bribed by concubine Han. Her father's serious illness was just an excuse. She asked concubine Wan for a large sum of money so that concubine Wan could not get away with it on the day of the accident. It was also concubine Han's plan that concubine Li found out about the affair between the head of the palace and the little palace maid. Concubine Han had been in charge of the harem for many years. How could she not know that the head of the palace and the palace maid were having a private affair? However, she did not say anything because she wanted to make it a weakness that she could use to her advantage at any time. Su Yuan said in a deep voice, "This is too much. If she wants to get rid of the dethroned crown princess, then just do it. Why did she have to drag concubine Wan into this? Is she trying to use this opportunity to make His Majesty angry at the Mu family?" The harem and the previous dynasty had always been intertwined and could not be completely separated. If something happened to concubine Wan, would the Mu family have a good time? Old Master Mu said coldly, "Humph, how can the Han family's appetite be the same as my Mu family's? In my opinion, the Wang family and the Su family will be targeted by them sooner or later." Old Master Mu's biological sister married into the Wang family. She was now matriarch Wang. The room was silent for a while. The atmosphere was strange and tense. Old Master Mu said again, "There is nothing to say about the Han family's ambition. There is another key person in this matter." Su Yuan asked hurriedly, "Who's?" Old Master Mu said, "Xiao Luling." Su Yuan faintly felt that the name was familiar. "He is," Old Master Mu said, "a freshman of the Tianqiong Academy, from the Zhao Kingdom." The dethroned crown princess was seriously injured by the head of the palace. Even the state preceptor could not save her. This Xiao Luling rescued her from the palace of hell. If it were not for him, the Han family's plan to assassinate the dethroned crown princess would have succeeded. And I also heard an interesting thing. The head of the palace is highly skilled in martial arts. He escaped from the palace. It was also Xiao Lulang who helped Wang Su catch the real culprit and interrogate him. If it were not for this Xiao Lulang, the culprit would have escaped. I heard that the state preceptor praised him in person. Since ancient times, heroes come from the young. The state preceptor has been in Sheng City for more than 30 years. No one knows where he comes from or where his family is. But his wisdom is well known in the 6 kingdoms. Has he ever praised anyone seriously? Su Yuan remembered where he had heard this name.
It was from Su Shui.
Father-in-law, you mean? He looked at Old Master Mu. Old Master Mu said thoughtfully, "This Xiao Lulang must not fall into the hands of the Han family. He must be used by us. But since he has cured the dethroned crown princess, I guess the emperor's grandson may have thought of the same thing." Su Yuan frowned. "The emperor's grandson will try his best to win him over?" Old Master Mu snorted. "The emperor's grandson and the dethroned crown princess are in a dangerous situation. If we can win over one more person, we will have one more trump card, although it is not very useful." Su Yuan shook his head. "It is impossible for the dethroned crown princess to make a comeback. The emperor's grandson is dying. Only the Han family is suspicious. It is unnecessary." Old Master Mu said, "The death of the dethroned crown princess is not bad for us. Don't forget that the 10 great families all participated in the annihilation of the Xianyuan family." Su Yuan said, "But the Han family should not use us as a stepping stone." Old Master Mu's eyes turned cold. The Han family has indeed gone too far. The Mu family will not sit still and wait for death. "Father-in-law, what are your plans?"
Su Yuan asked.
Old Master Mu said with foresight. First, I want to subdue Xiao Luling. Second, I want the Black Wind Cavalry of the Han family. I want the Han family to know that the Mu family is no longer the Mu family of the past. They will pay the price for pulling down Concubine Wan. Master Mu. Su Hao suddenly said in a low voice. Old Master Mu looked at him with a gloomy face. Su Yuan also frowned. This was a conversation between the elders. Obviously, it was not the place for a junior to interrupt, not to mention that Su Hao is just a son of a concubine. Su Hao said cautiously, I have something to say. It has something to do with Xiao Lulang. Hearing this, old Master Mu was a little interested. Go ahead. Su Hao looked at Mu Qingchen and asked softly, Qingchen, I remember that there is a freshman named Xiao Luling in your team. Is he the one Master Mu mentioned? Old Master Mu, Mu Tao, and Su Yuan all looked at Mu Qingchen. Old Master Mu said, Qingchen, is there such a thing? Mu Chuan secretly glared at Su Hao. Su Hao didn't seem to notice Mu Chuan's warning. He stood up and bowed to old Master Mu, showing the courtesy of a junior. I heard that Xiao Lulang is not only Qingchen's teammate, but also Qingchen's classmate. Qingchen is also his deskmate. Since Qingchen and Xiao Luling are good friends, I think that as long as Qingchen is willing to help, he will definitely be able to invite Xiao Luling to our team. Mu Chuan stood up immediately. Su Hao, what are you talking about? Since when did my fourth brother become good friends with him? It was just a few rounds of boxing matches, that's all.
Deskmate?
Don't you know that my fourth brother always sits alone? Are you and my fourth brother in the same academy? Or, are you and my fourth brother in the same academy?
Huh.
You say it as if you know better than me. Which eye of yours saw it? Su Hao looked like he had been greatly frightened. Mu Tao scolded his son, sit down. Mu Chuan was furious. If my fourth brother doesn't go and recruit Xiao Luling for the Mu family, he will be a traitor. If he goes and fails to recruit him, it will be my fourth brother's failure and incompetence. Damn you, Su Hao. Su Yuan looked at Mu Qingchen. I heard from Su Shui that Xiao Luling once saved her life. He is your friend, Qingchen. This was a disguised confirmation of Su Hao's words. Old Master Mu smiled. This was the first smile he showed after hearing the bad news about Concubine Wan. That's great. Qingchen's friend is a friend of the Mu family and the Su family. The Mu family will definitely treat him as a distinguished guest. Qingchen, I'll leave this matter to you. Mu Chuan looked at Mu Qingchen with distress. Mu Qingchen replied with a straight face, yes, Qingchen understands. In the State Preceptor Hall, they were busy for most of the night. At dawn, Gu Jiao fell asleep on the table. Xiao Heng sent Gu Chongqing out of the State Preceptor Hall. Xiao Heng handed him a note. Here. Gu Chongqing asked, what is this? Xiao Heng said, lines. Gu Chongqing refused. No, I want to say that my sister wrote it for me. Xiao Heng twitched the corner of his mouth and pinched the note back. Okay, whatever. In the Crown Prince's mansion. The Crown Prince was about to go to the morning court. A servant reported to him what happened in the palace. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand. I see.
You can leave now.
Just as he was about to set off, a servant came over with a respectful look. Your Highness, there is someone outside who wants to see you. The Crown Prince asked suspiciously, at this time? Who is it? The servant said, he said his name is Pang Hai, and he works in the underground martial arts field. The Crown Prince was slightly surprised. Bring him in.
Yes.
The servant went to bring Pang Hai into the Crown Prince's mansion. Pang Hai did not enter the mansion alone. There was a lone swordsman beside him. Pang Hai bowed to the Crown Prince in the parlor. I am Pang Hai. Greetings to your Highness. May your Highness live for 1,000 years. No need for formalities, the Crown Prince said. The lone swordsman did not bow. He just stood there like an unshakable iceberg. What a strong aura. He was definitely not an ordinary person. The Crown Prince looked at the lone swordsman strangely. He is Pang Hai said, "He is an expert that I have carefully selected." Last time, he arranged to meet with Prince Ming at Tianxiang Pavilion. However, people from the government suddenly appeared. It was inconvenient for us to show up, so we had to leave first. Today, we are here to disturb you. The Crown Prince was stunned. He is the King of Hell? The entire underground martial arts field was filled with the legends of the King of Hell. The experts of the 6 countries gathered in the Zhao Kingdom. They set off from the capital of the Zhao Kingdom. The competition began on the first day of their departure. Out of 100 experts, only 5 were able to enter the Yen Kingdom. The underground martial arts field of the Yen Kingdom was filled with experts who were selected through this perverted method. These 5 people were going to fight fiercely and cruelly in the hands of all the experts. The King of Hell was the one with the best record. Pang Hai said, "It is him." The Crown Prince came to the lone swordsman. "What is your name?" Gu Chongqing was domineering. He said word by word, "I will not change my name. Long, Out Yen." The Crown Prince was speechless. Chapter 736. Gu Jiao wanted to use the name Long Outyen when she was still in the Zhao Kingdom's underground martial arts arena. However, the Zhao Kingdom was strict and did not allow ordinary people to use the word Long, so she could only choose the name Xiong Batian. The Yen Kingdom did not seem to have any taboos in this area, so Gu Jiao generously gave the name Long Outyen to Gu Chongqing. Because it was a name given by his sister, Gu Chongqing was very satisfied. Because of this crazy name, the Crown Prince was speechless. But now that Han Shitzi was injured, the Crown Prince needed a powerful martial artist. Long Outyen came at the right time. Pang Hai whispered to Gu Chongqing, "Why did you change your name?" Gu Chongqing said without changing his expression, "Oh, I'm tired of using my old name." People in the underground martial arts arena used aliases, so he directly said Gu Chongqing, making Pang Hai think it was an alias. Pang Hai was too lazy to care. Whether or not Pang Hai was a martial artist, the Crown Prince did not believe him. The Crown Prince called the brocade guards to exchange a few moves with Gu Chongqing. 10 brocade guards were defeated by Gu Chongqing in a few moves. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed with surprise. He asked his trusted guard, "How is his ability compared to Han Ye's?" The guard looked at Gu Chongqing, who had put away his sword, with a complicated expression. He said in a small voice, "I feel that his martial arts might be above Crown Prince Han's." The Crown Prince smiled. "Is that so? In that case, I've picked up a treasure." The guard hesitated for a moment and said, "Is this person reliable? Is he sincere in seeking refuge with your highness?" The Crown Prince said confidently, "I am the Crown Prince, the future monarch of the Yen Kingdom. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. As long as he is not stupid, he will follow me wholeheartedly. But you are right. The underground martial arts arena is full of good and bad people. I cannot trust anyone easily."
Go and get the things. Yes.
His trusted bodyguard left. The Crown Prince walked over and stopped them. "All right, the fight is over." The embroidered uniform guards released long sighs of relief. His trusted bodyguard brought over a small porcelain bottle. The Crown Prince smiled at Gu Chongqing and said, "Drink this. From now on, you are my trusted aide." Pang Hai glanced at the porcelain bottle and rubbed his nose guiltily. He did not mention this to Gu Chongqing before he came. The Crown Prince's residence wasn't that easy to enter. There was a price. Gu Chongqing didn't even ask what it was. He raised his head and drank the contents of the porcelain bottle in one gulp. They were a little dumbfounded. The Crown Prince laughed. "Good. How refreshing. I really admire your character. What you drank was poison. You need to take the antidote once a month, otherwise you will die from the poison. But don't worry, as long as you are loyal to me, I will let you live longer than anyone else." The crown prince was very satisfied with Long Outyen. Originally, such an expert did not have the right to have his own courtyard. But the crown prince decided to make an exception for Long Outyen. He ordered the servants to tidy up an elegant courtyard and even arranged a few servants for Long Outyen. When Long Outyen said that he did not like to be restricted, the crown prince agreed. Coming out of the crown prince's residence, Pang Hai asked Gu Chongqing, "Why are you following me?" Gu Chongqing said, "I want to go to the outer city."
Give me a ride.
"No, I'm not going to the outer city." Pang Hai felt the pressure from Gu Chongqing's Long Outyen. "You think you are so great just because you changed your name? Why do I feel that you are so arrogant? Is this name more awesome than Yama?" Pang Hai waved his hand. Okay, I will send you there." Gu Chongqing got into Pang Hai's carriage. The morning sun was rising. Old Master Mu ended his conversation with Su Yuan. His general direction remained the same. He still talked about the same two things, recruiting Xiao Lulang and getting the Black Wind Cavalry. The former was for Mu Qingchen, while the latter was for Old Master Mu. Old Master Mu said, "Su Yuan, come to my study with Mu Tao." She had something to say to them alone. Mu Qingchen said, "Grandpa, Mu Chuan and I will go back to the academy first." "Go ahead." Old Master Mu nodded kindly. Su Hao said to Su Yuan, "Father, I will wait for you in the carriage." Su Yuan nodded. On the other side, Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan had turned around and left. Mu Chuan was talking and laughing with Mu Qingchen as close as brothers. She then looked at Su Hao, who was following behind them with a lonely expression. Su Yuan could not help but feel sorry for Su Hao. After leaving the flower hall, Su Hao stopped Mu Qingchen. "Brother, did I say something wrong? You don't seem happy." Mu Qingchen frowned. Mu Chuan also stopped and sneered at Su Hao. "Now you know you said something wrong? Just now you kept saying that my brother and Xiao Lulang are good friends. I thought your brain was kicked by a donkey." Su Hao said with a puzzled look, "But aren't Qingchen and Xiao Lulang good friends? Third sister always says that. Isn't this the problem of being good friends? You are the one who pushed my brother into the fire pit." Mu Chuan took a deep breath. "Su Hao, this matter is over. I don't want to argue with you. You should stop before going too far." Su Hao looked at Mu Qingchen and explained, "I don't mean any harm. I am just anxious to help my father. If I really said something wrong, I will explain it to my father now." Mu Chuan really couldn't stand the pretentious look of a grown man. The fire in his stomach was ignited by Su Hao all of a sudden. His whole body exploded. He raised his fist and punched Su Hao's face, causing Su Hao to fall to the ground. "How? It was Su Yuan's voice. Old Master Mu didn't ask Su Yuan and Mu Tao to go to the study to continue the conversation. He just wanted to explain some details that the children couldn't hear. The three of them came out quickly. They did not expect to see this scene. It was true that the Mu family status was higher than the Su family's, and Su Hao was also a son of a concubine, but these were not reasons for Mu Chuan to bully Su Hao. When Su Yuan called out how Mu Chuan had already punched the second time, it was too late to take it back. Su Yuan hit Mu Chuan with a palm with a majestic internal force. Mu Qingchen's figure flashed, and he stood in front of Mu Chuan, reaching out to catch Su Yuan's palm. Su Yuan's face was cold.
Mu Qingchen did not dodge.
The father and son confronted each other, and the atmosphere was extremely strange.
Mu Chuan.
Mu Tao also came out. He looked at Mu Chuan, who was hiding behind Mu Qingchen, and then at Su Hao, who was lying on the ground with a bloody nose. What else could he not understand? Mu Tao was so angry that he walked over and pulled his son's ear. Mu Chuan ran away. "Grandpa, save me." Mu Chuan rushed over and hid behind Old Master Mu. Mu Tao was so angry that he stomped his feet.
"Don't hide behind your grandpa.
Get out here. You've got guts, haven't you? Who allowed you to hurt others?" Mu Chuan was chased up and down by his own father. Mu Tao took off his shoes and hit him with the soles of his shoes. Anyone could see that he hit him hard, but in fact, he did not hit him hard. Old Master Mu said, "Chuan apologized to fourth young Master Su." Mu Chuan curled his lips. glanced at Su Hao, and said reluctantly, "I'm sorry. My hand slipped and I hit you just now. You have the same father. My fourth brother is so good at martial arts. Why are your martial arts so lousy? He can knock you down with one punch." Su Yuan helped Su Hao up. Su Hao lowered his head in shame. "I've embarrassed you, father." Mu Chuan covered his chest. Wretch. Su Yuan, Su Hao, and Mu Qingchun left the mansion. He asked Su how to get into the carriage first. Now that only the father and son were left, Su Yuan questioned, "Why didn't you stop Mu Chuan just now?" Mu Qingchun asked back, "Why should I?" "You." Su Yuan gritted his teeth. "He's your brother." "I've never admitted it." Mu Qingchun turned around and got into his own carriage. Mu Chuan was also in the carriage. When he saw Mu Qingchun get in, he moved his body to the side. "Fourth brother, sit." He opened the window and saw Su Hao in the Su family's carriage opposite. He lifted the curtain and looked at them. He spat out his tongue in disgust. "Leave." "Let's go." Mu Qingchun ordered the coachman. The coachman waved the whip and let the horse run. Mu Chuan asked, "Fourth brother, are you really going to recruit Luling? With his character, I'm afraid he's not interested in aristocratic families. It's all Su Hao's fault for talking too much." Mu Qingchun said, "Anyway, someone has to find him. If it was not him, it would be someone else." "You're right." Mu Chuan nodded. "But then again, it's not bad to be the Mu family's assistant. The Mu family cherishes talents very much. As long as they're not the kind of diners who make up the numbers, the Mu family will treat them with courtesy and treat them as distinguished guests. Grandpa is right about this. If it's possible, fourth brother should talk to Luling. You two have a good relationship. I believe he will listen to you." Good relationship? The two of them had long been estranged. State Teacher Hall. Shangguan Yan woke up. Her body was wrapped in gauze, and it was inconvenient for her to move for the time being. Gu Jiao put an infusion bottle on her. Gu Jiao buried an infusion needle in her wrist yesterday, so it didn't hurt at all. Shangguan Yan curiously looked at the infusion bottle hanging on the ceiling and asked, "Is this water? Are you trying to inject water into me? When I was in the county town, I saw them give water to pigs and then sell them." Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and corrected her. "This is not the way to give water to pigs." The State Teacher Hall's disciple who was sweeping the room. Shangguan Yan's operation was very successful. If it weren't for the other big and small injuries on her body, Gu Jiao would have let her wear armor. Zhang Dequan came over, mainly to visit Shangguan Yan. He also said that the real murder was caught and concubine one was banished to the cold palace. This was also an explanation for Shangguan Yan. Xiao Heng went to the State Teacher Hall's library. He was the emperor's eldest grandson. Except for the third floor, he can read the books and materials on the other two floors. He walked around and asked the State Teacher Hall's disciple who was on duty at the door, "By the way, can I ask where the letter of credence of our Yen country is?" The disciple said, replying to His Highness, "The letter of credence is on the third floor." Xiao Heng asked again, "Except for the State Teacher and His Majesty, who else can go up to the third floor?" The disciple said, "There are also two senior brothers on duty." Xiao Heng, "Except for them?"
No.
The disciple thought about it and felt that this was not serious. He corrected, "If the State Teacher agrees, you can go up, but you can't go up without permission." Xiao Heng, "What will happen if you go up without permission?" The disciple, "There are 8 men of sacrifice near the library. Once someone trespasses, no matter who it is, they will be executed on the spot." Xiao Heng, "Has anyone broken in?" The disciple, "Yes, a lot of people, but no one left alive." It seems that they are not ordinary men of sacrifice. Then the question is, since the defense is so tight, how did the letter of credence of the Yen country come from little Jing Kong's pile of junk? It can't be given to him by the State Teacher. Kenglin Women's Academy. Gu Chengfeng sent little Jing Kong to Lingbo Academy. "Go to class obediently. I will pick you up at noon." Little Jing Kong asked seriously, "Will you take me to the state teacher hall to have a meal with Jiao Jiao?" Little Jing Kong had asked this question hundreds of times since he returned to Linglong Pavilion last night. He also asked when he was peeing in the middle of the night, when he was eating in the morning, and when he was walking on the road. Gu Qingfeng didn't have Xiaoheng's willpower, so he couldn't take it anymore. He broke down and surrendered. Okay, I will take you there, okay? It's so hard to take care of children. Little Jing Kong proudly puffed out his chest. Sure enough, he could handle anyone except his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong carried his bag into the academy with satisfaction. He sat down in his seat. The class posted the results of yesterday's exam. There was no doubt that the first place was Jing Kong. There was a change in the last place, Yan Shui. Other people were answering questions in the exam, but the little princess was drawing tortoises, and she was very serious about it. Little Jing Kong sat in his seat for a while, but his desk mate didn't come. He thought for a while and ran out of the classroom. He came to the back door of the academy. The little princess had to pass by here every time, going through the alley and getting off the carriage at the front door. Little Jing Kong felt that it was very troublesome. Why did she insist on going through the front door? Wasn't the back door better? The emperor had to go to court, so he couldn't send the little princess every day. Usually, the imperial guards would escort her. Today was no exception. Tonghulu, delicious tonghulu. The little princess heard the tonghulu shout, and saliva flowed down her mouth. I want to eat tonghulu, she said to the palace maid beside her. Her eyes were wide open and cute. She didn't speak in an arrogant tone, but in a cute voice that made people's hearts soften. The palace maid smiled. Little princess, please wait a moment. She stopped the carriage and shouted to the peddler in front of her. Tonghulu? The peddler walked over with a smile. Madam, how many do you want? What flavor? I have tonghulu, 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 and tonghulu. The palace maid smiled. I'm not the madam, it's my little master who wants to eat. She said to the little princess, you can choose a tonghulu. The young princess leaned against the window and stretched her head out. She was drooling over the candied hawthorns, candies this and candies that. At this moment, little Jing Kong saw her and waved at her. She didn't see him. Little Jing Kong ran out. The page boy guarding the door didn't react at all. The little princess wanted all of them. Just when the little princess was hesitating, the tonghulu peddler's eyes suddenly became sinister. He grabbed the little princess's collar and pulled her out of the window. The palace maid's face turned pale. Princess, there's an assassin. The imperial guards drew their swords and rushed forward. The peddler threw the tonghulu stick at the imperial guards, carried the little princess, and jumped up with lightness skill.
Bang!
Little Jing Kong jumped and bit his thigh with his little steel teeth. Chapter 737. The peddler was stunned by the bite. He almost fell down from the sky on his butt. He tried to shake the little brat off, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the little brat off. Humph! I don't have the iron head technique, but I have little steel teeth. Thanks to my bad brother-in-law for not giving me candy. Little Jing Kong knew how to make use of his advantages. If the peddler used his small hands to hold him, he would have been shaken off. But he used his teeth to bite down on the little brat. If the human trafficker wanted to shake him off, he had to bite off a piece of his flesh. The peddler's thigh muscles tightened. He was afraid that it wasn't tight enough. If the little brat loosened his flesh, it would be bitten off. The imperial guards also surrounded him. The peddler didn't have time to fight with them. He could only leave the scene with one child in his arms and the other hanging on his leg. You guys follow me. You go back to the palace and report to Her Majesty. Yes. A group of imperial guards chased after the peddler, but they still lost him. The peddler carried the two children and ran on roofs and walls, up and down, but the little brat on his leg wouldn't let go. When he arrived at a secluded courtyard, his entire right leg was swollen like a ham. A man in black walked out and looked at his companion in the courtyard with a strange expression. "What's going on? Didn't I ask you to catch only one? Why did you catch another one?" The peddler twitched in pain. "Do you think I want to catch him? Didn't you see how tight this brat is biting?" The man in black took a closer look. It was true. Little Jing Kong was also wearing the uniform of Lingbo Academy. He was obviously a student of the academy. The man in black was confused. Why are they so small? Do they know how to pull up their own pants? How dare they take them from the academy? How poor is Lingbo Academy? The peddler couldn't bear it anymore. "Stop looking. Hurry up and get him off me." "I know." The man in black waved his hand and walked forward to pull little Jing Kong away. This time it was easy to pull him down. There was no other reason. Little Jing Kong could not hold on any longer. He had bitten until now because of his stubbornness. Although he had a mouthful of sharp teeth, he had forgotten that he had a weakness for meat. Little Jing Kong fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. His eyes rolled back and his tongue stuck out. The young princess had long been scared silly. She did not move, nor did she cry or scream. The man in black and the peddler were quite satisfied. The peddler handed the young princess over to the man in black and said, "Take them away first. I'll go and treat my wound. Then this." The man in black took the young princess and pointed at little Jing Kong, who was lying on the ground with his tongue out. The peddler said impatiently, "Whatever, throw it out."
No.
The young Canton princess suddenly opened her mouth and grabbed the man in black's collar with both hands. Her small body was trembling nonstop. Using the most terrified expression, she said the fiercest words, "Don't throw him away." The man in black was stunned for a moment. He turned to the peddler and said, "Why didn't you throw it earlier? Throwing it out now, is it because you don't want to expose yourself fast enough? What if someone sees it?" "I said it's up to you." The peddler interrupted him. "I'm in so much pain. I'm going to apply medicine." After saying that, he limped to another room. The man in black frowned. He held the young princess in one hand and little Jing Kong in the other hand. Then he locked the two of them in the woodshed. In the throne room, the monarch was in court. Recently, there had been frequent rainstorms in various parts of the Yen Kingdom, which had caused many floods in the middle and lower reaches of the river. All the government offices had asked the imperial court for disaster relief. Because there were many disaster areas and the situation was serious, disaster relief became urgent. However, disaster relief was not only a matter of money. It also needed to send troops to fight the floods, repair the dams, and resettle the displaced victims. This year's flood was the worst in 25 years. The monarch had a headache. He pressed the space between his eyebrows and said faintly, "How did the flood happen 25 years ago?" The throne room was completely silent. All the ministers held their ceremonial tablets and looked down. The monarch suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question. 25 years ago, half of the south was hit by a disaster. It was Xianyuan Li who led the troops to provide disaster relief. Not only did he repair the dams, save the victims, and save thousands of acres of fertile land, but he also killed 18 local officials who embezzled the disaster funds and exploited the people. He acted first and reported later. Those local officials were involved with the major forces of the provincial capital, and even the capital. For a time, the capital was in turmoil. Some people tried to drag Xianyuan Li down, and some tried to threaten him. Unfortunately, no one succeeded. All the major forces were either uprooted or cut off their tails to survive. In short, after several years, no one dared to think about the disaster relief funds. All the major forces that survived the disaster kept their tails between their legs and became honest officials for a period of time. Just when the monarch was having a headache over the flood, the imperial guards and palace maids who were escorting the young princess returned. The palace maid knelt on the long steps outside the throne room and cried, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the young princess has been taken away. The monarch's eyes darkened, and in an instant, he was filled with murderous intent. What did you say? What happened to the young princess? The palace maid trembled as she cried. When our carriage reached the back door of Lingbo Academy, suddenly, a hawker selling candied haws. He took the young princess away. The monarch slapped the armrest of the throne and stood up angrily. A hawker selling candied haws can take someone away from the imperial guards. What are the imperial guards doing? Han Ye's father, Han Lei, trembled as he held the ceremonial tablet. Half of the imperial guards were the Han family's forces, and Han Yi was the deputy commander of the imperial guards. He hoped that the imperial guards who were escorting the young princess this time were not personally promoted by his son. Otherwise, the Han family would be charged with dereliction of duty. The monarch called the imperial guard, who came back to report to the palace. To Han Lei's disappointment, this person was called Zhang Feng, and he was Han Ye's subordinate. Han Lei's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The monarch asked for the details and asked a civil official to draw a portrait of the hawker according to Zhang Feng's description. No one had seen this person before. To find the young princess was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. The monarch was furious, and the entire throne room was shrouded in a layer of murderous aura. Find the young princess for me, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I want her alive. Zhang Feng reported there was another child who was also taken away. He was about the same age as the young princess and wore the same academy uniform. This characteristic was too obvious. In the entire Lingbo Academy, there was only one child who was the same age as the young princess, little Jing Kong. State Preceptor Palace. Xiao Heng had just returned from the library and walked to the door when he saw his eldest disciple, Yi Qing, leading 20 disciples and men of sacrifice hurriedly passing by. Xiao Heng asked, Yi Qing, where are you going? Yi Qing stopped in his tracks and bowed to Xiao Heng with cupped hands. Your Highness Changsun, the young princess and her classmate have been captured. Our State Preceptor Hall also plans to go out and look for them. Xiao Heng's eyes slightly paused. Which classmate of the young princess? Yi Qing said, the little boy who came yesterday and sang in the Qilin Hall for a long time. He seems to be called Jing Kong. Jing Kong was taken away? In the side room, Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng and asked. Xiao Heng nodded. The hawker originally wanted to catch the young princess, but Jing Kong rushed over and bit him. The hawker couldn't get rid of him, so he took him away. Shengguan Yan had fallen asleep. The room was very quiet. Gu Jiao was very calm. I see,
she said.
She came to the bedside, looked at the infusion bottle, stretched out her hand, pulled out the infusion tube, and calmly injected heparin sodium into the infusion needle. After doing this, she carefully dealt with the medical supplies. The whole process was orderly. Xiao Heng looked distressed. The imperial guards who escorted the young princess are Han Ye's men. Han Ye won't kidnap the young princess. It's not good for him. Either someone wants to retaliate against the king, or someone wants to deal with the Han family. The young princess was the king's sweetheart, so they didn't dare to do anything to her. Jing Kong was hard to say. He was just a child from another country. If necessary, in order to avoid trouble, they may kill him. In fact, the situation of the young princess was not necessarily foolproof. An accident was often full of variables, and any variable may lead to unpredictable consequences. Gu Jiao put on the armor on her arm. Then Gu Jiao came to the weapons room of the Qilin Hall, pointed to the red tasseled silver spear on the wall, and said calmly, "Lend it to me." The disciple who was wiping the weapon looked at her in a daze. She was very calm, like the surface of a lake without any ripples. However, for some reason, the disciple felt a chill in his heart, as if a terrible storm was brewing under this calm lake. When the disciple came back to his senses, Gu Jiao had already taken the red tasseled silver spear out. Gu Jiao also borrowed a horse from the State Preceptor Hall. She rode on the horse, and the sun was blazing above her head. She raised her head, put her index finger and thumb in her mouth, and whistled towards the vast sky. Not far away, there was the sound of an overlord eagle's cry. A fierce gerfalcon flapped its wings and flew over, circling above Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear in one hand and the reins in the other. Her eyes were sharp. Let's go. Chapter 738. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. The disappearance of the young princess was no small matter. Even the Grand Master Hall was involved, let alone the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families all sent out their elite forces to try to find the young princess. The Han family was especially eager to find the young princess. In the parlor, Grandfather Han said with a grave expression, "Zhang Feng and the others have failed in their duties. If we don't redeem ourselves and find the young princess, the emperor will blame us and the Han clan will be in trouble." The Han family had already lost a mind because of the assassination of the emperor's grandson. They couldn't be punished by the king again. Han Lei had just returned from the palace. Other than him and Master Han, his younger brother, Third Master Han, was also in the room. Third Master Han was a slacker. He had spent the whole night in the concubine's room, so he was listless now. Han Lei was angry when he saw him. In terms of ability, 10 of his third brothers were not as good as his second brother. According to his original plan, he should have let his third brother take the blame for Han Yi. At least the Han family would only lose an idiot. However, because he was the eldest son of the old madam, he could enjoy the fruits of others' labor even if he didn't work hard or contribute to the family. Han Lei glared at his younger brother. It took him a lot of effort to resist the urge to slap him to death. "Father." Han Lei suppressed his anger and said to Master Han, "There is something wrong with this." Master Han put his hands on the handle of his cane. His eyes were sharp like a hawk's. "Don't worry about it. Find the young princess first. Then the Han family will be saved." Han Lei cupped his hands. "Yes, father. I will bring people to find her." Master Han said meaningfully, "Remember, it must be the Han family who finds the young princess." Han Lei understood. "I understand. And you?" Great-grandfather Han looked at Third Master Han with a dark expression. Third Master Han was shocked by his father's scolding. He stood up and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. I will go too." Grandpa Han was exasperated and said, "What are you going to do? You better stay at home obediently. You are not allowed to step out of the yard for the next few days." Third Master Han was about to cry. Why did he have to imprison him? Han Lei called Chu Nan over and asked him to pick out the best Black Wind cavalry from the army camp. He was going to bring the Han family's cavalry to personally search for the person. "Father." Just as Han Lei was about to leave, Han Yi spurred his horse over. Han Lei looked at Han Ye's pale face and then looked at his bandaged feet. He frowned. "You haven't recovered yet. Why did you come out?" Han Yi endured the immense pain. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with determination. "Father, let me go find him too." "Nonsense. How are you going to find him like this? Didn't the doctor tell you to focus on recuperating? If someone were to find out that your tendons are broken and your legs are crippled, do you think you would still be able to keep your current position?" Han Lei's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Han Ye's heart. Gu Chongqing's sword strike had killed him, almost ending his martial arts career. The king would not put a cripple in an important position. In order not to be discovered by the monarch, he couldn't even go to the Imperial Preceptor Hall for treatment. He refused to accept the fact that he had become a cripple. He could still mount a horse. He could hold a gun. He could hold a sword. Han Lei understood that his son, who had always been proud and arrogant, could not accept this heavy blow. He softened his tone and said, Don't worry, and stay in the residence. I will definitely find a way to cure you." "Really?" Han Ye's tone was a little careless. Han Lei was anxious to make his son believe him. He said seriously, rumor has it that Xianyuan Li's tendons were broken by the people of Jin, but wasn't he still cured by a divine doctor? Han Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. Was it the Imperial Preceptor? Han Lei shook his head. No, the Imperial Preceptor Hall had not been built at that time. I don't know who the divine doctor was, but if the rumor is true, I will definitely find him for you. I will let him cure you at all costs. Even if my Han family has to support him forever, I will accept it. This was the first time Han Yi felt his father's unreserved concern for him from his eyes. In the past, only his second uncle would be like this. Han Yi whispered, "It's been decades. Who knows if that person is still around?" Han Lei held his shoulders. Don't say such discouraging words. You are the heir of the Han family. You can't give up on yourself. Han Yi said, "I know I was wrong, father." Han Lei smiled with relief. "Quickly go back and recuperate. I will take care of the matters outside." Han Yi was carried back to his courtyard by the servants. He lay on the rattan chair at the door and looked at the courtyard from afar. Qi Xian patted the mosquitoes on his body and said to Han Yi, "Okay, don't worry. I will help you find him." Han Yi said, "Thank you, master." Qi Xian put his hands behind his back and sighed. "We are master and disciple. I don't want to see anything happen to your family." Han Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly called out, "Master." Qi Xian asked, "What's the matter?" Han Yi said in a daze, "I heard that Xiao Luling is the young princess's teacher. Do you think he will let go of this opportunity?" Qi Xian raised his eyebrows. "You want me to find the young princess before he does?" Han Yi looked down and pinched a small mosquito that fell on his leg. "I hope that if you meet him, you will kill him for me." Qi Xian smiled and nonchalantly said, "Okay." In the purple bamboo forest of the Imperial Preceptor Hall, Yuhi carried the iced food box to the small bamboo house in the forest. It was quiet in the central room. A disciple sitting at the door said, "Imperial Preceptor, Yuhi has brought the sweet soup to relieve the summer heat." The Imperial Preceptor said tiredly, "Let him in." "Yes." The disciple lifted the bamboo curtain of the central room and nodded to Yuhi. Yuhi stepped in and left his shoes on the steps. He walked slowly on the wooden floor in clean, white footwear. "Master." Yuhi bowed. In the Imperial Preceptor Hall, only the personal disciples of the Imperial Preceptor were qualified to call him master. The other disciples all called him Imperial Preceptor. Yuhi looked at the turtle shell on the table and asked carefully, "Master, are you divining? Why is the divination like this?" As a personal disciple, Yuhi had learned some knowledge. The divination on the table showed that the divination had failed. But it was strange, wasn't it? Was there anything in the world that his master couldn't divine? The Imperial Preceptor said regretfully, "I can't divine her divination. No matter how many times I try, I can't divine it." Her? Was his master talking about the young commandery princess? Yes, only the young commandery princess had an accident. At this critical moment, no one else was worthy of his master's divination except for the young commandery princess. Yuhi said with a smile, "It must be because the weather is too hot. Master, do you want to rest for a while?" The Imperial Preceptor sighed. "It has nothing to do with the weather. I have been divining for many years." "Master, you're exaggerating. The young commandery princess is only 4 years old." Yuhi sat down opposite the Imperial Preceptor and opened the lid of the food box. He scooped a bowl of ice mung bean soup and presented it with both hands. "Master, here you go." The Imperial Preceptor took a sip and didn't say anything else. In a room in a courtyard, a man in black and a hawker who had treated his wound stood respectfully in the middle of the room. In front of them was a man in a gray cloak. The weather was hot and humid. The man put down the hood of his cloak and took off the mask on his face. He glanced at the two and asked, "Is it done?" The hawker said, "We caught the man." The man in black added, "But we caught an extra one." The hawker was speechless. "Would you die if you kept quiet?" "What do you mean by an extra one?" the man asked with a frown. The hawker pointed to his injured thigh and said, "He is the young commandery princess's classmate. He followed me here and bit my thigh. I couldn't get rid of him." But don't worry, we have got the information from the young commandery princess. He is a poor boy. He doesn't even have parents at home. He only has an elder sister who is studying at the academy next door. Even if he dies outside, no one can care. The man snorted. That better be the case. The man in black hesitated for a moment and said, Master, the young commandery princess, can you give her anything to eat? It's already afternoon. She has been hungry for a long time. The man said lightly, Let her suffer a little. That way, the king will be more distressed and angry. The man in black muttered, She won't die from hunger, right? The man said coldly, She won't die from hunger for a day or two. Remember to give her some water at night. The man in black said,
Yes.
In the woodshed, 2 little kids were squatting in the corner. Jing Kong, I'm hungry, the young commandery princess said with tears in her eyes. Little Jing Kong had been awake for a while. He listened carefully to the sounds outside and asked her in a low voice, Are you still hungry? Yes. The young commandery princess nodded sadly. The candy can't fill my stomach. Little Jing Kong learned from his grand-aunt and had the habit of hiding snacks. He hid a few pieces of osmanthus candy and a small bag of candied fruits in his purse. When the young commandery princess said that she was hungry, he had already given her more than half of it. There were only 3 pieces of candy and 2 candied fruits left. Little Jing Kong took another piece of candy and a candied fruit and gave them to her. I can't give you any more. We don't know when we can go home. I'll leave the rest for you to eat tonight. Yes. The young commandery princess nodded obediently. She grabbed the candied fruit with one hand and the osmanthus candy with the other. Why don't you eat? She asked. Little Jing Kong patted his little belly. I have a lot of meat. It's okay if I don't eat for a meal. The young commandery princess thought for a while and handed the bigger piece of osmanthus candy to him. You eat this? She couldn't keep eating all the time. Little Jing Kong didn't eat anything. This bit of candy is not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Little Jing Kong, who used to rely on the little monks to eat every meal, had this thought. You eat it. Little Jing Kong stuffed the candy into her mouth. Oh. The young commandery princess's mouth was stuffed. Oh, the osmanthus candy is so delicious. Little Jing Kong had good hearing. He could hear that there was no one in the yard. He looked at the young commandery princess. Light Shui, let's escape, shall we? The young commandery princess, who had just stuffed the candied fruit into her mouth, puffed up her cheeks and looked at him blankly like a little fat squirrel. How? Little Jing Kong came to the door. The door of the woodshed opened on both sides. There was a bronze lock on the outside, and there was a narrow gap between the door and the door. Little Jing Kong was a child. His frame was very small, and his meat could be squeezed. His little hand grabbed something and slid out of the gap between the door and the door. Then, he heard the door lock click twice, and the bronze lock was pried open. The young commandery princess was starry-eyed. Wow! Jing Kong, you're amazing! Jing Kong also thought that he was amazing. I learned it from Brother Ching Fong, he said. Who's Brother Ching Fong? The young commandery princess asked. My current sister, Little Jing Kong said. A brother. I'll bring you to meet him someday. Okay. The young commandery princess was so shocked by Little Jing Kong's amazing skills that she forgot that they were doing a very dangerous thing. Little Jing Kong opened the door of the woodshed, took the young commandery princess to the yard, and found a suitable place to climb over the wall. He said to the young commandery princess, There's a tree here. Let's climb up the tree first, then we can climb over the wall. The young commandery princess lowered her head, touched her little fingers, and said in a very low voice, But I don't know how to climb trees. Little Jing Kong thought for a while, ran back to the woodshed, and came out with a rope. Grab the rope, I'll pull you up. The young commandery princess, I can't grab it. Little Jing Kong. Okay, then I'll have to tie you up first. Little Jing Kong tied one end of the rope to the young commandery princess's waist, and the other end to his own waist. Then, he climbed up the tree, jumped over the wall, and pulled the young commandery princess up. Ordinary 5-year-old children were not as strong as him. He practiced his basic skills every day, which built a very solid foundation. He also practiced the boxing skills that Little Chick Monkey taught him, which greatly improved his physical fitness.
I'll put you down now.
Little Jing Kong held the reins tightly and put the young commandery princess on the other side of the wall little by little. The man in black and the peddler came out of the main house, and they both raised their hands and pulled their lapels. It was too hot. They were sweating profusely. The peddler said, "Hurry up and check on the young commandery princess. It's so stuffy in the woodshed. I don't want her to faint from the heat." The two of them went to the woodshed together. However, they were surprised to find that the lock had been pried open and the two little kids in the house were gone. The man in black suddenly changed his expression. "Who let them go?" The peddler frowned. "Let them go? This yard is full of our people. You should be asking who rescued them." "Damn it." The man in black gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his ears moved, and he looked up at the wall. "Who's there?" The peddler jumped up the wall, looked around, and found a rope in the grass not far away. It was the rope in the woodshed. The man in black jumped over the wall and came to the peddler's side. "Did you find anything?" The peddler looked at the large field of sorghum that was taller than a person and finally found a child's footprint in a very hidden muddy puddle. Judging from the direction of the footprints, they were heading to the sorghum field. The peddler said coldly, "Go after them." The peddler and the man in black chased after them to the sorghum field. "Jing Kong, why did you run to the sorghum field just now? Why did you step on my shoes in the puddle?" "It's a camouflage, also known as the art of confusing the enemy. We made them think that we went that way, but in fact, we went this way." The two little kids sneaked into the forest. The Jiao Jiao would definitely come to find him.
Before that, he just needed to find a place to hide.
The man in black and the peddler searched the whole sorghum field, and then they realized that they had been fooled. There was nothing in the sorghum field. There was no trace of anyone, and there were no traces of anyone rushing through it. In addition, the peddler also realized an even more annoying problem. No one came to save them. They ran away by themselves. The man in black asked, "Why do you say that?" The peddler snorted, "If someone really found that courtyard, do you think that the government wouldn't come to search it after so long?" The man in black suddenly understood. The peddler's eyes were full of murderous intent. "It must be that brat. When I catch him, I'll kill him." The two men chased into the forest. The forest was full of towering trees, and the branches and leaves blocked the sun. Even the temperature was much cooler than outside. The man in black said as he walked, "Actually, we don't have to find the young princess. We can let the other aristocratic families find her. After all, our goal is not to make a contribution in this matter." The peddler said, "We don't have to make a contribution, but we have to make sure that the Han family doesn't get it either. If they find the young princess and make a contribution to atone for their crime, then what's the point of doing all this?" The man in black said thoughtfully, "That's true." The peddler laughed. "At least we can't let the Han family take advantage of us. It's best if we take the credit ourselves." As they spoke, the two men walked further and further away. On a 100-year-old parasol tree, a middle-aged man in his early 40s flew down from the sky with a guard. The middle-aged man looked at a big tree opposite him. "Master Yang, isn't it hot up there? Why are you still hiding?" The branches were quiet for a moment, and then a man in his 50s in a navy blue brocade was brought back to the ground by two guards. He greeted the middle-aged man indifferently, "Master Dong." The middle-aged man called Master Dong smiled and looked in all directions. "Everyone come out." There are many mosquitoes in this forest. It's not worthwhile to hide behind the trees and get bitten. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more men came out from the trees or from behind the trees with their guards. Master Dong smiled and glanced at the 3 of them one by one. Lord Chen, Lord Du, Brother Feng. The first 3 were about the same age as Master Dong, and they were all in their prime. Only Master Feng was only 23 years old this year, and he was the youngest master among the top 10 families. It was not that he was very capable, but that the elders of the Feng family were all gone, and only he and his brother were left to support the unstable family. Master Dong smiled amiably and said, "It seems that everyone has been watching them since they entered the forest, so I'm sure you all heard what they said just now. I might as well tell you the truth. The man dressed as a peddler is a master invited by the Mu family from the underground martial arts arena a few years ago. He's good at lightness skill." Lord Chen said, "So this was done by the Mu family, and the Mu family wants to deal with the Han family?" Master Dong smiled and said, "It seems so." Lord Du asked, "Why did the Mu family do this?" Master Dong smiled and said, "As soon as something happened to Consort Wan, the Mu family attacked the Han family. Don't you think there's any connection?" Lord Feng's temper rose. "Just say that Consort Wan was framed by Imperial Consort Han." Master Dong's smile did not change. "You said that, not me." "You," Lord Feng choked. Among the top 10 family heads, Master Dong was famous for being a smiling fox. It was easy to fall into his trap by talking to him. Master Dong smiled and said, "Except for the Mu, Wang, Su, and Han families, all the other families are here. I have a suggestion, but I don't know if you want to hear it." Lord Feng hated this the most. He could hold back several farts in one sentence, so he said, "If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to say, say it." Master Dong's eyes swept over everyone. The Mu family, Wang family, and Su family are in-laws. If something happens to the Mu family, it will be difficult for these two families to get away with it. Even if the emperor does not take his anger out on them, they will not get any benefits. Lord Feng was annoyed. "What are you trying to say?" Master Dong put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "The Mu family has committed a capital crime by kidnapping the young princess, and the Han family is guilty of dereliction of duty for failing to protect the young princess. However, this alone is not enough to overturn these two families. But what if something happens to the young princess? Can these two families survive?" Lord Du frowned. "You mean?" The Dong family's master's smile gradually turned sinister. "What I mean is, instead of the 6 families fighting for the credit of finding the young commandery princess, it's better to eliminate the Mu family and the Han family and directly divide their forces. This way, it won't hurt the harmony and everyone can take advantage of it." Master Yang, who was the oldest at the scene, laughed. "Smiling fox, you are really ruthless." Master Dong glanced at him and said, "The Han and Mu families are fat meat. Don't you want to take a bite? The Black Wind Cavalry and the supply camp. We also contributed back then, but why can't we get a share of the Xianyuan family's military power?" The forest suddenly fell into silence. Yes, they had paid a great price to defeat the Xianyuan family, but in the end, they didn't get a share of the military power. It was fine that the Nangong family got the lion's share, as they were originally military generals, but why did the Mu family, who had been educated for generations, get a share of the supply camp? They couldn't accept it. The people in the forest started to get restless. "Let's go." The youngest family leader, Feng Wuxiu, turned around and left without interest. Master Dong narrowed his eyes and looked at his handsome back. He sneered and asked, "Feng, did you agree or not?" Feng Wuxiu waved his hand.
"No."
Master Dong threatened, "Then you can't just leave like this." Feng Wuxiu glanced at him. "You can stop me. Try." Master Dong's guard grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist. Suddenly, a young Taoist priest in a blue robe descended from the sky like an unshakable god and stood in front of Feng Wuxiu. Everyone was shocked. Master Yang said in disbelief, "Taoist priest Qing Feng." Feng Wuxiu was young, but his aura was not weak at all. "I don't care what you want to do, and I won't report you, but the Feng family will take this credit. All the masters on the scene are no match for Qing Feng even if they join hands." Patriarch Dong smiled. He said, "I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? All right, let's see who can save the young commandery princess first." They were so close. That despicable Feng Wuxiu had messed up the situation. "Brother, let's go. Foam Wuxia said to Taoist priest Qing Foam. Chapter 739. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. The sky gradually darkened. The two little kids were hiding in a shady cave. The cave was not deep and was just big enough for the two little kids to hide in. The young princess had already eaten the last preserved fruit and the second last piece of osmanthus candy. The two little kids' clothes were torn and their faces were dirty. They didn't look like noble students at all. If he were to walk on the streets, he was afraid that people would think that he was a refugee from somewhere. The two little kids sat with their backs against the wall. Little Jing Kong sat outside, and the young princess was blocked by his body. "Are you still hungry?" Little Jing Kong asked her. The young princess nodded, then quickly shook her head. She swallowed her saliva and said, "I'm not hungry." As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled. She covered her small belly and said softly, "I didn't ask it to growl. It growled by itself." The young princess had been kidnapped, locked in a small dark room, escaped with her friends, and hid in this dark and damp cave. She was no longer the young princess she was in the morning. She was a young princess who could endure hunger. Little Jing Kong took out the last piece of candy, broke half of it, and gave it to her. He carefully put the other half back into his pocket. "There are fruits on the tree over there. I'll go and pick some." Little Jing Kong looked at the candy in the young princess' hand as he said, "I'll be back when you finish this piece of candy."
Okay.
The young princess nodded obediently and held his little hand. "You must come back." "I will." Little Jing Kong sneaked out to pick the fruits. With his excellent tree-climbing skills, he quickly climbed up the tree. The fruits were more plump and bright than when he looked from afar. It was too slow to pick them one by one. He hugged the branch and shook it violently. The fruits fell to the ground. He climbed down and used the hem of his clothes to pick up the fruits. He panted and ran back. However, when he ran back to the cave, he found that the young princess was gone. He frowned. Right at this moment, the young commandery princess screamed from the east, "Let me go! Over there!" Little Jing Kong decisively threw away the fruits that he had been carrying along the way and ran towards the direction of the sound. In an open space under the shade of a tree, two guards were fighting fiercely. The first person who found the young princess and carried her out of the cave was the Qin family's guard. However, the guards of the Qin family ran into the guards of the Dong family after walking for a short distance. The guards of the Dong family tried to kidnap the young commandery princess, but the guards of the Qin family would not let them succeed so easily. However, because he was carrying the young princess, his movements were restricted. After more than 10 moves, he gradually felt tired. However, he was not willing to hand over the young princess. The guard of the Dong family swept his leg over. The guard of the Qin family didn't manage to dodge in time and was heavily tripped and fell to the ground. The young princess in his arms fell to the ground. "Ah!" The young princess screamed. The guards of the Dong family immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Who would have thought that just as his hand was about to grab the young princess, the Du family's guard would suddenly appear out of nowhere? The guards of the Du family also rushed over with their lightness skill after hearing the young princess scream. However, he was so lucky that he benefited from the fight between the Dong family and the Qin family. He had been waiting for the right moment to jump out and catch the young princess before the Dong family's guards did. The guards of the Dong family failed to catch the young princess. They slapped the ground with their palms and jumped up to stabilize themselves. The guards of the Dong family scolded angrily, "You are two evils." The guards of the Du family snorted, "It's all robbery. Don't make yourself sound so noble." The young princess was thrown around by them. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Her big eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to cry. She was a senior. She couldn't cry. The guards of the Du family comforted her. "Don't be afraid, princess. I will escort you back to the palace." The guards of the Dong family took the opportunity to smooth things over. Young princess, don't listen to him. He is a bad guy. The guards of the Du family looked at him disdainfully and said, how can you be a good guy? The guards of the Qin family, who were swept to the ground, got up. The guards of the Dong family saw him rushing to the guards of the Du family, and they were not willing to be outdone. The original fight between the two of them became a three-way fight. In fact, if there were only 3 people fighting, it would not be too difficult. However, the young princess' voice was so loud that it attracted not only the Dong family and the Du family. Not long after, the guards of the Feng family and the Yang family also arrived at the scene and joined the fight for the young princess. The young princess was snatched by several people. Finally, the scene was too chaotic. No one knew who let go of the young princess, but she was thrown out fiercely. Young princess. The guards of the Dong family went to pick her up. As soon as he jumped up, the guards of the Du family and the Yang family each grabbed one of his feet. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The young princess closed her eyes and screamed loudly. Then she fell to the ground heavily.
Huh?
It doesn't hurt. Huff, huff, huff. She opened her eyes and saw little Jing Kong, who was hit by her. His eyes were rolling and his tongue was sticking out crazily. Young princess. Whoa, little Jing Kong used 3 seconds to recover his HP. Then he got up quickly, grabbed the young princess' hand, and ran away with her. The 5 people were fighting. Suddenly, the guards of the Qin family shouted, "Stop fighting!
She's gone."
The 4 of them turned their heads at the same time. As expected, the young princess was gone. They were so focused on the fight that they did not notice which direction the young princess ran to. Why did the young princess run away alone? Is she so bold? The guard of the Qin family was surprised. When he found the young princess, she was clearly a frightened little rabbit. The guard of the Dong family asked, "Is it done by other families?" The guard of the Du family snorted. "What's the point of saying this now? The 5 of us fought so hard here, but now we've done all the work for someone else. I'm sure none of us can take it lying down, right?" The guard of the Qin family gritted his teeth. "If I find out who did it, I'll kill him." Little Jing Kong ran with the young princess. The sky was getting dark, and the forest was full of danger. They couldn't go any further. They had to find a way to get out. Just as this thought flashed through little Jing Kong's mind, a figure descended from the sky and blocked his and the young princess's path. "It's you." Little Jing Kong recognized him. He was the peddler who took the young princess away during the day. The peddler curled his lips playfully. "Boy, you have a good memory." "Oh, what is this called?" In the words of scholars, should it be called, "You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but find it without any effort." Little Jing Kong looked at him vigilantly. You're not allowed to come over," the young princess said fearfully and fiercely. The peddler smiled and said, "Don't worry, princess. I don't mean to hurt you. As long as you follow me obediently, I promise I'll send you back unharmed." The young princess held little Jing Kong's hand tightly. "You're a bad guy, a stinky brat. I won't go with you." Little Jing Kong told the young princess about being a brat when they were in the cave just now. The peddler said patiently, "It's getting dark, and the wolves, tigers, and leopards in the forest are coming out. Do you want to be eaten by those wolves and tigers if you don't go with me?"
I.
The young princess trembled in fear. She didn't want to be eaten. Little Jing Kong pulled the young princess and ran back, but he saw the men in black on the other side. This was what it meant to be surrounded by wolves and tigers. "Don't talk nonsense. Those people will be here soon." "I know you're good at martial arts, but I heard that Taoist Qingfeng from the Feng family and Qi Xian from the Han family have come out to look for the young princess." The peddler frowned. "Okay, take the young princess and let's go." "What about this kid?" "Don't care about him. Leave him here to feed the wolves." The young princess, who was so scared that tears rolled down her cheeks, opened her arms and stood in front of little Jing Kong. Don't let Jing Kong be fed to the wolves." The peddler smiled and obviously did not take the young princess's threat seriously. He swaggered towards the two little kids. Little Jing Kong suddenly grabbed something from his pocket and threw it at him. Then little Jing Kong threw a round object at him. The peddler caught it with his fingers and laughed. It was just a fruit. He was indeed a silly kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Little Jing Kong had picked up a lot of fruits. He threw away the ones in his clothes, but he still had some in his pocket. He took out 7 or 8 fruits and threw them at the peddler. The peddler didn't even bother to dodge. Just when he thought the last one was also a fruit, it exploded with a bang. Fortunately, he was good at qinggong and dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would have been injured by the explosion. The peddler landed on the branch and looked at the frighteningly stubborn child with disgust. The little guy was very calm and didn't show any signs of panic. There was an indescribable determination in his eyes. The kid wasn't afraid of him. The peddler clenched his fists.
He was just a kid.
Why couldn't he look him in the eye? Moreover, he seemed to sense some kind of threat from a child. This was too strange. A thought flashed through his mind. I can't let this kid live. This forest can't kill him. One day, when he grows up, he will become a terrifying existence. A strong murderous intent flashed through the peddler's eyes. He leaped into the air, stretched out his evil claws, and twisted little Jing Kong's neck mercilessly. The strength of this move was not something a 5-year-old kid could dodge. His evil claws grabbed little Jing Kong's throat. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a sharp eagle's cry came from the sky above, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. A red-tasseled spear glittering with silver light shot towards him like a bolt of lightning with irresistible force. What a fast weapon! He quickly dodged. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was sent flying by the huge force, and his entire arm was cut off by the red tassel spear. He fell heavily at the feet of the man in black, and blood splattered everywhere. The red tassel spear didn't lose its strength after cutting off his arm. It pierced deeply into the big tree behind them. The man in black broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the other side of the forest in disbelief and saw a 15 or 16-year-old boy galloping over on a horse. The boy was thin, and his eyes were sharp. He didn't look like he came from the depths of the forest, but more like he came from hell for revenge. He was a killing god, but also a demon. The boy's horse was not a good horse, but the horse seemed to feel the boy's fighting spirit and became very brave. It was strong and vigorous in the complicated forest, as if it was walking on flat ground. When the horse ran past the two little ones, Gu Jiao swung her whip and rolled the two little ones up. "Close your eyes," she said. The two little kids raised their little hands and obediently covered their eyes. Gu Jiao clamped the horse's belly with her legs, held the two little kids with one hand, and used the other hand to ride the horse over the head of the man in black. The moment the horse's hooves fell, she coldly pulled out the red tassel spear from the tree. The red tassel spear that almost penetrated the tree was pulled out by her easily. She held the red tassel spear tightly, turned it over her head, and swung it backward. The man in black and the peddler who had just stood up to attack her fell to the ground together. His head rolled out of his body. The 5 guards followed the clues and came here. They were all shocked by the bloody and cruel scene. What's going on?
Who did it?
They were all experts who had gone through hundreds of battles, but such a miserable situation was still too rare. If it was on the battlefield, it would not be too strange. But this was just a forest in Chengdu. The guard of the Dong family recognized one of them. This peddler is the master invited by the Mu family from the underground martial arts field. Everyone was even more surprised. The guard of the Qin family checked the surrounding situation. He was the most meticulous, otherwise, he would not be the first to find the young commandery princess. He touched the hole in the tree and said, "The other party used a long spear, and there are children's footprints on the ground." The young commandery princess was taken away. The guard of the Yang family asked, "Who did it?" The guard of the Dong family said, "It's definitely not our 5 families." Although there are more than 5 of us, no one used a long spear. Everyone can agree on this point, right? The other 4 nodded. Excluding the Dong, Yang, Chun, Feng, and Du families, there were only the Wang, Han Mu, Su, Feng families as well as the State Preceptor Palace and the Nangong family. The Nangong family had just lost Nangong Li and was too busy to take care of themselves, so they did not seriously participate in the search and rescue at all. It was the Mu family who had the accident. The Wang family and the Su family were one with the Mu family, so they could be ruled out as suspects. Then there were only the Han family, the Feng family, and the State Preceptor Palace left. The State Preceptor Palace could be ruled out as suspects. With their status, they would not bother to deal with any aristocratic family. And this was not just dealing with them. This cruel method was obviously accompanied by a terrible murderous intent, as if they were here to take revenge. It was also impossible for the Feng family because Taoist Qing Feng did not use a long spear. The guard of the Dong family frowned. Could it be the Han families? The Han family practiced spear techniques. The guard of the Qin family guessed. The Han family and the Mu family are the most hostile. They are very likely to be the culprit. The guard of the Yang family sighed. If the young commandery princess fell into Qi Xian's hands, we might not have a chance to get her back. That was Qi Xian of the Tang sect, the top 10 master in the underground martial arts field of the Yan dynasty. The guard of the Dong family sneered as cunningly as the master of the Dong family. Why don't we join hands to kill Qi Xian first, and then we can slowly compete with each other? Gu Jiao took the 2 little kids to a stream, and little Nine was hovering in the sky. Gu Jiao carried the 2 little kids down the horse. The 2 little kids could still hold on when there were no adults around. But now that Gu Jiao was here, all the grievances came to their minds. The young commandery princess cried, "Teacher, I'm so scared. They took me here and there and I fell down." Boo-hoo. Gu Jiao put the red tasseled spear on the ground aside and squatted down on one knee, like a knight guarding her. She gently wiped the tears on her face and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. No one will take you away again." The young commandery princess threw herself into Gu Jiao's arms and cried loudly. Little Jing Kong tried his best to hold back his tears, but his eyes were full of tears. Gu Jiao also held him in her arms. She knelt down on one knee and held the children in each hand. She did not do such a gentle thing often, so her movements were a little stiff. But this did not stop the 2 little kids from feeling a calming power from her. It was a kind of faith. The 2 little kids were tired after crying for a while. The young commandery princess was only 4 years old, and she was a weak girl in Jiao Jiao. Once she felt safe, she fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and blamed himself. "I made Jiao Jiao worry. I couldn't even beat a bad guy." Gu Jiao patted his little head and smiled. "No, you did very well. You protected your companions and yourself. You didn't make me worry. You're the bravest little boy. I'm very proud of you." Little Jing Kong felt a lump in his throat. "Jiao Jiao." Suddenly, an eagle's cry came from above. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. Over there. There were people coming from the forest. Not just one, but a group of people. They were not the 5 guards from before, but the masters of the 5 aristocratic families who were surrounded by several guards. From left to right, they were Master Dong, Master Yang, Master Feng, Master Du, and Master Chen. Gu Jiao had seen their portraits in the library of the State Preceptor Hall. Gu Jiao gently put the sleeping commandery princess on the ground and said to little Jing Kong, "Cover your ears and don't look back." "Okay." Little Jing Kong answered obediently. He sat facing the stream and raised his hands to cover his little ears. Gu Jiao picked up the red tasseled spear and walked towards them step by step. Little Nine spread its wings and hovered above her head with high fighting spirit. It was as if it was waiting for her order, and then it would swoop down to its prey. Everyone looked at the teenager who was walking towards them with a murderous look under the moonlight and the eagle who was escorting the teenager. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. A guard drew his sword and walked forward. shouting, "Who are you? Hand over the commandery princess if you know what's good for you, or you will die a horrible death." Before he could finish, the teenager shot him with a spear. He knelt on the ground and looked at the teenager in shock. The teenager kicked him in the chest and coldly pulled out the red tasseled spear. Blood splattered on the teenager's face, and one of the drops hit between his eyebrows. It looked like a drop of red cinnabar. Master Dong's eyes trembled. "Xianyuan Cheng." The teenager raised his hand and casually wiped the blood off his face. He looked at the crowd with a murderous look in his eyes. "Who's next?" You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.